रहना है, लाइट वेट खाना है ते खुश रहना है, अपनी जिंदगी को बचाना है ते
I know I'd go back to you.
ठीक हो ना ओ मेरे मुंडे ने काछे में टाटी कर दी है काछे में टाटी चलो
अस्सलाम वालेकुम बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स। यार सॉरी थोड़ा लेट हो गया बॉयज, माजरत के साथ लेट हो गया हूँ। सेकंड मैच स्टार्ट हो चुका है, मैं थोड़ा सा लेट हो गया, सॉरी बॉयज, सॉरी।
Right, man. Those group stages very aggro with some of the circles we were getting, and similar scenario there. A lot of landmass going to be cut off, potential for the bridge to be in play as well. We'll see if that's a blessing for some teams or a haunting prospect for others. Obviously, we're dropping far further up towards the north side. We joined the POV of Dopeness early on towards Pachinki. Couple shots out of the window from Nikita, getting a read over onto Geeke. Pretty nice game one from them. So obviously, if you can punish early and slow down Geeke from actually accumulating point after point, would be the dream scenario.
Hopefully add those points to your tally in response as well. But right now, they are north and south split on Pachinki. So not super close to danger. Definitely it's disengageable here, depending on the vehicle counts that each team has. And I feel like in Pachinki, you cannot get stuck in too far here, especially with a circle like this. You have to look to disengage in these scenarios. The thing that sort of plays on the reverse side of that is that you are competing for the drop spot in the future matches, and a lot of teams find value in saying, you know what, we're not giving up our drop spot. We're just gonna we're telling you we'll sacrifice our game in order to maintain this top spot, this drop spot for the next. Well, they've still got 5 Erangels after this to play. I could call that into question. I'm not a professional coach, so maybe there's some reads in there, maybe there's some maths to do, but I feel like it's still very, very dangerous, especially on Pachinki, and especially on a plane path like this, where a lot of the map was just super accessible.
Yeah, I suppose it goes down to that individual decision making, if they want to fight or not, or really what they're aiming for. I imagine for the viewers at home, you're going to be aiming to get yourself some beautiful skins as well. John, we've got a great event going on right now in game. I know you've been hyped for this one.
Absolutely, the Uzumaki Naruto event. Make sure you're grabbing those character sets, looking fresh with the skins, as well as that Ninetales org, looking pretty. Doesn't look like any of our players have the org though, which is unfortunate. And neither team really going to be able to take on the supply truck either, given that they're in a bit of a standoff. Which makes things a little bit nastier to play from Pachinki.
Let the tension just settle here. Oh, nade line up through the window.
Oh,
it's a nice chip, John. Could have been beautiful.
Does manage to catch a little spray on the step across there, but not going to quite get the knock. And it's again just retreating, being a little bit safe. Like you said, deck of cards type play, reshuffle yourselves somewhat, but that is a nice little reshuffle from Ragnarok on the sidelines, able to get the side swipe. And Geeke have got their opener. Now, do they try and take this one fast, or are they going to slow themselves down again? Looks like they want to try and capitalize a second knock, and there is no way that they're getting those two players back up. Surely not, as Geeke descend from multiple angles. One is cut across, but it's not going to be the same story for the others.
No, it's really nice from Kevin. Beautiful predict with the nade. Pops perfectly. Reply back over, easy for Bad Boy cleaning up. So 1-by-1, Dopeness suffering heavy losses on this. It was Makita that took a few pot shots over to the Geeke roster to start off, and they went, you know what, you want to fight, let's take it.
Let's get it done. 2 players now left for Adonis. Ulf did manage to rotate over the north side of Pachinki, and because this fight is taking place, it means that the teams in Pachinki, or if there had only been one, the team in Pachinki, has not moved out to the west side. For Ulf, this is pretty good news because it means they have access to a lot of zone that they may not have done before, as well as a third-party angle. Leaving Aaron up on the top of the hill, they could start to slow it down even more. And they're going to have so much information about what has been going on in this area. Aaron doesn't even want to stick around for the flush. He gives up his position, and they're just going to back it off. And Ulf are going to be the ones to take down the supply truck from Pachinki. This is huge for Ulf.
Okay.
This is really nice. Cutting out a lot of that mid-game looting time.
Boys, क्या लगता है यहाँ से कौन सी टीम निकलेगी?
Off the back of it. Good comms on it, set themselves up, dump a few magazines simultaneously into the truck and grab your benefits from it. Alongside possibly forcing the hand of these two teams a little bit more as well with the damage done from that high-rise angle. Oh, Kenji, good for one. The double up coming potentially as well as he spams. Safe G trying to peek back into it, shot into the thigh, stays alive. Mikita on the wraparound has that molly through the window.
Oh, he tears the player step a little bit too late. May have been able to swing faster, but it's going to work out. Holding the ground floor now, and Geek get a little bit too bold with it. Aaron from the off angle rattled them a little bit, and they are starting to shake, starting to show vulnerability. Another big nade from Saf G, though, puts them in the advantage once more. One player now standing for Dopeness.
Kenji has the Bizon to play with. What can he do? Not too much there. Spams over on the side, but not enough to keep them in it as the nade from Ragnarok blows him away, and Dopeness off the drop. Exit stage left with two elims. But that is a detriment to Geek, John. Even if they reset, it's only a duo.
Yeah, they do win the fight. That third party coming through from Ulf as they wrapped around on that northern side. Tiamba now going to take up that mantle, but this is what you have to be afraid of on these hot drops. They know when it comes to getting out to the west on a hard shift like this, they have lost too much time for me to really be considering them deeply into the rest of this match. Everybody else much faster, and we are going to focus our attention now on teams making that break out west. A lot of teams coating the west side coast and the south edge as well, near Ferry Pier, around Quarry. Yangon Galacticos very much the back of the queue.
See if Yangon can keep some good energy rolling for that roster over the course of today's playdate. A lot of eyes on them. Now, two reigning champions in the lobby, of course, being Yangon Galacticos, and then behind that, Alpha 7 from the year prior, back in 2024's EWC.
Circle. Oh, no way!
John, what are we doing?
What is going on? Goodness me, a massive western shift on this zone. It is brutal. Quarry is so impactful here as well. It's such a quagmire of a position. It just sticks you down. You can't really move freely around it. So for Ulf, they may be able to take the ridgeline, but getting down
भाई इतना गंदा जोन पानी के अंदर बनेगा the flip
this is going to get nasty. The positions out on the west are difficult to hold, and for Arena they need to regroup. For Wolves they need to try and stay alive, and 7-2-1 are going to try and crash on in. Everybody on the south edge being funneled around that quarry location. Oh, Jackie, this is going to get very dirty.
There's something in the air at this event. I don't know what happened this year, John, but the circles we've had have resulted in some ridiculous games the whole way through, from start to finish. It's never easy. Feels like we're playing with 50% land in every single game. Half of it's always taken up by the water. Hey-ho, we go again. Teams instantly crunching down, knowing it's only going to get harder to get into a safe location in the zone the longer they leave this one.
Yangon Galacticos just about making it past Quarry. Ulf actually went straight past Quarry, and they're now very central on this zone, Jackie. They're looking to play out to the west side of the road, towards that coastline, nestling themselves in and looking to maybe play a 2-2 split. Yangon Galacticos happy to post up around those Quarry warehouses for the time being. Maybe move on a little bit further because you've got AGAL moving in behind them. Furia in the meantime, trying to get out of Primosk, playing in from that south edge. I like this this move coming through from Igor. Moving one of their players around the headland gives them a little bit more latitude when it comes to having to move later on, and that really is the plan for the scout out on the west.
Thing is, for some of our teams as well, it accelerates the way you have to play this one. I think a Go team, they usually like those very long, safe rotates where they want to be inside of the blue, taking their opportunity to build into a great late game finish. Here, you can't really play that style. Have to take a few shots onto Fury as they catch line of sight on the road. This is going to be both teams' POV. Elevated angle, Killer Joe getting swarmed on as well. The AJL Killer Bees on the move as they head down towards the road, looking to cut round Goat and get themselves into a better position. Doesn't get any easier though. The Wolves just up ahead.
Yeah, and Ulf as well. Looking to try and stymie that approach from the south side. AGAL on the side of a road, looking to maybe control the shack, but Aaron's already in occupation. Ketch needs to line him up, and Aaron takes a lot of damage there. Far too much for my liking. Has to fold back, and that gives AGAL a chance. Ketch now in danger as AGAL continue their pursuit to move on forwards. Somehow they're making this march, and I'm surprised that they've been able to get this far, Jackie. Next circle, is it going to be similarly brutal? It goes coastal side, maybe less brutal, but even so, it's nasty.
Still punishing stuff. Cutting out that landmass. Teams standing on each other, shoulder to shoulder in the zone. In AGAL, you're right, man. Barely tucked in behind the ticket booth, found themselves a few moments of brief respite to catch their breath. Tiamba as well. They're here, they're catching line of sight of this. Few pod shots being fired towards their general direction. Only really 3 squads that are even outside of the zone right now. And Nongshin Red Force down to Primorsk with wrap up from Furia close by, and then Geek coming in down from the north side late.
This RRQ position, really important. The hill that sits towards the coastline, you can see the high ground that they're able to control. Ulf trying to move into the foothills around it, but AGAL are peppering them. Apparently Aaron is in nade range there. That's a long arm on that one. Looks to try and find some more, but he's already crawling away, crawling back to the rest of the roster. For RRQ, this is great, but they need to start leveraging it for elims. I think that's Aaron down and out. I think it may well be, but Furia and Nongshin Red Force in the meantime, all on the south side, coming to loggerheads, and nobody's looking happy with this. Furia on 2 players and Nongshin left on just 1, Jackie.
Yeah, this is rough, man. No one's getting out of this with a smile on their face unless they can completely recover now. Thankfully, the last shot goes through pretty heavy-handedly to punish one more man from Nongshin, leaving it down to a solo. Fury are going to be attempting to get the recovery on the go. CXCY did bail out. Surprised he's still standing. Bullet after bullet being injected towards the vehicle. He just keeps driving.
Cheeky little seat swap there for XZY to stay alive, but where's he going? He might as well have pulled up.
भाई अभी तक सिर्फ एक टीम एलिमिनेट हुई जिसका नाम है DNE.
Okay, a little bit wild.
Okay, टाइन तो अच्छी लग रही है और ULA भी. भाई मैं geek. मेरी तो जो टीम है ना ये अरीना एक.
Wasn't quite there with it.
अभी देखते हैं यार अभी क्या बनता है, but ULA और ये अरीना.
With a little bit of a danger approaching them, able to hold their nerve.
उल्फी बंदना.
Elimination delivery on that one. Drove in, double checked the code, gave it to him. DRX as well, Hillside peek over. Trey trying to get a read on things. Alula back into the fight as well. Geek taking the head-on approach towards Yangon with Alula amongst them, sandwiching them there. So they do go down.
Okay.
That's our 3rd and 4th position team.
Young Gun Galactica side team.
Rondo already out of the running, so opportunities for some lapping to occur.
Young Gun
the team that won Pachinki, but kind of lost as well in that first hot drop. We'll be keeping an eye on if that continues to happen.
भाई फ्यूरिया भी अच्छी टीम है, करना चाहिए इनको कुछ.
And if Geek continue to win it, if it does. But either way, they will slow themselves down, something awful. A lot of casualties in the middle of this zone, and rightly so. It keeps the coastline in here, and again, RRQ's position.
चलो भाई शुक्र है पानी से जोन निकला. अब मुझे लगता है कि कॉर्नर पे जोन बनेगा.
Stronger, as well as the compound for E-Arena on that west side too. Those buildings, I'm imagining Fury is going to be crashing into them. Either that, or they try and sweep around behind RRQ's hill and take control of that area of the map.
ट्रैक कौन जो है ना अल्लाह भला करे आपका जोन वो कॉर्नर बनेगा. शैक तो नहीं, but
control for yourselves, force them out.
किन से बीचों बीच.
Starting to get a bit excited in the crowd now as well. Energy building up here in Paris going into game 2. Foobs man with the quick repairs. He's certified for this one. Let's go team with all 4 players still alive right now. The wraparound potentially for KRX as well. Bit of a split there between Trey and Binny as they've broken off from one another.
Alpha 7 on the northwest side, with 3 players alive on the beachhead. Binny, he's going to start to tick away from the blue, from the water. You need breath, you need health bar, and neither's going to go your way. Down he goes, leaving only the 1 player now left standing for them. Over on the northeast side near the backstop for GOAT. Furia, instead of going towards the zone, looks like maybe they want to try and take care of GOAT team first, or at least scout it out. They're wrapped back around very quickly, though.
Okay,
DRX goes down.
Yeah, Fuchsman finds that one. We saw the other player, of course, denying it out to the blue, not wanting to give the points over to Furia, so that is where their story ends in game 2. Killer Joe, off-angle peek from the sideline. The attention of Furia was all on Moxie. Joe was able to take the first bit of damage with ease. Silence replies, though. Shuts down Fuchs, leaves him on his last legs. Good name play from Moxie. Shushes Silence. If this is on target, could be very lethal. Trying to get it over the hillside onto the close grouping. A trio of Furia players with 1 man in the vehicle scouting. Chief on the push back over. Ayala really looking rough here, John.
Yeah, the off angle from Arena is chiming in as well, and another nade sent over the top. It's big boom after big boom coming through from GOAT team. And now it's just Ayala on the forefront. On the back line, it's Igor who needs to come up big here against GOAT team, but they can't push forwards because of that Arena off angle, which is slowing this fight down really annoyingly for GOAT team. The advantage, though, is that they can start to use this time to maybe find a foothold into the zone, because the blue zone is upon them, and you can't res in stage 4. You need to get this one done as fast as you can. Silence may not be able to get back up here.
They knew there was the rock up from the back line when Elementrix got the takedown on GOAT team, so they've read that, reassessed and wrapped off, like you say, and they've gone straight into the awaiting arms of Tianba. Terrifying Tianba today. They've changed their fate. A few more elims racked up, that puts them on 2 so far.
Now they're encroaching towards AGAL. Both from the same region, and there's the crash from Eagle on the shack. They know there's a player in here. They need to try and keep safe, but it's not going super well for everyone. Tianba able to stay alive on the inside, but losing one on the out. AGAL now playing on us 2 in the center of the circle as it shrinks right on top of them. Holding this position would be great, but there's so many angles now staring you down.
Oh, nades are good as well. Primes that one, gets it right on target. Goodbye AGAL. They go down to the nitro they've been given to breakfast. And this is where it gets far more scary as well. Alula, low on HP with a bit of a split on the setup. Yangon Galacticos pushing in as a roster. Coming in together, struggling on contact with 1 player buckling under the pressure, and Wolves, they smell the opportunity to steal some of these elims. Nade arced over, Elementrix dives out, Romeo will fall, can't withstand that.
Oh, but there is an answer from Smile to find a knock over onto a Wolves player, leaving Aola potentially to be able to... I don't think they can get this res with the blue zone coming on in now. Doesn't quite have the time to get the crawl back. Would be a miracle to get that back to 2. So Aola may be drawing short here. In the meantime, the Wolves have got GOAT team pushing in behind them. Wolves felt that they were third-partying it, but they've been fourth-partied necessary. Can't quite do what he needed to. As Force goes in with the shotgun trade. Elementrix, though, still on the swivel for Wolves. Doing work. But Killer Joe left to survive this one. Has another opportunity for the fight, but Elementrix is looking clean with it. Takes too much damage, though, and has to dip back.
Killer Joe thrives in these sort of encounters, John, where he does his best work. He's able to really nail that one with the UMP. Get the quick pick up, looking for the revive on Force as well, so they can fight on as a duo. Turney K. He's got the angle, John.
Oh, he doesn't quite get the peak fully there, though. He's a little bit too timid, and that's going to allow the res to come through from GOAT team. Tony K could still play spoiler to it. He sees them 2 on the broadside now. He's going to know exactly where they are. He's rolling forward. They're going to have to play against this, but Tony K gets back, and the Arena don't want to overcommit.
Jumps back in the vehicle, puts the pedal to the metal and pieces out for now, whilst Force continues to hit heavy, quick, not fast enough for Alula's escape plan. as only one man remains. Claws cruising over into the awaiting arms of Ulf. They've seen him coming, but if he keeps going, it'll be RRQ that will have this one set up on a platter. Back exposed, easy tags, that's the takedown.
Should have gone that way a little bit earlier. RRQ retreating to the beach side, have given up control over a lot of this hill. It was under pressure, but I feel like you do need to start to think about stepping forwards now. The difficulty with that is, of course, Furia's position on the south edge. They do need to keep control of that, which is why they've invested so much in terms of moving there. But that opens opportunities for Alpha 7 on the north side to start to be a major player in this circle, because they've been quite quiet up until now. Moving down south, they get a lot more control and maybe sneak in behind RRQ, or rather in front of them now.
Furia, it's not been easy for them for the positions they've been forced into. Still standing as a trio after losing Silence quite some time ago from that engagement over the top. It was Fuchs that took him out. Nade onto the vehicles. RRQ not overcommitting for this, wrapping off with the zone shifting in as well, crunching further up towards the mainland.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I wanted RRQ to be looking to play. They kind of probably did want to play that already, but you can see that Furia would have had some pretty solid angles on this. Irina may as well been able to chime in.
Furia or Irina?
You're playing it. But Irina gonna have to move.
लेकिन टायन भी सरप्राइज दे रही है जो बात है.
And the crunch.
लोग मानो इस बात को है ना, मतलब टायन भी सरप्राइज दे रही है इस वक्त.
Irina looks like they were willing to go for those wraparounds, go quite wide with things. So potential for them to actually move into this west side engagement, but they may just look to push up towards Tiamba and towards Go. As RRQ look to regroup further north and fence off the area from Alpha 7. Nuth, the sub coming in for Alpha 7, will be the player to hold, and he's on the vehicle spot, looking to control it. Doesn't quite tag with the first shotgun, but there is the top of the hill coming on to play.
They focus all their fire on him. He's able to withstand the pressure and get back up from the rest of the boys as Alpha 7
भाई Alpha 7 ऊपर एक पॉइंट भाई कुछ भी नहीं छोड़ो
RRQ detonating the vehicle to shut down the super sub for the side. What can the rest of the roster get up to here? Bullets being peppered towards them. Amongst all this, 721 GRS struck upon by Ulf as they go in heavy with the shotgun. Just drives into the middle of it all. Let's go crazy, John.
How on earth does he dodge all of those rounds on the outside? And Korea with the seat swap looks for more.
The
final hurdle. Revo looked immaterial crossing that open beach. But it was not to be, and now Furia can roll on in, happy as Larry, to go for the fight. Irina wants to try and crunch it behind this too, and they are doing just that.
Nades on target, good damage. Furia, they've had to play defensive for so long, now we're seeing that aggression come out, cutthroat play so far. Wrap around the back, the nades look good, but a bare bounce over the top side, and they'll get it done with the rounds instead. RRQ fall.
Down they go. Furia looking to piece themselves back together. Irina maybe a little bit too slow to jump on the back lines for Furia as they establish themselves. Ulf as well, look at a challenge over on the northern side, obviously diminished in power with only 2 of their players alive, but still a force to be reckoned with. Kelsey and Scarface have got some solid positions to play around. Irina on the south border, I think they're the team to beat here, Jackie. It feels like on this south side, they have got control, they've got a lot of what they need, and Furia is committing towards the north side.
भाई क्राउड को देखो पागल हुआ पड़ा है उधर है ही नहीं कोई भाई, तो गलत देख रहा है.
See all the Yangon Galacticos signs, John, the Alpha 7 fans.
Yangon Galacticos
as well, but they've got one thing in common right now. Neither squad remains alive currently in game 2, out of the contest here. A lot of different sides that are looking to really squeeze a good injection to point out of this for Tianba as well, thinking about the potential of a ludicrous start to the day if they can do the unthinkable.
I mean, they've already gotten 5 elims and gotten up to a 5th place. This is a good game regardless for Tianba. They are going to be happy with this performance. Next zone coming on through. Shrink's pretty dead center. I don't think there's too much to worry about for Irina, for Tianba, for Furia. But for GOAT team, I think this is going to be their big test, right? They are just playing on this one tree. They've got some vehicles in the back lines, sure, but they have to move. And where do you go? Where do you go? It might just have to be a crazy wide sweep up to the north, but Tianba are going to light you up, Irina are going to light you up. You need a pick, you need an opening. I just don't see GOAT team moving forwards.
It's not been the easiest approach for them. And for Furia, they've been trying to build up nice points on this game, taking the heat to teams when they think there's a chance to get a drop on them. With Kelsey trapped by the rocks there after eating the nade. No real easy pathway for Scarface to get him back on his feet. This could be another chance for Furia to flush out one more squad, push themselves even further with 2 elims going their way if they do it cleanly.
Yeah, go team. You really can't be doing anything here. Killer Joe just looking for some angles, but there's nothing to do. Fair enough to fall down there. Killer Joe will go down last. Scarface now under pressure as Tiamba actually take the elim over on towards Kelsey, and Scarface still kicking as Ayala takes a knee. E-Arena in the meantime can start to march in from the south side. A nade will finish off Scarface, but Ayala now needs to be secured, and this is beautiful sweep across from E-Arena. Furia have committed to that north side, and there is now nothing stopping E-Arena taking the entirety of this ridgeline.
निकालो E-Arena Furia निकालो. Tyan को मुझे गुस्सा है उस दिन का.
Instantly aggressing when they think they've got a
I hear
moment to
Tyan
get the
by
drop
from
on
that
them.
day.
Furia down to 3 players of Ayala, unfortunately falling in that head-to-head versus Scarface. That puts so much more pressure on this team. They've got to get him back up. They'll have a few seconds here to top his HP up. Thankfully, he's done so. But they've crunched so much space, so much map control away. Nowhere near as easy now, John.
They know Milu's position. With the nades, they've been able to push forwards. Ayala creeping up to the ridgeline as well. And the Arena actually going to regress on their hold, not wanting to stay overextended or maybe move those vehicles in different ways, swap them out, something like that. But just like giving that ground there was an interesting decision, but they get it back very, very quickly. Furia don't try and push over the top on it.
Furia
Still
E-Arena.
waiting
Full beta bhai.
for this one to get forced by the circle. You can see Chief will get moved. Igor as well has to leave his little ridge and step up probably towards that burnt out buggy. That's where he's pacing himself towards. Ayala cannot find an angle.
For love nor money right now. No chance to get a raw free peek onto them. Just looking to cast that first stone, open it up with an advantage. The first domino falling for either of these squads will be very detrimental, because for E-Arena, that big benefit you have as well in the trade game. They've got 1 extra man in the squad. Takes a little bit more pressure off them, but they still need a clean fight. Pin from either side, it wouldn't really change much.
Next stage closes dead central on this, and no one really has the full inside track, but E-Arena have the most ability to move around. If Furia go down, Tiamba can start to move up the hill. That might give them a little opening door. Furia now moving much closer towards the Arena, and the nades are going to start to cause problems.
अच्छा Furia भी E-Arena से लड़ रही है, जिसको मैं 4-2 टीमें जीते, वो दोनों आपस में कुश्ती हो रही है। और दूसरे सुकून से बैठी हुई Tiamba.
Shocked, I'm absolutely shocked he's still standing there. Stereo nades go out either side. If
सुकून से बैठी हुई Tiamba.
away from him falling, topped himself back up like you say. He's quick.
Chilling कर रही है वो टीम.
Furia debating whether they really need to engage on this. Is it easier to try and wrap around onto Tiamba?
लेकिन मजेदार बात ये है कि Furia के 3 बंदे लाइव है, ये के 2 बंदे 4 बंदे लाइव है, और Tiamba के भी 3 ही बंदे लाइव हैं, तो भाई 3-3-4 का मुकाबला है। ये कुछ भी हो सकता है वैसे तो, लेकिन ये मैन पावर ज़्यादा है।
It's getting scary out there.
Final zone closing as well. Now, Jackie, it's straight into the middle. Can't hang about now. No elims for E-Arena. So they would love to try and sweep a couple of these up. Over the top of the hill, they're looking to put pressure onto Furia, but they fight back. Eco goes 1-for-1 on the trade, which is not great news for them. But where it's Tiamba, can they make a pass at this? Try and move in behind Furia. I think they might be going for it. They've heard this fight break out. They've seen the knocks come through, and the backlines from E-Arena getting a little bit false-footed as Tiamba make their play.
Tiamba, triple threat of nades thrown over the top. Erupting explosions towards Furia's angle after knowing they're weak. They're still not overly committing. You're being hit from all sides as well. They're going slightly too far deep. That one looks good. Great chip damage onto Furia. Chief with a reply. Mormon's drop. Joker hits the headshot back onto him. It's a 1-for-1 stalemate. Tiamba still waiting.
Finally, a second knock, and now Fury are on one. Tiamba have read this nicely. Igor the last to go, and they wrap around, they roll it down. QZ wants to shut it out in the arena now. The last hurdle for Tiamba's back-to-back. 3 players versus 2. Joker off in the distance, but there's one in the smoke. Dealt with immediately. QZ relies on his teammates. He turns for a
भाई टियानबा का चिकन है भाई ये तो
back in a 1 versus 3. Can he make it work? Mormon now bleeding
केला
out
बचा
of
बंदा
the
उनका
arena. Will fall in the face of Tiamba for a back-to-back chicken dinner.
भाई 2 चिकन टियानबा के.
Talks of Tiamba looking timid in their group stage, but that's all changed now as they terrify the lobby and turn up massively with not only 1 chicken dinner locked in,
Back to back chicken भाई टियानबा के.
back to back. Incredible start to the survival stage here.
Really brilliant opener coming through for a team that, as we were saying, there were a lot of criticisms levied at their play style. They only just about managed to get into the survival stage with a late in the day chicken dinner. But they did look much better during that chicken dinner, during those group stages. And this is exactly the sort of development you want to see. Able to go, I think it was 11 eliminations as well there, Jackie. It is a monumental start for them. Getting towards the top 6 just got a whole lot easier.
Yeah, dream start, man. That's what we're saying, right? We were looking at it even kind of early into that one, thinking, oh, they've done pretty well with the elims. It looks like they've got a good set of heads on their shoulders today. Way better for you when you not only get 1 chicken dinner, but 2 already locked in. Playing it smart, I was a little bit worried we're going to see some of those signs of them not willing to really engage even when they have a bit of an advantage. We saw that a few times in groups. It looks like they've recovered that.
Yeah, I mean, the instance right at the end there, where they saw 1 knock on either side, they said, you know what, now's as good as any. The zone's closing, we've got to go. They had the nades, a little bit off target with the nades. I think it's safe to say they didn't have a full read on the position of Furia, so overexpending a little bit of utility there. So still improvements to be made, but I think I can forgive them that. They were still able to crunch it behind, be the pneumatic press that crunched Furia and followed through straight on towards E-Arena, who, given the solid position that they had on that south side for so long, surprising that they weren't able to get many elims at all. A very minimal point scoring game for a team that plays second place.
Yeah, it is surprising. It is surprising. I think for E-Arena it's a bit scary as well, because obviously, you know, we historically had that one massive game in the group stage where we were thinking, damn, okay, they're looking absolutely sick. They're really playing confidently in the head-to-heads as well. Longer it's gone on, there's moments where you're thinking, when are they going to get that second wind again? Not necessarily from the tactical side, but more from just the willingness to actually show how good they are as individuals in terms of the gun skill. We know it's there, John. It's just got to rear its head once again. But today, so far, it's all about Tiamba.
Yeah, I mean, for the players on side, they do need to start to step up, be a little bit more like Tiamba. I think it's safe to say we're going to head down to the stage and we're going to catch up with some of the players.
Yes, we are. And who are we going to talk to other than Tiamba and QZZ here? Back-to-back wins to start off the survival stage. What a result. And let's ask about that, right? Back-to-back wins. Obviously, in the group stage, you didn't have the easiest of time. So what was the focus for the team between the group stage coming into now this survival stage?
QZ 首先恭喜你们已经2连世纪了，非常优秀的一个发挥。当时你们小组赛的时候可能打得不算那么好，然后现在进了生存赛之后，明显就是状态调整过来了。能不能跟我们说你们当时调整的时候主要注重哪些方面呢？
其实我们没有做太多的调整。其实我前2天其实大致上没什么问题，但是每个人的状态可能不是很好，然后。昨天调整了一些东西，然后大家状态都变好了一些。然后我的调整就是我加了个手机壳，因为我用那个手机老断触，但加了手机壳之后断触会变少很多。
Outside that, we didn't really make a lot of adjustments. I think that we were, in terms of strategy, I think we were absolutely fine. It's just that in the group stages, I think everyone's form was just a little lackluster. And then coming to the survival stage, I think we are now performing a lot better. I think everyone's form is just peaking right now. And in terms of adjustments, for me personally, what I adjusted was I added a case to my phone. And I think that really helped to reduce some of the kind of like not registering some of my key inputs, my touches. So I think that really helped as well.
More accurate at all. That makes a lot of sense. And going to the Rondo game, you guys came in from the south side of the river and played alongside the river for almost the whole game. What were the biggest threats to you guys for that first win?
当时你们第一张图的时候，你们相当于是从那条河的南边，就是进圈的，然后而且你们相当于是我唯一支队站在那边，然后你们就一直沿着那条河的南边在那边打了一整场。当时一整场下来，你能不能跟我说一下最主要的一些威胁会是什么呢？
其实最主要的威胁是我们准备反清山上的一波，然后我们差点被右边的 KR 叉给溜了，然后但是我们当时顶住了那一波，然后那波可能是最具威胁的一波。
Well, I'll say the most dangerous point was when we were trying to clear a hill, and then I think PRX actually had the slip on us, and it was a very tough battle. I think it was a really dangerous moment for us, but we managed to hold on and we managed to fight back, and we managed to win that battle. And I think that was the single most like we almost eliminated point.
All right, QZZ, amazing once again. Thank you very much. Thank you for the translations. That does it for us down here on the stage. Will Tiamba get another win on the day? Looking like it. It's crazy.
Back-to-back 3 wins would be crazy, man.
Tiamba doing their best impressions of Drake with that back-to-back, because this team is definitely showing up here at Survival Stage of PMWC at EWC 26. But don't forget, it is PMWC. There is a PMWC lucky spin currently going on within the game. Make sure you log in, do the spins, do all the fun stuff before he goes away, because we do have the Electron energy set, the proton power set, and the stunning alien fusion grows out, which Max was telling me it ends up glowing on the dark. This was co-created with PvP creator Nana, and I want the Groza.
Same.
I want that Groza Natura. But talking about the game, this last game, Tiamba, oh my. Especially that ending too, the way that they ended up pushing to Furia and then just demolished E-Arena is what we want to see out of Tiamba, Max.
By the way, before we do get into the nitty-gritty analysis of the finishing of that game, the Rondo win, Tinlong Garden drop, they go to a Northern finish, they win that game. Here, they drop Yasnaya Poliana, they win a Western Coast finish. I don't know how they keep doing it, man. Their rotations are on a separate level here at PMWC 2026 as we check out the player stats here. And QZZ, Milu, oh my goodness, 4.5 average eliminations per game so far today, putting up the numbers. And I didn't predict them to make it because I was actually quite disappointed by them in their groups. And it's clearly working out for them, Niptro. Well done, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we still got a long couple of days ahead of us, but based on the last 2 games, I think we can really start to change our minds about them. They're being very, very consistent. What I really love is that they bided their time. They waited, right? Oh, there go my notes.
What?
Because...
She's attacking me.
Yeah, I'm attacking him. No, because they were just sitting underneath this hill, right?
Yes.
Waiting for these two to get together, start fighting, and then push. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, that push on Furia, of course, the timing of that is great because Furia is at their absolute weakest, and also E-Arena are trying to get a revive back on their fallen comrade. But I wanted to focus very clearly on this replay, on Milu and QZZ. The focus, the sheer determination at that moment, putting the focus on the same player at the same time. What an absolutely amazing fragging duo. And clearly they're the main reason so far they've been successful on this opening day of Survival Stage. Loving the synergy of those 2 guys in particular.
Loving that synergy, loving the action that they're currently putting on. 12 eliminations there for Tiamba, being able to come up with the win. Furia, this is a team that we've been wondering where have they been. They finally ended up showing up here in this game, Max, with those 7 eliminations, 12 points total.
Happy to see it, really. What a hold on Primorsk in particular. They were holding off Nongshim Red Force. I know Blank was very excited about their hold on to GOAT in particular, making a massive statement that hilltop is their hilltop for the rest of that game. So Furia, a little bit topsy-turvy back in the group stage, but Nepturo this time around, strong podium finish, which is what we love to see from that Brazilian squad.
No, I do like it. I like it a lot. The only thing I want to say, if I could just really nitpick here, is that they they had a very strong mid game, right? Very strong, very proactive. I really enjoyed that. I was like, okay, yes, Furia, they're coming in strong. We also saw them move on to the RRQ 7 fight really quickly with so much force. There was no backing. There was no coming back from that for RRQ. So very, very well done. But they kind of slowed down. They waited to that stage 9. I would have liked to see them be a little bit more proactive with EA. I know that they were, intimidated by Tiamba there, that other third team rather being there, but I would have liked just a little bit more momentum coming through from them. Side note onto Tiamba, actually, speaking of momentum, Tiamba went from 0 to 100. Did you see that? When they realized that that fight was finally happening, they went from sitting behind a tree to full on pushing like that. 10 out of 10, no notes.
It was very good. But I want to go back real quick to what you were saying about Furia in particular, slowing down a bit at the end. I don't want to criticize that too much. I think it was actually a good play for them to slow it down. The reason why, we knew that whichever team fights last, chances are they're going to get the win at the very end. Furia fighting E-Arena, they're like, we want to try and get rid of E-Arena, but if we fully commit to the fight and take even more knocks, eventually Tiamba's going to rock up on us, which is actually what happened, right? So I do get your point, but at that moment when all the 3 teams are just ready to go at a moment's notice, Furia, I think, made the most out of it, and this is a team that I did not expect to make on the podium, but you know what? A strong podium finish from Furia on a very hard circle for that squad, by the way. I think that's still a win.
Yeah, and on the opposite side for the Brazilian squads, you have Alpha 7 still not being able to do that well. Only putting up points via placement in this last one because the eliminations just weren't there.
Yeah, elimination. It's a hard zone, though. It's a hard circle to really get eliminations. You've got so many.
Tiamba was able to do it.
Tiamba was able to do it. I think it's
and they don't land even close to that.
True. I think it's probably one of those things where it's like you get in there early, you're able to do something. If you avoid teams, then that eastern side was very, very busy. So yeah, you can get a lot of elims if you're there. But I think there's just so many angles. What it's actually doing is intimidating teams into not taking those fights because there's so many angles. Those angles are completely covered, and so you're like, I can't make a move in this.
By the way, going back in this game, there was a very interesting moment for Tiamba, which really enabled them in the first place to be a contender for that chicken dinner, is they had all these teams over to the eastern side in the swamp. They're like, just let's get away from that position. It's not worth it. So I love seeing that they understand when a fight is just not worth taking. We know what chicken dinners are definitely worth taking. 2 chicken dinners, 35 points. Tiamba making it happen on Rondo. And the first angle, and you know what, with only 12 games to play here, if they don't pull an E-Arena, Neptura, top 6 is looking pretty good.
I mean, top 6 is looking very, very nice. The thing, though, we have to watch out for is it's a Group B all over again. It really is, because you've got that point sponge at the top. You got 45 points versus, what, 19 we saw there? Everybody could still get into top 6. Probably gonna still go that way by the end of today. We're probably gonna see the same sort of gaps being in that leaderboard. And so, yeah, we're looking at a very spicy survival stage if this keeps going from Tiamba.
At the beginning of the day, we're talking about Sony Story of the day, no sponge points against what? Now Tiamba is like, we are here. We're going to be sponging up all those points. We still have a lot more survival stage coming up. But before we go into the next game, we're going to be sending it over to Kalaris in blank.
Yeah, I'd really like to talk about all the other teams here in the survival stage. I'd really not like to overlap with what you guys are saying. But it's all about Tiamba. How are we supposed to ignore what they've been able to do? I think, though, if we really kind of step back and look at those 2 victories they got, though, here, Blank, winning in the face of adversity is what has made Tiamba a world-class team. On Rondo, on the Riverside, being able to hold that down as long as they did, and then on Erangel, sending it from the swamp location, and the perfect timing, very, very important as well.
You are a stage heavy hitter, aren't you, really? You're coming out here swinging with some hard facts, some hard knowledge. I like it. But it is great. The adversity has been a big thing for them, but they've been decisive, clean on a lot of their pushes. I think even just not last game alone, it's nice to see QZ with a bit of teamwork going on. Milu was bouncing off him so well. It's also crazy. I think that one of the things that I like about PL teams is they will use the DBS at mega distance.
Yes.
And it works.
I will say as well, I can pull the curtain back a little bit, as I've just interviewed QZZ. Just before the interview, actually just after that win, you saw as they got up and they were elated, high-fiving and everything like that. He showed me that he hurt his hand. He hurt his hand from the high five alone. So, yes, they were very, very happy.
It's a strong high five right there.
That's a very strong high five.
I bet he whacks that fire button really hard, to be honest with you. But yeah, it's nice to see. Again, for QZZ, came from PRI, FMVP there as well with 39 eliminations, over 7,000 damage. Crazy result from him. It's good to see the rest of Tiamba stepping up though, because there is so much conversation around QZ and how good he is as a player, but I think it's mainly what we're looking at right now with the rest of the team who are all rallying around him. It's easy enough to be that front man, but you have to have people who are following you into that battle.
Well, as Maximum just mentioned on the desk as well, Milu was kind of the determining factor in that first game. Likewise, when you look at the damage output and the damage numbers for that second game, it was, of course, QZZ that was able to kind of take the reins and really run with it. But it wasn't just the timings at which they were able to move. Again, it's the opportunistic gameplay, right? If you take that position away from AGAL in this Erangel game and find yourself bogged down in a fight, if Ulf wants to kind of continue on a little bit of that aggression, you're suddenly going to be taken out. But they were able to shore up their defenses so well after taking out AGAL. I am super impressed by what we've just seen in these first two games.
It's definitely astonishing, and I think Fury is almost a little bit of a other side of the card, right, for that. They were very, very resilient all the way through, even from early on in the game to where they faced off against GOAT team. There they were able to almost dominate just by LOS control, keeping themselves on the left-hand side towards the coast, where GOAT was struggling because eventually they were going to start being spotted out by teams off in the distance, which did happen. And Igor's, man, he was playing phenomenally well all the way up to the end. But Tiamba, just going for that instantaneous push. Now, I really do feel we had another weird one, though, with E-Arena. They had a 4-man on that south side. I think there was just a bit of a stop-starting maneuver from them there, and they weren't able to fully control. It felt like the fight actually came down to Furia and Tiamba to really close it out.
I have my concerns with E-Arena.
Yes, so do I.
Because the thing is you were coming into that late-game scenario and you've got 0 elims. And then I'm thinking to myself, actually, okay, from this position they could win, even though they've got 0 elims. But then kind of flub it in some of these moments. Yes, we have the record-breaking game from the group stage by them, but outside of that, it has not looked fantastic. So they need to really kind of change some things up here throughout the survival stage. Thank you very much, Blank, for joining us. It is time to head over to the casters once again for another game on the grassy pastures of Erangel.
Oh, absolutely, it's time. Let's head on in. Are we going to get another hot drop in Pachinki? Is it going to be a circle that, you know, keeps at least 60% of its area inside of the main landmass? Well, only time will tell. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to come out on top of this one, because Tiamba has taken the first 2. Those are scratched off the card, and we have to get into the rest of it as fast as possible. He's locked and loaded, inches from his screen, focused as anything.
Yeah, assessing the situation early, getting themselves nice and ready for another outing. We have these little establishing shots to some of our squads here, AGAL, Tiamba. A few teams have been bringing the heat. Launching Red Force as well, looking pretty good out there in some of the moments of play. Alpha 7, it's been a bumpy ride. Topsy-turvy with some of the results we've seen. Looks really good for Fury as well, John. Down there on the stage, some of the conversations we've had, they've been pulling out the stops. Getting fired up for Alula. Nice, good celebration.
That's going to be
doesn't need it.
A comfort issue. Yeah, to be fair, if you land forward, out of the game, you're leaning back in your chair. Or at least we'll have to wait and see. Everyone just getting ready, tapping around, playing on that spawn island, waiting for the plane to take to the skies. But I think it's coming through fairly soon. As the lights start to change, the music gains some tempo. And we are gunning for another game here on Erangel. The plane path last time was fairly kind. It was fairly chilled out, a lot of area accessible, no real impetus to go for vehicle hot drops to try and challenge on. This time around, Jackie, the plane path is a little bit more west leaning, so maybe there is some more pressure on things, but are we going to see the hot drop in Pachinki? It's, I mean, I just really don't like hot drops in general. Maybe you can excuse it for the first game, maybe even the first 2 within a new lobby, but on a 12-match set, I think you just got to cut your losses. If you're not able to win it out cleanly, either team should be stepping away from this one.
I think there's a right time, right place for it, and honestly, in my mind right now, this could be one of the opportunities for it. If we start doing it towards the end of the day and we get into the next set of free games on, it might be too far gone. You make a mistake there, it could be cooked instantly. You leave yourself in a sort of safety net to try to build back in. If I was going to run that risk, this is the lobby I'd do it in. Right here, right now, come out, pull out some stops. If you could potentially target one of our top teams, especially looking at Tiamba, right, with how they're building themselves, such an early narrative, shut them down, stop them from accumulating point after point, at least for one game. Could be a door open for you and one closed for them. We'll see. Maybe it's more respectful than I'm thinking.
I feel like targeting the top team themselves, maybe not super useful.
भाई Tiamba ने 2 chicken निकाले, 2
final strategy.
Back to back.
You're aiming for top 6, right?
Doesn't matter, John. You've got to come to the king, you find the biggest man, you shut him down, you get respect for everyone else in the lobby.
Well, we did just see an elimination go through. I believe that was Tiamba actually over towards E-Arena, who have lost one. We've also got the Zaki drop coming through from Dopeness, which is going to leave Geek alone in Pubg. So we don't get that hot drop. Over on the east side is where our circle will go, and I'm happy to say it's quite a lot of land in this one.
Yeah, more reasonable, far more reasonable here, what we've got out of this. Some of the games we've had, it's been a super bumpy ride.
देखते हैं भाई Tiamba अपनी लीड कंटिन्यू रखती है.
Rotation, at least map geometry wise, how they understand it.
अभी फिलहाल टीम्स को बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी, boys.
This though should be better for the lobby in general.
Slightly worried about down on the south side near Novo with Yangon Galacticos and AGAL both dropping in the area. AGAL trying to grab the vehicles. Imagine trying to get across the bridge as fast as possible. The question is, what sort of ammunition does Smile have to play with? Can he catch someone on the cross? Looks for the iron sight spray down with the AKM. There is still more on the menu. There's 2 players in the monster truck try and find their way through. Will they sneak on in? It looks like it's not quite connecting on the spray. Some damage there.
Young
The
Gun
ammo's starting to
Galacticus.
draw low, and they don't have the scopes to really get the distance on this one. Jackie, I think AGAL just make out like bandits on this.
Yeah, get out of there, get away. Only the iron sight, no scope attached for max precision, so he can't get it done even when he throws the clip in the AK. Just a spray from far away, John. No one from AGAL hitting the DCK. It's not even how you spell deck at this point. It's one of those days, John.
No, well, just got to throw an E in there.
That would help.
And it would help, but hasn't helped E-Arena on this drop, unfortunately, throwing an E on the front of Arena. Tiamba were able to get that. They were the team to take them down. Tiamba dropping around that sort of cube compound area, east side of crates, and, well, closer towards the bridges out to the east of South George, and they've rotated now all the way over the north towards Yasnaya, given the circle. Smart, I like it, no notes. Furia out on the west side, fairly uncontested, and we're firmly into the looting phase now.
भाई क्या क्राउड है? Kind doing hat-trick. लगता है सिस्टर तुझे एक काम कहा था भाई, तूने मेरा काम भी नहीं किया. तेरे टैग वाला काम बोला था.
A lot of excitement coming from over there.
Kind doing hat-trick. भाई इस टाइम की वजह से क्वार्टर क्वालीफाई की है.
I have grade 4 drums, which is a qualification.
मेरे से बैश कर सकता है, लेकिन मैं तुझे ये बात बोल सकता हूँ टाइम की वजह से.
Mediocre at best.
Ah, I see.
You know.
हाँ. और पिछले मैच में उसी को गंदा पेला इन्होंने.
That's not even a joke.
पकड़ लिया था उसको.
We'll get him in. We'll send him over to Alpha 7. We'll see if he can do some drumming.
Absolutely. Get him on the paradiddle.
Yeah, we'll patch that one through. We'll get James on the move during the game. Don't worry.
रेवो ही काम कर रहा है भाई.
Looking to drum themselves up a chance in towards those finals. In second place, they've been doing a fine job of it so far, with the points they've been able to accrue. Obviously, a deep run into that first match. Really notable performance coming through from them.
भाई फ्यूरिया और ये से मुझे बहुत उम्मीद है. They need one chicken.
Dealing with Tiamba down on that south side of them. But
bro, A7 आज बहुत हल्का खेल रही है.
They're still in the top 6 for the time being, as close as it is. However, in Primorsk right now, there's a long road ahead of them to try and make their way in.
Yeah, quicker early moves for some. Others using the availability of a longer, safer rotate. Obviously, this is more the consistent sort of play that we prefer to see from squads like Goat and Yangon with how they want to approach it. Something you'll all want to see, though, of course, are the amazing weapon skins that we've got going on here. The event that's currently occurring. That Ninetales Fury Org, a beautiful bit of kit job. Variants as it evolves when you use it. Really cool stuff.
A powerful beast. And you want to lock it inside you. You want to keep it and elevate yourselves to find those various levels of different tails. Moving on into your games on PUBG Mobile.
क्या सीन हुआ तेरी पूरी रात लाइट क्यों नहीं थी भाई?
Looking to add another tail to their story in these survival stages. 5 teams, well, 5th place rather, on the tables right now. 16 points, very much in the thick of it, as we said, with the points being fairly level when you exclude Tiamba from the top side. Furia looked fairly dynamic in that last match. And they took agency into their own hands, which I like to see, I really do. So for them on the southwest side, hopefully they can break through.
अल्फा तो ब्राजील की गंदे तो चाइनीज नुमाइंदगी की शक्लों में.
Area west of
ब्राजील की तो ये है फ्यूरिया.
Positions as well. A lot of open ground, a lot of rolling hills in this
zone. Bro, ब्राजील की तो फ्यूरिया है.
So you need to make sure you get your little patch under control.
Bro, ये तो ज़्यादती वाली बात है अगर ब्राजील को भी 2 स्लॉट मिले हुए हैं तो.
Furia roaming.
Furia तो ब्राजील की है.
RRQ potentially going to be in front of their path as well, so could be a chance for a couple pot shots. There's an overextend on the scout, pulls back quickly enough to get behind them. Do they clash though?
They're being fairly civil right now, Jackie, but getting across this road is when they're going to be completely open to each other. But it looks like, given that most of the players here are in their own vehicles, unlikely you're going to see that second seat spray down. But GeForce, he's on their tail. I mean, fair enough, you follow them a little bit.
Yeah.
Trying to get some information. In the meantime, Geek run into Ulf. This is on the route out from Pachinki from that southwest side, and Geek have lost one. Aaron on the upstairs, looks for more, swaps to the weapon, does a lot of work around the door frame, but the shotgun's still ringing in his ears. One round in the M4 is not quite enough, but Ulf have lost one on the flip side as well, across the way. Scarface has taken a tumble, and Geek are given at least as good as they get, if not better.
What a hat-trick for them as well, right? Great game one, at least keeping themselves in an elevated position in the points and the placements.
ये मेरे पर्सनल saying है, ये मेरे पर्सनल एनालिसिस है. मुझे लगता है टाइन हगना शुरू हो जाएगी.
Limped away would have been brutal. Instead, the
एक पॉइंट पे जाकर टाइन हगना शुरू हो जाएगी. टाइन पूरा टाइन बा.
They're going to have to play in positions that generally are going to need a lot more firepower to hold down those open areas, the dips around that zone, maybe some of the compounds, the buildings in that area.
मैंने देखा है सिनिस्टर. और अब मुझे भी गुस्सा चढ़ रहा है.
This one going.
Bro, छपरी पूना साइड पे कर दो. तुम लोग तमीज से खेल लो, खेलने आयो. नहीं, ये हरकतें कर रहे हैं. तुमने वीडियो देखी है? फलक का मजाक उड़ा रहा था. इंटरव्यू में माइक पकड़ के. इंटरव्यू भी नहीं था, माइक पकड़ के.
It keeps a lot of land in. We're moving away from Yasnaya Fields. We're moving down towards the farm area, the positions east of Potato Hill, and those shelter positions out on the east side. I think are going to cause a lot of problems here because we've got so many teams on the northeast edge. RRQ are already posted up around that area. It looks like they are retreating a bit though, but a lot of teams are going to be trying to move in from this northeast side, and it's going to get messy. It's going to.
That's a John Allen guarantee.
I don't joke about mess.
You can trust those. Man, it's been a bit bumpy as well for a squad like 721 GS, right? You see their POV here. They had a few games back during the group stage where they were able to sort of harass other teams, still good elims, and have their head on a swivel. Thinking maybe they'd be able to elevate themselves in a bit of a generally considered weaker lobby where there's opportunities to rise to the occasion. Our top team certainly have. For them, still down towards the bottom side of the pack in 12th place right now. Got to give us a little bit more if they want to keep themselves in it. Wrap over from Tianba as well. They're going to be on the move down. Can it be the three-peats already eating good today? 47 points in this game.
मैं चाहता हूँ टीम्स को भी उंगली करें. नहीं करेंगे वो, नहीं करेंगे. मैं तुम्हें बताता हूँ उसकी मैं तुम्हें रीजन बताता हूँ. कि मैं तुम्हें रीजन बताता हूँ. वो है एक नंबर का छपड़ी. ठीक है, अब छपड़ी क्यों क्योंकि देखो बाकी टीमों को फर्क नहीं पड़ता वो जो भी हरकतें करें. उंगली करेंगे वो उनको फर्क नहीं पड़ता. ठीक है, वो पाकिस्तानी को उंगली करें क्योंकि देखो सिंपल सी बात है. वो XYZ किसी की टीम को उंगली करें, दैट्स अ नॉर्मल उंगल. पर पाकिस्तान को उंगली करेंगे उनका क्राउड का ये
a little bit more on this game. It's safe to say, but still, like you say, in the position in the northeast side, fairly isolated. Maybe chill out a little bit. I thought it was going to be the northeast side that was going to be a little bit messy, but that seems to have rotated down and split around the prison. Instead, the positions to the north of Milta are going to be much more chock-a-block with our players moving out the Wolves from Milta. Past
और किसी को mingle करेंगे ना, crowd भी like okay ठीक है.
Sorry, who did actually rotate over the water into Milta, which was quite interesting. They were able to jump on in and force the teams in the area out wide. AGAL, who went across that bridge early on, of course, going to that Milta Power area. They went out all the way to the east, and they have now slung into a pretty solid position. But it was Kiwon DRX who were the team to sort of divert them on that part.
ये चक्कर है असल में, इसलिए उंगली का और भाई आपस की बात है, मजाक से हटके वर्ल्ड लाइक से डिसेंट टीम तो रंगो टाना उनका मीडिया मैनेजर जो है, जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का, वो उसको कुछ नहीं कह रहा मैं, वो तो एक नंबर का है, लेकिन उनकी टीम भाई ज्यादा डिसेंट है. वर्ल्ड लाइक छपड़ियों की टीम है भाई, कसम से हरकतें उनकी देखो वहां पे.
All right, not too bad in terms of the positioning for some of our more central squads as well. Non-Shin Red
Force once again got themselves set up early.
It's only dopeness that we're in amongst the set of two players from either side. Ulf near there, Fury instantly rotating off the confirmation of the zone, and Tiamba pushing down as well.
From that east side, look.
भाई आप मेरे दिल से दुआ है कि शॉट के नहीं घुसाएं इनके अंदर.
Around that Ulf position, dopeness just about snaking their way over the top of this one. Remember, Ulf only on 2 players, so really can't do too much to stop this. They're just going to have to hope that they can win a fight. In the meantime, on the southeast edge, it looks like Kiwon DRX having a tough time of things against Alpha 7.
Okay. Alpha 7
down. There's really not much more for them to do here. He wants to try and hold his nerve in the face of Alpha 7, but they haven't lost a player yet, and they're not about to start now. Carrillo,
Alpha 7 का भी क्या भाई?
Shot, and there's a burn down on the last player for the South Korean side.
I think that's by far the cleanest scene of a compound from Alpha 7 today. They get that one done, John, but it doesn't end. They've effectively rung that proverbial dinner bell that's baited over RRQ. So for Alpha 7, they'll have to keep on fighting. Fury up, pushing over as well with AGAL in their line of sight. Height to play with, so at least advantage from that. Liu has limited meds as well. He's going to be able to top himself back up. Fein wall of smoke between them. Good bit of open distance. So if that peels off, Ayala's usually clean for these. Going to somewhat peek out towards the road. Just assess the situation, see if there's room for a couple quick shots.
I feel like they're going to be okay for the time being, but with Wolves moving in from the east side, that could potentially force Furia to crunch in and lose influence. But are the Wolves going to stop there, or are they going to try and keep going a little bit deeper into the zone? I feel like they're going to be more of a problem for AGAL on this situation, and indeed they do head further and further west, getting out of dodge. So
यही रीजन है भाई यार, लाइक कर देना स्ट्रीम को जो देख रहे हैं बॉयज.
Their presence, and the Wolves actually
यार
managed
मैं
to get
सर्वाइवल की स्ट्रीम नहीं करनी चाहिए थी अगर ऐसी मेरी वॉचिंग जानी है तो.
doing
तो
okay,
डेड है
I
भाई.
think it's safe to say, and right on top of the final player from Dopeness as well, to try and make your way into the center of the zone. I'm surprised that the Wolves have gotten as far as they have here, Jackie, because it was a kind of crazy thread through all of this. It was probably helped by the fact that AGAL and Furia were both looking at each other isolated away on that fight, so they just moved over the north side of the ridges that sat there to get into the spot. Good read.
As well. Last time we saw them, of course, they had that great injection back over towards KRX, cleaned up on the compound. Then they were briefly met by IRQ that bailed out on that one. Alpha 7 chasing down Yangon, at least one of their players. They're going to get away. Zone crunching further in again as well. Dead center set up right now from Non-Shin Red Force. Haven't had to move or fight for anything in quite some time.
And they as well. This is pretty decent news for Tiamba, although that less so. They have taken a knock onto QZ. On that east side, Q bearing down upon them. In the meantime, Furia and AGAL starting to come to the forefront. As there's one, there's two knocks as well. A flush coming through from Igor's. And the nades can't quite repel them. Can't quite repel them.
I think Taken 8 का नहीं होगा अगले साल.
Onslaught from Furia. This is tough stuff. XCZ also
viewership नहीं है Taken 8 की
pressure. I think that might be an off angle coming through from Yangon Galacticos. And what can you do? A nade over the back does tag, but doesn't quite get a flush or another knock.
Yeah, just a bit of chip damage.
Taken 8 की viewership नहीं आई इस बार.
Not enough to punish him with. Chief going to step back up with one of his own as well. Dashes it onto AGAL. That's more what you're looking for. Now they can compress in and try and collapse upon the squad.
और ना ही उनके टिकटें भी किए टेकन
going down swiftly as they will lose out. Removed from the equation here as Furia are still standing.
On that south side, lining the roadside now. Well, more of a path, really, if we're honest, but we'll be able to use that ridge line that was protecting the Wolves on their rotate, potentially to launch themselves forwards, but I don't think they can do it fully just yet. Instead, they're going to have to worry about their south flanks and their west and east as well. Alpha 7 rolling over, trying to
official EWC ने start share किया ना, उसके मुताबिक नहीं है इनकी watching.
They're not quite getting fully stuck in just yet, Jackie. They're calming things down. And hit the deck.
EWC ने अपने viewership के stats share किए थे उन्होंने, तो अभी तक के सबसे lowest रही है.
A lot of noise in the arena right now. Here at the Qiddiya City grid, it's been getting pretty fiery.
EWC के हिसाब से देख बोल रहा हूँ. उनको देखो, EWC को अपना देखना है. देखो बेसिकली चक्कर क्या है सिस्टर, EWC को देखना है कि ऑन इवेंट कितने टिकटें भी किए हैं इस गेम में, समझे?
They want to hunt for more. There are goats out to the west, and they want to find them. Irina and Al-Ula now coming into conflict. Remember, Irina losing a player on the drop, so they are as 3, and 3 players from Al-Ula bearing down upon them, a 4th to join them pretty swiftly too. Nades not quite connecting on the first form of the hold, but 2 immediate knocks come through, and the flushes are brutal and coordinated. 2 now players for Al-Ula on the back side of this fight, but there is a third party from Go Up the Hill.
ये viewership उधर से count करते हैं. YouTube वगैरह की viewership I don't think इनको matter करती है.
With a beautiful 1-2 punch to kick things off, and a lovely shutdown from Turney K for the final Elin there. There was no way to get into that compound.
No, not for love nor money. Couldn't brute force their way through, but talking of which, look who's in the back line. GOAT team's representative, the solo, a force arcs the nade through the doorway to try and deal damage. That's going to be the spread from the molly, making it uncomfortable. Another one bounces just off the periphery, trying to thread the needle. A further Molotov goes in, keeping them guessing. 3 nades in the back pocket as well to cycle those over.
मुझे कभी-कभी लगता है सिनिस्टर,
just hoping this
गलत हो सकता हूँ.
end
ईवो
as
पे भी
they
ना,
cower in the
ईवो पे
building.
ऑडियंस बैठी होती है, ईवो जो USA वगैरह हो रहा था, इसमें भी जो ऑडियंस होते हैं वो मोस्टली स्पॉन्सर्ड ऑडियंस बैठी होती है.
Away from this fight because the
They are
circle's
never
gone
invested in the match,
and you
भाई.
do need to get out. A bounce on the
और
final
सोचने की
lane,
बात
and
है,
he goes. The DBS in
ईवो
hand,
USA
looks
हो
for
रहा
one,
है.
but he can't even connect on the
इधर
first.
टेकन का ईवो USA हो रहा है, USA का कोई प्लेयर भी नहीं खेला, वो क्यों आएंगे देखने?
Jackie, they've got 30 seconds, or well, a little bit less now to move before this zone is going to shut them out.
Decent distance to try and conquer as well to get over there, so it's not an easy pathway for them. The solo representative of Go team there having it all blow up in his face. Ironic after how many nades he throws. But it is what it is. In the arena, if you thought you'd finally have a safe exit path, no chance to egress yet as DK come back in for even more. 5 nades in the back pocket. Let's see if he can do better than Goat on these. Chuck in one straight through the doorway. Smoke out as well to provide some semblance of cover for them. Easy for Bad Boy trying his luck. They're low, they're trapped. I mean, they're going to be ushered out by the zone. You've got Cycloud up on top as well for Yangon with potential chance on the periphery. Are they even going to get out here, John? They try and jump in the vehicle.
They've got a lot of distance already. 2 players from Irina moving away. Schweppes may be the sacrificial lamb. They have a vehicle that they stole earlier or were aware of earlier. DK taking shots from the off angle. I mean,
I don't think so
spending a lot
FGC को
of
टेकन
time
पसंद है.
outside of the zone
ये
to
मेरा
try and
personal
make this one
opinion है.
happen. The fact
FGC
they've
टेकन
let
नहीं
2
देखती.
players get away and they're taking shots from a third party is quite nasty.
अगर तुम अमेरिका का रीजन पूरा उठा के देखोगे ना, मोस्टली वहाँ पे तुम्हें मॉडल कमबैक के स्ट्रीट फाइटर प्लेयर मिलेंगे.
Yeah, for Irina, I
स्ट्रीट
feel like
फाइटर में मॉडल कमबैक प्लेयर
may
मिलेंगे
have
मोस्टली.
overcommitted for it, and instead they're losing more than they gain.
I don't think so.
by
They are
quite a
invested
long
in
way.
Taken.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the knock-on effect,
Street
right?
अब वो
Smart
मॉडल
just
कमबैक
being
खेलते हैं
able
उधर.
to third party onto this with the backup of Saycloud further ahead to Korea Arena. Been trapped for so long. Every time they get past one squad, another one comes over to punish them once again. So they're farming points off the back of this with Mormon going down to the play zone.
ये नहीं कह रहे कि बिल्कुल ही 0 बंदा खेलता होता, खेलते हैं लेकिन
Schweppes
majority.
barely pushed out. But there's a timeline where he's the only survivor left for Geekay. Fragmented off the back of their engagement. Results in the last man falling to dopeness.
Ooh, north side, 7-2-1. GS and Tiamba going toe-to-toe, and right now, Tiamba don't seem to have anything in the back pocket.
वर्ल्ड कप में टेकन से भी डेड है, अमेरिका में नहीं डेड ना, वही तो बात है, तो मैं वही तो बता रहा हूँ.
And could our top team finally take a tumble? With 3 elims, they'd be going down with just the 1 placement point.
तो पता है मेरा cousin उधर
behind the
रहता है.
shack. Gets the first aid and the smokes are there. Might be able to dart forwards, but he's already taking a lot of damage, and the blue zone's right up top
New
of
Orleans
it.
वाली साइड पे
Jackie,
रहता है.
it's gonna tick, it's gonna do it. And Malik
ठीक है?
gets the final blow. Finally.
न्यू ऑर्लिन्स वाली साइड पे रहता है. उसने मुझे बताया था, कहता है यहाँ पर टेकन के तुम्हें बहुत कम प्लेयर मिलेंगे, तुम्हें न्यू ऑर्लिन्स पूरा भरा हुआ उससे मिलेगा.
They're up to 49 now. Still a very hefty total.
Cut short the storyline of a triple from Tiamba.
ओवरऑल उससे ना गेमिंग पे बात हो रही थी, तो कहते हैं कि एफपीएस गेमों को तो निकाल दो, उसमें तो अमेरिका अलग ही लेवल पे है, लेकिन हम फाइटिंग गेम्स की बात कर रहे थे. कहता है क्योंकि मेरा कदम यहाँ से गया हुआ ना, तो वही आर्केड मशीनों पे खेलता था पहले, क्यों बटन वाली गेम है, आई मीन लाइक जो वही मल्ले में जाके. तो अभी खैर वो तो बड़ा हो गया, 45 years का होगा. तो मुझे बता रहा था, कहता कि यहाँ पे कहता मैंने जनरली ये नोटिस किया कि वर्ल्ड कप के लोग ज्यादा दीवाने.
It may not be a winning position, but it would have been brilliant for Tiamba if they'd been able to hold it to convert another strong game. They lost a player earlier on, though, and I feel like that was kind of the major changing point, the inflection point for the squad. Losing that one player, they lost the ability to have the full force resistance against a full crash that came through from 721 GS. And if they'd had 4 players, I think that would have been a different story. And they could have been the ones on this north side looking to line everyone up as they roll forwards.
उसका जब मैं 2XTO खेल रहा था, ये
Side for sore eyes for the Alpha 7.
यार ये गेम 2XTO तो डेड हुई है भाई, कसम से. Not a nice game. It had a potential, but dead हो गई. तो डेड ही होना था इन्होंने. I mean like
with a peek out.
मैं समझ नहीं आई कि हार्ड गेम्स को फाइटिंग गेम बनाने की क्या चुन पड़ी.
Yangon Galacticos taking them down to a triple threat with a backdoor assault as well from Furia onto the sightline. Getting a bit more scary.
Landing not quite on top, goes a little bit too far there. Igors wants to try and connect, but I mean the damage is pouring in from Furia, from Alpha 7, and Yangon Galacticos are trapped. There's nowhere for them to go. There is no easy way to move forwards. I think that might be E-Arena out as well in the meantime. Up in second place on the overall standings, but Furia, I think, now guaranteed to be surpassing them. Yangon Galacticos want to try and stop them, though, at this point, and they send straight over the top. Furia are going to have to face off, but Yangon Galacticos not quite able to punch through. Igor's still left down in the dirt. The drop down's just too strong. Yangon cannot get it done.
Furia fighting tooth for now and looking damn good whilst doing it too, but you've got to get your man back up. He's been a huge part of the roster, but taking shots from RRQ might cut that storyline short for them and leave them in a worse position. It's good damage. Here's the push up though. Oh, the nade over from Chief. The spear of Furia strikes into RRQ.
And there go the rounds, finding that flush as well. There is a knock over onto Igors. Oh, sorry, the flush coming through. And Ayala does go down as well. Silence trying to make a break for it. Out wide, can't quite connect with the front bumper, but draws some fire, gives some protection, makes a little distraction. Chief is going to fall, and RRQ are going to win out on this trade. In the meantime, a massive flex out coming through from Nongshim Red Force. Really timely as well. And we'll be able to clip the wings of Alpha 7 somewhat, losing at least one, but there is a knock, there is a response. However, Obscure
यहाँ से कौन सी टीम जाएगी जो आगे जाके मुश्किल क्रिएट कर सकती है हमारे लिए भी? क्या लगता है?
Could stop them doing just that.
They've got the hillside peak onto it. Rabo exposed from the backside. Looking good. Oh, it's an easy takedown as well onto Obscure that was knocked prior. Such little HP left to play with for Alpha 7. They're not going to be remaining alive for much longer at this point. The split from Nonshin was well timed and well executed. Korea, all that remains. Oh, barely missing on the driver. Trying to bonnet in with a vehicle. Firing off warning shots, but that's all they are. Just warnings as they're gone again. out in 4th place on this one.
Alpha 7 भी गई भाई.
Remaining.
What a timing on that.
NS
RRQ
RRQ
as well. That
721
flex out down to the
GS
south.
और
Really instrumental. It gets rid of Alpha 7 and
NS
it felt like
या
maybe
RRQ
they were
का
going to
chicken
lose
है.
1 or 2 players there.
I will
But
say
the
NS.
RRQ peak over the ridgeline kept Nongshim safe, and they have managed to get that res, get back to their compound, and back
NS का
more
chicken है.
crucially to the circle as it shifts all the way up north, and RRQ are going to have to make a mad dash here.
Yeah, Nongshim licking their lips right now with how they played this one. Early game was good for them. Weren't really contested too much. RRQ getting hit by the zone as well, so it's just getting messy out there.
वैसे अगर सिनिस्टर रियलिस्टिकली देखा जाए क्या लगता है 40 की क्या पोजीशन लगती है अगर रियलिस्टिकली देखा जाए क्योंकि आप मुझे पता है ये तो मुझे पता है ओजी और बॉर्डर टारगेट करेगी
The player on the south side, Rayan, should have angles on this.
ओजी करे ना करे बॉर्डर लाइक करेगी.
Nongshim Red Force do have the toe sight and will be able to clip those nails, and that's going to leave RRQ
721 GS or NS.
A 4 versus 3 from the position that Tiamba were holding.
NS का चिकन है भाई.
Who've been in this spot for the longest time.
चिकन for NS भाई. Hello, chicken NS.
21 GS had some moments of greatness in the group stage. It feels like if they want to try and revitalize themselves and prove that they can go further, fight for an opportunity into finals, this is a game they need to win to get themselves in that headspace. For Nongshim, it's more of that consistent force. A team that we know can go above and beyond in a position to do just that, with the advantage of not only their position, but the numbers as well. Battle of attrition on their side, John.
This is a jump up to second place on the cards for Nongshim Red Force. And for 721 GS, it's a chance to try and join closer towards the top 6. Early doors on the tournament does mean there is incredible amounts of volatility on the tables. And Nongshim would love to try and rise above that. That's exactly what they're looking to do here. TZ with the flex out, even though the monster truck's gone up in smoke, is brilliant because there's still 2 players who have to crest this ridge, who have to get across the road for 721 GS. And when they do, it's open season. Nongshim are going to be on the hunt.
NS मारो यार निकालो.
It's been some great reactions.
अरे तो वही टीम है मलिक और रेहान की. 721 GS तो मलिक और रेहान की टीम है. 721 GS.
I feel like I've got to back him from some of the angles
we've
seen.
देखते 721 GS कहाँ की टीम है?
Gunplay's through the roof right now for this team. Coaching staff watching on as well. Fingers crossed and hoping for the best result for the squad. Seems like there's still a decent amount of utility left in the back pockets there for 721. It's going to be the smokes over, create a pathway, smoke wall up on the roadside. Vehicle to play with for the rotate.
Do they have the cover though? Can they get there safely? The cannons start to fire. The nades are pouring in from TZ on that off angle. They know that he is a vulnerable position for Nongshim Red Force. So if they can get into nade range of him, that might change the dynamics of this circle, Jackie, because Nongshim Red Force also do need to move forwards. They have managed to deal a blow to strike a player down on that crossing. So now they need to go a little bit more bread and butter.
Thing is, if they're thinking Tizzy's the vulnerability, I think in reality he might be the volatility they need to open this one up. You expose yourself for even a second, that off angle, he's so damn crisp with it, he's going to be punishing you towards the side. These nades as well, every time just eating away at them, draining out some of that additional medical utility. That circle's going to start to crunch him. Really going down to the wire on this one.
Nongshim do have the more central position with their forward spots here. Not too sure how many nades are in the back pocket for 721 GS, but XZY launches one forwards. Doesn't quite go the distance. TZ also lobbing it on in. The volley starts to come on through. Remember, the numbers are still in the advantage of Nongshim Red Force. Oh, that looked quite good. That was from Hyunbin on the back lines. TZ starts to move and Alico clips him, immediately shutting him down. A really good opener, but there's a nade in response, and Hyunbin connects again. Up into the sky. Oh, he bounces it down. Alico's going to be forced out wide, but no one's looking. No one's ready for it. The flush comes through to Malik, and it's a 2v3.
Scary scenes off the back of that. Panic stations.
भाई Malik पाकिस्तानी हो सकता है.
Looking for the reset on the follow-up. That's the last one dashed in towards
तो पूरा नाम Malik अयूब अली.
Damage.
ये पाकिस्तानी होगा.
They're being constantly peppered by these. Molotov goes over as well.
Grenade.
Just decent damage, but no conversion. Another peek back out. Rahan falls. This isn't looking great now. Down to a solo, trapped in an awkward angle. Shots over. Can't quite find it. It's not enough as Nonshin see red and get that one done. The aggression pays off. Taking the chicken dinner and game 3.
Some really timely maneuvers coming through from Nongshim Red Force. That flex out to the south with the duo to have an impact.
This isn't quite pays off. Taking the chicken dinner and game 3.
Some really timely maneuvers coming through from Nongshim Red Force. That flex out to the south with the duo to have an impact on the fight with Alpha 7 was so important. RRQ as well were forced to stay on that south side. The subsequent circle shift all the way up to the north does help them out immensely, but even if it had gone south, they had that outpost. They had that opportunity to move forwards. They chose their timing perfectly, and every single step, it felt like they were in control. It felt like they knew what they were doing, and they had a backup plan in case it didn't go to it.
Good signs of life there. A team that, again, you know, we know can rise to the occasion.
Yo, Astro, welcome to the live stream.
Really love that one split where they pushed out as well, right? That was kind of a pivotal play where you saw not only are they happy to just play with their cards close to their chest, but if they need to split off, take aggression to a team that, if got far into that game, like Alpha 7, we know they're very volatile. They can make big plays. You've silenced that early. You've not left it in their hands, John, which makes a big difference for them.
Yo, long time
Absolutely.
no see.
I mean, you take away agency from.
भाई आप बिजी बहुत हो किसी को सारे मैचेस पबजी में जीते हुए देखें
those
आप
paths to
बिजी बहुत हो
victory
भाई
much easier, even if you
When
have
is the
a
final
little bit
match?
more of
आज
a
नहीं है
branching
भाई
diagram, right? You are aware of exactly where you need to be going. Triple thumbs up. Not going to get the 4th Jackie. That would be silly. It's only match 3.
That was on point, on brand. Dinner, 3 thumbs. It's basic maths, John.
The numbers are
पर
great.
मेरा सवाल है एस्ट्रो सही से जवाब दोगे
Crunched, just like every other team under the boot of Nongshim Red Force.
सही से जवाब दोगे
Really
क्या
nice
वो
stuff.
सब मैचेस में चिकन
They
कर
were
पाए
obviously in that
सब मैप
compound for a
में
very long time. They didn't need to make a lot of decisions during the mid game, which was really quite safe for them. It was very homely, I'm sure. So good news on that front.
मलिक अयूब अली
It does take a really strong team to not get super comfortable in that, and that's kind of why I'm focusing so much on that flex out to the south, right? Because it means that they were permanently, constantly, unrelentingly thinking, when do we go? Where do we go? Who are we targeting? What are we going to achieve with a flex out? That sort of thought line is exactly what we want to see from a team looking to make their bid to get in the finals and a chance to win that oh so special trophy.
It's a beautiful bit of kit. An amazing trophy, obviously the pride of it as well. Taking the event, putting your emblem inside the middle portion there that you can see is currently open for any of our teams. Still the potential of a
copy content नहीं होता
become the end of tomorrow, John.
टेंशन ना लो मैं भी कॉपी करूंगा
Not one of our previous champions, but both of them. They're both.
आप नहीं समझोगे मैं भी कॉपी करूंगा उसके रीजन है उसके मैं तुम्हें रीजन बताता हूं
They make it out. Time will tell. We'll find out later.
छोड़ दो मैं किसी टाइम फिर बताऊंगा लेकिन इसको मैं भी कॉपी करूंगा अभी
3 subscriptions. Stop this.
बट मैं सिर्फ एक बात बोलूंगा दूसरों को देख के मुंह चपड़ों से लाल करने का कोई फायदा नहीं होता है काश कोई समझ जाए दूसरों को देख के अपना मुंह चपड़ों से लाल करने का कोई फायदा नहीं होता ये मोड खेला ब्रेन रॉट वाला नहीं खेलते यार दिन लगाते हैं इससे बेहतर यार वैसे एक आपस की बात है, मैंने सुना था कि ब्रेन रॉट हटा रही है लोग, हटाया नहीं, ये क्या चक्कर है? मैंने रोब्लॉक्स का सुना था ब्रेन रॉट हटा रही है लोग, रोब्लॉक्स वाले ब्रेन रॉट में कोई सीन पार्ट हुए थे तो मैंने सुना था ब्रेन रॉट हटा रही है लोग, कोई माइनर वाला कोई सीन हुआ था। क्या सीन है इसका यार? लाइक कर देना यार। एस्ट्रो और सिनिस्टर भाई, तुम लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ, मेरे डिस्कॉर्ड सर्वर का टैग तो लगा लो। एस्ट्रो ब्रो मेरे डिस्कॉर्ड सर्वर का टैग तो लगा लो। They can never. Why? What's the reason behind it? मैंने सुना था भाई कि they are removing because okay, that's interesting. मैंने सुना था यार कोई माइनर वाला सीन हुआ है तो they are removing it. मुझे नहीं पता ये बात सही है या नहीं सही। I heard it like you can say it कोई 5-6 महीने पहले मैंने सुना था कि जब ब्रेन रॉट रिमूव कर रही है लोग। यार मेरे पास एक गेम है, मैं एक आइडिया लगाता हूँ, एक सेकंड। ये नाम है ना सर गेम, बट पूरी स्ट्रीम पे नहीं। उसका क्रिएटर हर दिन एडमिन अब्यूज करता है सैटरडे को। एडमिन अब्यूज में क्या क्या मिलता है तुम्हें? व्हाट डू गेट एन एडमिन अब्यूज भाई? तो कोई चक्कर ही नहीं।
这个更别说。
एस्ट्रो बेटा चुपचाप टैग लगा लो मेरे सर्वर का।
NGX 给个 A 吧。
रिक्वेस्ट ही कर रहा हूँ भाई।
下来 Hora。
आ रहा हूँ यार ये कर।
反正现在每个等级都有。对，我觉得贴很完美，很完美，很完美，没有要变的了。是的。那这就是我们 AGL 的选手现在定下来的评级了，不知道大家怎么看呢？
Where am I? Here I am, baby. We're currently at the Fan Expo for PUBG Mobile in Naruto. There's a lot of awesome stuff going on here. If you guys want to check it out, it's currently open from August 11th through August 16th. Come check out the awesome collaborations between them, PUBG Mobile, Naruto, and a bunch more as we have just a random man flying by. You didn't even get a chance to see that one. Maybe you'll see it again later on. But we're going to talk about Nanshin Brand Force. We're joined by Barney, Maxman, and another, the Neptura. Nanshin Red Force with an amazing gameplay in that last game, having to do pretty much absolutely nothing throughout the first half of the game, and then afterwards actually being proactive about it.
Yeah, I mean, Nanshin Red Force dropping Razen Shurikens all over the place here on Orangle. Very excited to see a win, but despite that being a win, it was not a very impressive win because they dropped farm. They literally played there the entire game. It was kind of a gifted game for them, but you know what? I'll take it. If it gets me an opportunity to see them in the finals, I'm biased. I don't care. It's a win.
You know what? You heard it here first, folks. But oh, and there he goes again.
That was so fast. I don't know who it was.
यार मेरे
Who
पास
is that?
Who was that,
अल्फा
bud?
मेरे पास एक रोब्लॉक्स की बड़ी अच्छी गेम आई है, उसका आइडिया लगाऊंगा मैं।
I don't know either. It's fine. It's fine.
What is this segment, by the way?
It's just a fun segment. Welcome to PMWC at EWC 26. What were you going to say, Natura?
No, I was just going to say, yes, they were heavily gifted this win. Heavily. However, Tizzy, being that anchor point, is what won them the game. And I will say that you are looking at a team that knows how to play this game. That's all I gotta say, right? Because Tizzy moving up to that rock, making sure that he's that anchor point, allowing his teammates to push forward into nade range onto 721, so that even when Tizzy did get knocked, it didn't matter. The game was already won. So that kind of synergies, that kind of gameplay was really, really nice to see. And it made it more of a win than just being gifted that win. They made that win happen.
They did make that win happen. TC with the off angles. kills, and then 7-1 helping them out by just absolutely fumbling a nade. If you do all that kind of stuff, you'll definitely be able to get a win. But you were asking, what is this segment? Let me just give a quick reminder of what's going on. This is the fan zone experience for PUBG Mobile lovers. So make sure you guys come check it out. As I said earlier, open August 11th through the 16th. You can come here, maybe get some cool Naruto bananas, maybe get some extra swag, check out some of the other collaborations currently going on, and with some prizes. But oh, wait, you got that one from here?
Yes.
The creator goes.
Oh my goodness, this man is swagged out.
It's mine, don't touch it.
But Barney, while we have you here, when you come into survival stage, we usually have to talk about the mentality of some of these players, right? Because there is.
अच्छा मैं तुम्हें बताता हूँ, मैंने स्टील द ब्रेन रॉट की तब मेरे स्ट्रीमों पे नहीं आते थे, तब की बात है, मैंने स्टील द ब्रेन रॉट की स्ट्रीमें की हैं एंड एक्चुअली मुझे उसमें अच्छे खासे लोग देख रहे थे। मुझे समझ नहीं आया कि स्टील द ब्रेन रॉट में ऐसा क्या है कि लोग बैठ के देख रहे हैं। आई डू नॉट नो, लेकिन आई रियलाइज कि जो लोग मुझे देख रहे हैं ना, दे आर वेरी स्मॉलर ऑडियंस। ऐसा तुमने यार लाइक भी नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को।
games out of the 12, so it's really impressive to see.
Weird push around from Silence to be coming over into that vehicle, moving away from his team just as they're getting pushed, and trying to come back for a distraction thing. But really the better option would have been an off angle. We should have seen Silence able to have an off angle play and then try and help his teammates. In the way he kind of abandoned them, that's what it felt like. And so I want to see that sort of tactic being shaped up a little bit to actually help them, not hinder them.
I gotta say though, looking at the end of this game, especially with the replay, it's 7-2-1 sure don't get themselves the chicken dinner, but the smokes to deny vision from all of Nongshim Red Force as they tried to leave their own compound. Again,
Astro, मेरे पास आइडिया आ रहा है।
Impressive. So 7-2-1, despite not getting a win.
अब मुझे पता है कि सुन के चोरी करके आइडिया लगा लेगा। ठीक है, मेरे पास एक आइडिया आ रहा है कि इधर स्टील द ब्रेन रॉट की प्रॉपर स्ट्रीम करें, थंबनेल टाइटल डाल के, लेकिन मैं तुमने मेरे साथ खेलना है तो फिर बोलो, ये नहीं कि तुम बीच में भाग जाओ। प्रॉपर स्टील द ब्रेन रॉट खेलेंगे। लॉल, लेकिन अब मैं जब भी जाता हूँ ना, मुझे नहीं पता मेरे साथ ही ऐसा होता है, तुम्हारे साथ भी होता है, मुझे गेम डेड लगती है, ये ज्यादा बेसिस एम्प्टी होती है। I don't know अब डेड है नहीं डेड क्या चक्कर है, लेकिन मुझे डेड ही लगती है।
Need to see some RRQ presence.
Yeah, we need to see some RRQ actually. They ended up doing a cool rotation a little bit towards the end of the game where they ended up going south. It seemed like they were going to be a bit too passive, but then we saw the aggressiveness out of them, and I'm loving that we're getting more people, more stuff from PUBG Mobile just joining us here. Got a cool. How's your day going? Pew, pew. Okay, cool. Hey, that's what's up, man.
I tell you what, though, I've got to say, a team to look
क्या कहोगे, डेड है या नहीं है?
Is GOAT team. They're one of those teams that will consistently be putting up numbers in every single game. There's nothing flashy about them. They will always just keep.
People go to private bases. Okay. Bro, what's the fun in playing in private bases? नहीं, एक सेकंड. What's the fun in playing in private bases? इसके पीछे क्या लॉजिक है? ठीक है, वो मुझे समझ है कि प्राइवेट बेस में तुम्हारा कोई ब्रेन रॉट नहीं चोरी कर सकता. I get it. But what's the fun over there? Is there any fun playing in private base?
I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing you there shortly. He could have just done the what's the name of that jutsu, Max? Where you just end up appearing?
Shadow clone jutsu. You want to do like you create yourself a clone of yourself and you disappear?
Hey, we did that for the PUBG Mobile guy. They were able to kind of show up here.
Play unknown jutsu right now. Look at that.
Any teams that have surprised you today?
Not dead. Okay. Oye, katana iske haath mein.
Back to their day one of the group stage that we saw, I was saying they have a lot more presence, and so far over the last few games we have seen.
Bro, हर रोज तो एडमिन नहीं आता ना. तुमने भी क्या बोला था कि the creator goes on every Tuesday and Thursday.
Really heavy on those splits. Say Cloud moving over.
तुम समझे नहीं. मतलब जो लोग मोस्टली प्राइवेट में खेल रहे हैं उनको क्या फायदा मिल रहा है? मतलब चलो ठीक है, 2 दिन छोड़ दो. 2 दिन जो तुमने मुझे बताए हैं, गिव मी डेड मुर्गा. तुम मुर्गा ले लो, मुझे ये दे दो. मुझे ये दे दो.
Yangon, honestly, it's a defending champions here at PMWC. I would like to see them in the finals just because we haven't gotten a chance to see them at all since.
यानी तुम मुझे ये कहना चाह रहे हो, एस्ट्रो तुम मुझे सब ये कहना चाह रहे हो कि जो प्राइवेट में खेल रहे होते हैं, वो जो एडमिन को निकाल दो, जो लाइनों में जा रहे होते हैं ब्रेन रॉट, वो भी रेयर वाले मिलते हैं।
Genuinely, look at their rotations. They get
मैं यही कहना चाह रही हूँ, सिर्फ एडमिन ही ड्रॉप करता है वो।
issue is, and this is something that is a main issue for Ulf going into all of their tournaments. They're a team that sometimes they go dead center of the circle, but they're not super playable. Sometimes you see them in a shed, you'll see them around a tree or a rock, and the moment teams have a point of contention around you, they spot an angle on the entire squad, they get instantly eliminated. I kind of want to see Ulf play a bit more edge. I feel like edge playstyle is actually what suits Ulf.
अभी मुझे तुम दोनों ये सिनिस्टर और एस्ट्रो दोनों में समझाओ, ये ब्रेन ये तुम साहूर और ये जो ब्रेन रॉट वाले टॉयज और इनके ओरिजिनलिटी कहाँ से आई है, ओरिजिन क्या है इनका, क्या इनकी लोर क्या, अगर तुम्हें पता हो दोनों को।
Decimated right away, and Ulf in a lobby of this caliber 7, we know you're going to struggle if you don't have a good spot to play from.
Which is crazy too, because it's usually one of those teams that we're able to see them being even more aggressive. They're able to, especially with what you're saying, when they're able to play, they're going to be able to take full advantage of that. But right now,
you don't get rest up on random. यार random lobby नहीं, private lobbies की बात कर रहा हूँ। Private में जो लाइनों में अंदर जा रहे होते हैं ब्रेन रॉट, वो भी रेयर होते हैं।
That spread coming on through, they're not being as aggressive as the lobby is demanding, and that's the real problem here, is because they want to play slowly, and the lobby is just like, no, we're playing too fast for that. You've got to keep up, or you're going to go out.
नहीं, एक्चुअली में मेरा सवाल समझा ही नहीं है। मैंने तुम्हें सवाल पता है क्या, तुमने कहा है ना कि प्राइवेट लॉबीज के अंदर एडमिन रेयर ड्रॉप करता है, ठीक है मान लेते हैं, बट मैं ये पूछूं कि रादर देन एडमिन रेयर ड्रॉप करता है 2 दिन आके, उसके अलावा लोग प्राइवेट लॉबी में क्यों खेलते हो, तुमको क्या एडवांटेज होता है? मैं तुमसे ये पूछ रहा हूँ तुमसे।
Back we are, the survival stage. What does survival mean to you?
I mean, just survive with the minimum you can have, you know?
Surviving with the minimum, that's interesting. Okay, Luti, I'd like to ask you, how long do you think you'd be able to survive, like, on this stage, just by yourself? What would you need?
इसके पीछे की क्या साइंस है?
I think 4 days. I just need a little bit of food, I guess. Yeah, something like that.
Okay, you got food, you get one other thing. What else do you have? Yeah, one.
I mean, just a bottle of water.
A bottle of water. Oh, it appears like your dreams have come true.
Yeah, that's cool.
It is cool, isn't it? Right, yeah. I'll see you tomorrow, mate. Enjoy.
But Bonnie, it was like it was just a metaphor. It's just a metaphor. I'm not gonna stay on stage. It's a small bottle. Okay, I will figure out. Spike to you, casters. I need another one. Bonnie! Bonnie!
Let's get it going as we're getting ready for the final 3 matches of day 1 of the survival stage. iAndroid here with my man Blake, and we are ready to go here.
There we are. It's been a good time so far. Tiamba currently,
yes,
they are
hitting everybody with that
Bro, respawn machines,
if you know you
and then let you get the real brain rot, you gotta trade brain rot with other people. That's economy.
Automatic lock to the finals.
यार वो छोड़ो, अभी छोड़ दो इस बात को, तो मेरा क्वेश्चन ही नहीं समझ पा रहे। Just fuck this.
Make it happen here.
Yeah, bro. I think for Tiamba, this is already a fantastic start. They just need to keep on working, keep on grinding. I think right now QZ's kind of feeling it. So is Milu. Milu's doing wonderful work. I think Maxim was rightly highlighting him earlier on in the day. We are getting in towards our 4th match though, hitting up Erangel. We are over from that eastern side down towards the south and over up Noya. It's a little bit of an awkward one to work with here, Hot Jukes, but we have had pretty much disgusting playing paths followed by disgusting circles the entirety of EWC 2026 here at PMWC. So I didn't expect anything less.
Yeah, these zones have just been relentless. It's unbelievable. You know what? But it's all about being able to adapt, able to make those plays and make it happen. So we're looking right now at the overall ranking. We're only looking at top 6. It's top 6 that move on. Everybody else is going home here. So right now that cutoff is going to be GOAT with 22 points. It's going to be really up to these teams down below to start turning things up right now. I think they've kind of already burned through the head games that they can have.
If there's anything to go by,
ठीक है। अब तुमने मुझे बड़ा प्यारा जवाब दे दिया। Thank you bro, मुझे समझ लग गई है।
Don't quote me on that in future, but
तो गाय ब्रांड
what we saw going
okay, अब तुमने मुझे बड़ा प्यारा जवाब दे दिया।
We were looking at 95. There was that point sponge over at the top side in Vitality though, so maybe 85 to 90 points overall for 6th, and it goes up from there. Right now, Tiamba.
The guy, man, okay.
They need like 40 more points on the day, which is ridiculous.
Got it, bro. Got it. समझ गया हूँ मैं, समझ गया हूँ।
Lock themselves in fairly easily at the end of today.
तुमने जब मुझे एक स्लॉट बता दी ना, मैं समझ गया।
30 more points they can get right now. He's fantastic. They're starting off wonderfully over towards Yaz. It's an early dropout as well, so they get
very looted very quickly. Then it's a case
Bro,
of just
आपने मुझे बहुत प्यारे से
out
समझाया.
towards that western edge. But there are a couple more teams we do need to talk about. RQ, for instance, goodness me, good job to them. I think that although they haven't been massively loud in these games, some decent rotates, some good presence in these endgame circles. Nothing insane just yet, but I think for RQ this feels like a much more comfortable ride. You know, we got the suspension going at the moment for RQ. Let's just keep that happening. Let's stay on the smooth.
सही है, सही है, सही है, सही है.
Speaking of, you know what? Where we're going.
यानी जो चीज तुम्हारा दिमाग खराब करती है, जो AI की चीज तुम्हारा दिमाग खराब करती है.
Already getting in the glider off the rip here. He's going to be keeping an eye over Severny. But you know what? You guys need to make sure you keep an eye in game and get that Uzumaki Naruto event going. Get that Ninetales Fury AUG. You definitely want to get your hands on that before it is gone. And you can see Yasser. He said, "Okay, I got
Brain
the
not
glider,
won't
I
get
got my
me. It even won't get.
We
यार,
are ready to go here."
मुझे तुम्हारी एज नहीं पता, बट मैं तुम्हें ये कहता हूँ तुम 15-14 साल के बच्चे नहीं हो.
If you can, it's going to be a little bit late for it, but it should be all right. Alula though.
मैं उधर ना राहिम परदेसी की वीडियो देख रहा था. उसने स्नैप इंस्टाग्राम पे लगाई थी स्टोरी. अपने बच्चे के साथ खेले और उसका बच्चा टॉयज का नाम बता रहा है. कहते हैं टुंग 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 सहूर क्या होता है?
Towards the top side of Rozok and beyond. That's Yasna.
नहीं, राहिम परदेसी नहीं था, गजनफर था.
South George, yeah. Everyone knows that.
Everybody knows
That's
that.
the classic.
Karachi wines वाला.
It's the classic. So I mean, this is kind of a. It's good to
भाई
see
कसम खुदा की मुझे तो चीज़ समझ नहीं आती.
here about time.
I don't understand.
Yeah, it's about time we actually see one here. So I think these teams are kind of breathing a sigh of relief. And now it's time for, to kind of get rid of any excuses, especially for these teams down in that bottom 8 to really start playing catch up here, because Rondo has just been proving that map that it's just such a wild card for all these squads. We saw a 39-point game for E-Arena in just one single one. So, yeah, teams at the bottom could have a crazy pop-off match, but a team at the top could do it as well. So, I think if you have the opportunity, like a normal circle here, you got to take advantage of it.
You do. I think right now is an easy time to be going for something a little bit more casual, a little bit more chilled out. For Wolves, hey, you're not their biggest fan at the moment, which is totally understandable. It's understandable. It's totally understandable. There has been some, let's say, minor mistakes here and there from Wolves, but this is a good start for them. And I think it always has been difficult as time goes on with those kind of circles. If you're not experienced, you don't have that idea of how to play that at a lobby this level, you are going to get caught out. But this is a big chance. Now for Wolves, if they got up pretty early here, I think we can safely say to ourselves, it's not likely happening over the next couple of days, because this is a big chance for them.
Yeah, it really is. And you have to utilize these opportunities here. You're not given them very often. And if you can't even capitalize on something like this, it's just a terrible, terrible sign. I mean, yeah, we've seen some miracles happen in the past, but with how consistent this lobby is already kind of showing, because, that was the problem when I saw the list for the survival stage. I was looking at some of these team names, and I was like, uh-oh. This is a problem, right? We got our previous champions here, right? We've got our PMGC champions here. We have our PMMI champions here.
यार Valorant is depressing, भाई. I don't want to do Valorant. अगर मैं Valorant करूँगा ना, it's very depressing and ना भाई.
Almost won
Never.
PMMI, and
Valo
so many other great names as well. So yeah, you just can't afford to slip.
Why do you want me to do Valo?
And that Wolves.
Wait, Astro तुमने तुम्हें तो इतना इंटरेस्ट नहीं PUBG में छोड़ो.
Yeah, that upset you, dude.
Why do you want me to do Valo, bro?
I mean, thank goodness.
It's so fun. Hell no, it isn't. Bro, तुम Valo कितनी को खेली है? तुम ये बात कर रहे हो ना, मैं तुम्हें सीधा बोल सकता हूँ, you are a new player in Valo. Starting में सब ऐसी होती हैं.
Literally, like it's even.
Starting में सबको बहुत मजा आता है
Valo. It's going right back down, dude. Oh.
Yeah, I think for definitely.
You just say you are a noob.
Honestly, Elementary has been impressing me.
मेरी बात नहीं है, जो Valo के प्रो प्लेयर हैं वो भी डिप्रेशन के शिकार हैं. जो Valo के प्रो प्लेयर से पूछ लो जाके.
Sure. I think individually.
ये सवाल ना तुम रिहानी से जाके पूछना ना. रिहानी की Valo
depression.
डिप्रेशन.
These crazy team plays coming out from them. We don't see them work together like massively well. I still think they should be very, very proud to be here.
Valo is a depression,
This is a really tough tournament. I mean, you just highlighted the amount of champions we have in
survival stage. Yeah. Very cool, by the way. But yeah, I do think because the circles were so insane over towards groups, yeah, some teams were able to get in that maybe wouldn't have been able to before, but you could look back on the circles, and I think there was a lot of deserved wins, honestly.
Oh, sure.
I would never say it's depressing.
Very, very competitive lobby at the moment. This is a very fun
कभी भी तुम किसी बंदे को ठीक है कभी भी तुम किसी बंदे को मैं तुम्हें डिप्रेशन की नहीं निशानी बता देता हूँ कभी भी तुम किसी वैलोरेंट खेलते हुए बंदे को ठीक है चलो वैलो बंद करके वो अलग बात है ठीक है लेकिन ड्यूरिंग वैलो चाहे वो लॉबी में बैठा हो या चाहे वो गेम के अंदर कभी भी तुम किसी बंदे को खुश नहीं देखोगे यानी कि स्क्वाड में फन कर रहा हो
Good games were okay. You know, we saw just something special that just made things so wild. I mean, team vitality on day one.
Yo,
dude, vitality.
Yeah, even if you're good, Valo is not fun, buddy. Valo is not fun.
I remember talking to like all these different coaches and players and be like, hey, what do you guys think about Vitality's day one performance? And the answer was always, what the? And then you just fill in the blank, you know?
Yeah, bro. 100%.
It was just shock and awe. Like, I don't even know what to even say to it. And, I mean, you really can't say much.
No, you can't. Well, I think for Vitality's performance, it was one of those things where there isn't much to say. It's like, it is shock.
If he's live, then this can apply.
What it is. I think there's not much to be said in terms of like what they did wrong or what they did right because it's just a case of
अभी कुदरती तौर पे एचएक्स आ जाए ना बीसी में उससे करेंगे सवाल के वैलो उसने बहुत दबा के खेली वैलो ठीक है और वैलो में बड़े अच्छे रैंक पे गया है उससे पूछेंगे वैलो फन है या वैलो डिप्रेशन है वो खुद ही जवाब देगा
it made group B very very difficult for some other teams. We had such a tight knit top 5 when it came down to it. A lot of teams like sitting on that 90-point border up towards I think third place.
If he's live, then
like who were able to break
this can apply. But people who game a lot, they don't really care about how many kills you did.
But yeah, everyone
Bro,
else was
people who play Valo, they do care about your kills. और अगर तुम्हारे kills नहीं होंगे तो माँ बहन की गालियाँ भी देंगे.
Arena being here now.
Unreal, dude. Honestly, like that's like probably.
Bro, you wanna play the depression? That's it, bro.
I couldn't believe it. Like Arena. 30.
Valo में कौन fun कर रहा है? भाई, who is having fun in Valo?
Like that, and
nobody,
just
भाई.
Still not make it to the finals.
Nobody is having fun in Valo, भाई. Honestly, मैं तुम्हें सही बता रहा हूँ.
Crazy, but oh, here we go. We're getting to the action.
शुक्र है भाई टाइम का बंदा.
Once again.
नहीं मुझे लगा टाइम का क्या? Toxicity lives everywhere. Bro, Valo is a toxic game. Valo is really toxic game, भाई.
Also, the feed we see 7-2-1.
मैं तुम्हें बता रहा हूँ Valo toxic game है.
That's ringing out back and forth. Looks like one of the world's players does get thirsty.
Valo बहुत toxic game है, bro. Valo.
Man, there's a crazy fight going on here because now we see 7-2-1 getting in with RRQ. There's a battle going on all back and forth.
Well, it totally makes sense. When you get the circle come down towards the south side, there's a lot of fielded over towards the northwest and down towards the south. There's some very key compounds, some very key areas of the map you want to take control of around these trees.
यार मैं तुम्हें एक बात बताऊं एक सेकंड भाई भाई हम आईओके से हैं इंडियन ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर से हैं हम 30+ स्टूडेंट 40 को रोज सपोर्ट करते हैं आईओके में जो पबजी खेलता है 100%. अरे भाई लव यू भाई लव यू
but
love
yeah,
you,
everyone wants a strong spot inside the circle. It's just amused me that Tiamba's taking a lot of damage. They're currently playing around Pachinki. I don't think they expected players to be up towards Church.
Love you, bhai. Mass bhai, love you. यार ऊपर वाले भाई को love कर दो. Love you from Pakistan, bhai. Love you from Pakistan, bhai. Love you.
As long as they possibly can. Oh, Marnet getting popped on the roof there, and he's going to go ahead and get back to safety. Fight timing is what it's all about here at this stage, especially in the survival stage. You kind of get into one of these engagements just a little too early on rotation. Boom, you're getting third partied, fourth partied by all these teams that are just desperately hunting eliminations. Sometimes it is a little bit better to try to avoid those fights unless you know for sure we can finish it out like really quick. But it just goes to show you these rotations are not simple, especially when teams see finally a like normalish zone, right? It's like,
well, I want the best spot.
Yeah,
I want the best spot right now.
Best spot. Yeah, not second best, the best.
Yeah, you sort of know how to play these circles. They're not awkward. They're not like split-second decisions. These teams have studied for this type of thing. But yeah, heading down towards the south side, it does feel a bit rough. For Alpha 7, they're currently trying to play off the back of the high ground that's out towards the eastern side of Quarry. But they have since left. Obscure still left behind, quite far away. But we will get our next circle coming in through soon. Where's it head up here, Jukes?
Oh, I think we just go dead center. Oh, okay, we go a little bit up on the northern side. Okay, we got a Pachinki field finish. Right to the right side of the chopsticks from Gatka. You can already see some teams pushing in immediately. You got Alpha 7 there on that left edge. Most likely going to wrap all the way to that north side towards Ruins. But that Ruins position, not really the best, decides to back on south. You know, when I see AWC, you know what it reminds me of?
तुम्हें अच्छी लग रही है ना वैलो तुम्हें फन लग रही है
when you were doing your homework preparing for a test and then
all
of a sudden the test happens and it's like nothing you studied for.
Yeah, they switched out the papers. Yeah, that's the worst.
You're like,
that is the worst.
I spent hours
It is toxic, भाई तुम इस चीज को नहीं change कर
these little
सकते
areas and then all of a sudden the zones are just going crazy here. You know, now we're starting to get back to a little bit of the core material. The zone is bouncing back
Bro,
and forth a little bit.
मैं तुम्हें एक बात बताऊं मैं PUBG में तुमने मेरे हालात देखे ना how well I play
here. I think that's why we're seeing so many teams so
मैं उस गेम को तब भी enjoy कर लेता हूं
Yeah, these were in the footnotes.
ठीक है but
had these.
I've seen a lot of people can't really take a joke. All they do is get toxic every time. हाँ ये बात तो है.
A lot of teams trying to avoid Pachinki though, which is making a little bit of a vacuum on that northeast.
यार देखो असल में ना मैं तुम्हें बताता हूँ वैलो का चक्कर क्या है. I'll tell you the मैं तुम्हें अभी ना वैलो को end करते हैं मुझे end करना है वैलो को. I'll tell you about the वैलो एक चीज मैं तुम्हें वैलो की बताता हूँ. कि वैलो है ना तुम as a normal person खेल रहे हो या तुम as a streamer खेल रहे हो. तुम्हें online खेलने का कोई फायदा नहीं है. सही है. Online में खेलने का कद्दू फायदा है. ठीक है. वैलो एक गेम ही कंपैरेटिव माइंडसेट के साथ बनी है. ठीक है. अब तुम कॉम्प खेलने बैठोगे ठीक है तुम्हें पता है कि तुम कैसे खेल रहे हो. तुम अगर मिड भी खेलते हो अब अगला बंदा बैंड की तुमसे आगे का आगे जिसका रैंक पुश मैच होगा वो तुम्हारी माँ बहन लेनी देनी करी रखेगा पूरी मैच में. वैलो का ये चक्कर है. वैलो बनी ही कंपैरेटिव वैलो और सीएस ये कंपैरेटिव गेम्स है. इनमें तुम फन नहीं कर सकते. मुझे बताओ कौन सी कोई दुनिया की ऐसी गेम है जिसमें तुम कंपैरेटिव खेलते हुए तुम्हें फन आता है. भाई कंपैरेटिव में तुम डॉट नहीं होती हो ना ऑब्वियसली.
I'm finally seeing a little bit more traditional kind of circle rotations from Alpha 7. Once they saw that northern shift, they hugged that circle all the way up to the top. So they're going to be taking the blues up here, as we can see. And very, very OG from them. But man, what's
online खेलने का फायदा ही नहीं है.
Struggling. They can get
people play under fights, bro. Nobody gives a shit about online. If you are streaming, nobody gives a shit about online. तुम normal भी खेलोगे ना तुम online का फायदा ही कोई नहीं है. Online is बकवास तरीन चीज you can play कर लो.
Back to the basics.
Yeah.
See them really perform to their maximum level.
It sort of used to feel like teams would avoid Alpha 7. Like that's a team you didn't really want to bump into. And I think for especially Miramar, a lot of times
nobody gives a shit about unranked out.
We do get a northern shift on this one, which means that Alpha 7 is not in a terrible spot. They do control the majority of that northern side. They will regroup on this one, trying to hold out teams, trying to swing around. But yeah, I don't think we've seen much times in the past, like Revo and Creo just dry pushing, no smokes, no nothing, over towards a location. Felt like a bit of a
fourth matching, yes sir.
But wait and see. Again, as we know, they are trying to work some new tactics in right now to make it work.
No matches lagging.
That's pretty wild to me. I mean, I think right now you're in the survival stage. Do with what you know. You know what I'm saying? Maybe if you're ahead by 100 points, then you can go and try whatever the heck you want. But right now, it's just making sure you make it into
the top 6. Sinister से पूछते हैं. Sinister से पूछते हैं. Sinister generally एक तेरे सवाल है. Sinister generally तेरे से सवाल है. Do you think value is depressing?
Trying to find their way in. You got Fudia, Nongship, Red
Sister भी बड़ा value देखता है भाई. इसे पूछते हैं.
For a spot in this next circle.
Sister, do you think value is depressing?
Some players get knocked here. Ulf catching out Claws, and that actually is going to be Alula eliminated. So that is already 3 teams out of here pretty early.
Alpha 7 do find shots over towards Yangon Galacticos. Again, good setup from them. They were trying to cut off a eastern rotate over towards the position.
आप मुझे माफ कर दो, आप मुझे छुट्टी दे दो, भाई तुम ले लो, वैसे ले लो भाई.
They were likely one of the teams that he's only on that northern side. Not a lot of other teams had to make that approach. They didn't have much choice in the matter. So for them, they're like, okay, there's going to be some teams probably rotating out from Pachinki here, or at least trying to wrap around on that eastern edge. We sort of know that a team will be holding the compound over towards our southwest side, which is currently RRQ, and this engagement right here, which is going to pop off.
भाई कसम से आज की मेरी स्ट्रीम बहुत डट जा रही है.
right now, though.
मजाक से हटके.
Walk around the corner. Killer Joe also with the JS9 doing some good work. Go is just cleaning RQ out. Now, this is the man to be worried about, though. It is Lepar. He's on his own. Might go terribly. We'll see what he's got.
Chops out the vehicle and hits the shot.
Oh, very nice RQ, nice. Board का बंदा उड़ाया, nice.
And now you got force from GOAT. Gonna go ahead and get this res. But a crazy there from the park. And now here comes Irina, quick on the third party, trying to soak up some of these eliminations. Perfect timing as well. GOAT is hurt. They are not looking too hot here. And Attorney K up close and personal, looking to catch one of these knocks. Oh, they're instantly thirsting this. They're getting it done. Irina making it happen against GOAT. Perfectly timed. And that is GOAT pretty much done and dusted here.
Great read from Irina, honestly, moving in over towards this one. This is a team that knows they need points right now. They do not want to have to go out. Good nade as well around the corner. Tries to make this as easy as possible and get the full cleanup on this. There's nobody nearby. Now, for Irina, you do have to think clearly for a second here. They just cleared out 2 teams to the western side. They have so much space to work with. Really good third party off the back of that one. So many teams over towards the eastern side. We had a very eastern plane path to start this off. So they just have a lovely amount of room at the moment. This is beautiful stuff for them.
Beautiful indeed. Yeah, so that west side is clear for Irina. They're looking to get some of their aura back after losing it in the group stage. Wolves, though, there we go, starting to make some noise. Next zone does pop on up. This is the blessing that Alpha 7 have been waiting for. Honestly, this is no excuse at this point. A7 need to hunt down a double-digit elimination win here. Let's see if that's something that they can close down. On the side of Pachinki, we got Fudia, though. Ayala up close and personal with AGAL. And the side of Wolves. This is outside the circle. They need to make this point back. Beautiful Molotov. And now AGAL forced to spread thin. But when is Fudia going to make this push? They are hurt really bad, and they got to get it done quickly.
Great scatter, though, coming through from XZZ as well as Flower H. Both went either side on the back of that one, ensured they wouldn't immediately get taken down by a secondary grenade. And they're just going to back this off. They don't want to spend any more time here. They see that Wolves are coming in from the western side. Not bothering to deal with Furia just yet. I mean, AGL is like, why are you chasing us?
Oh, wow.
Go fight that team.
Adios. See ya. We don't want none of this right now. We'll
2 to 5 million people play Valorant every day.
So they set up a nice little car wall here, and they get away. So beautifully played for them. Honestly, that was the right play. They just realized that if we want to extend our life in this game, this is not the place to do it. So now Fudia are on the hunt. Wolves are forced to move on in. KRX was waiting for him, though. Oh, this is a really, really rough push from the Wolves. There's really nowhere to go here, and they are barely making it out alive for now.
For the Wolves, it's a mad send, right? I mean, there was definitely an opportunity there to try and just take the fight to Fury in the first place, clear out that.
यार वैलो से बाहर निकल आओ, वैलो से निकल आओ बाहर यार.
The southern edge, that's even.
निकल आओ भाई वैलो से बाहर.
So for Wolves, I can see that they're trying to reach for something. For Alpha 7, though, they have a wonderful spot on the map right now. So much space. The entirety of the northern side, they control half the circle here, Dukes. They have to do something big. They were given a ton amount of space on Erangel. Didn't bother trying to clear the south side. They're very hesitant in their approach there. Again, they seem to be only looking over towards the east. I would have loved to see a western rollout here for players. Get the lineup, see how much space they can.
Wait, वैसे Astro किस दिन खेले Free Fire on stream just for fun.
Information, they should be good because info at this point is king.
Yes, it is, and Carrillo's going to go ahead and really trying to put his king status on. That man has worn plenty of crowns so far, and they're going to go ahead and punish A7 over there by that tractor. So yeah, A7 completely spreading their wings, and now they're starting to get aggressive, right? They're not just hanging back on the north side. They are getting up close and personal, looking to soak up some of these eliminations. Fudia on the drive, full squad in the vehicle, moving up.
Hell nice crash. जूतों की आवाज इतनी अजीब आ रही होती है ना. अरे तुम्हें पता है? Free Fire के अंदर तुमने जॉगर पहने होंगे ना, जॉगर. ठीक है, I mean रनिंग शूज पहने होंगे. जंप मारो कैसी आवाज है कि जिस तरह तुम शादियों वाले शूज पहन के फिर रहे हो. नंगे पाँव जंप मारोगे ना, जूतों की आवाज आएगी.
Damage it did there towards Hoxie. That's rough. Getting another knock there would have been very useful. But Alpha 7 will do the rest of the job. Squeeze out. Extremely long shot here.
But this is the thing, Alpha 7, they have this northern side. They should absolutely...
सही डांस चल रहा है इधर तो.
It's like one of the freest games I've seen in a while. But it's annoying because, right, you give Alpha 7 a game like this, you know they should win.
Yo, A7
will win as well, Jude.
They have to.
Oh, बात है भाई, come back.
They have to win this.
A7 का चिकन है भाई.
This is going to be just devastating for.
Although मैं EA को support कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन A7 का चिकन है.
The crowd right there, they're dancing already. They're jumping. They're already doing the victory lap because they know this one is in the bag. So this is A7's game to lose. Let's see how it all ends up, though. As we look over here towards Slaughterhouse, GK going to be holding it down with 4 eliminations so far.
Yeah, not a terrible game here from GK. They started off well. Little trap laid over towards Church. Able to quickly get some shots off. Alpha 7 though, continuing to try and wrap round. They're probably waiting for the circle to pull in from that northern edge.
ओए Fortnite का क्या सीन है? Fortnite की करनी है stream.
They'd rather keep
northern
edge towards them, and they can just play full 180 broadside, which is so much easier than trying to deal with snakes in the grass in the late game.
लेकिन अभी मैं यूं उसकी रीजन मैं तुम्हें बताता हूँ क्यों.
Old school PUBG mode.
Pretty much,
literally,
yeah.
just
very
old school.
हल्का नहीं है उसके अंदर.
Nothing needed to be done here special. No crazy
सबर मैं तुझे स्क्रीनशॉट भेजता हूँ उसके अंदर डुओ.
No kind of wild little highlight reel plays. Just work together as a team. That's why Alpha 7 has been so strong. They've been a squad to where, like, if you knock a player, they feel almost impossible to take out. It's like they get 10 times angrier, and we haven't seen that so much in a while, actually. So let's see if they can get to form here. They're playing it very close together. Revel going up a little bit here, trying to find some angles onto Mormon on the tractor. And Mormon hits the deck immediately.
Moments underneath. We'll take a volley of fire their way. Alpha 7 at 8 eliminations on this game. This should get them back into the running quite quickly.
Starting to look over at the util right now. Revel, I think I saw him with about 100 rounds, so that should be enough here to finish this game. 8 eliminations so far. This is a dream game for Asa. It's honestly, this is a dream game for anybody in their position, and they're doing very solid here. We'll see where the next circle pops. But right now, everybody just kind of waiting. This is still only Zone 6, but with so much open range, that's why we have so many teams eliminated already.
Hey, for Tamba though, no, fairly decent game. I mean, they're in another top 5 scenario.
I think that's a lock already, honestly.
4 elims. I mean, we're waiting for it. We're waiting for it. 53 points at the moment. I give them another 20 on today, and then we can lock them in. But yeah, it would take some miracles tomorrow, or at least some devastating maneuvers to go down. Quick switch back towards a player on that north side. Alpha 7 will get them back up again. Again, this next circle is pretty much all about Alpha 7 just holding on this north side, not allowing the wraps come through, because you're waiting for GK as well as Yangon Galacticos to be pulled off these compounds towards the southeast.
I kind of like the fact that that player from E7 got knocked right there, because I can already see they were getting a little antsy and starting to push up a little bit too much.
Yeah.
And that knock was perfect timing because it wasn't too devastating for them. They were able to get the res. It was very inconsequential. But the next zone does center on up a little bit to the south here, so A7 are going to have to push up little by little. Pretty much all open field here. Everybody's going to be having to hug the edge, set up some.
Zendaya's hella overrated.
They are they're still out of the zone. So they have to push.
यार, I knew how to build, but मैं भूल गया, मैंने बीच में Fortnite नहीं खेली. तो अब I'm noob, अब मैं build नहीं करता उसमें. I play zero build.
To happen and then get into the mix a little bit later on.
Yeah, pretty cautious on the moment. It's Tiamba, even dropping the M79 down there, getting some smokes up. Revo's going to try and hold up teams as they leave these buildings. I don't mind this play. I think that Alpha 7 is currently just trying to lock down E-Arena's approach.
Zendaya is hella overrated.
Smart. And Revo definitely
the guy
on the swivel, right? He is locked in when it comes to the sprays. Just needs to make sure he hits casualties rather than full commits there. Just wants to slow GK down into the future.
I think that's exactly right. I think Revel's the perfect pick because he has such a high PUBG Mobile IQ, and he knows
zero build is same as Velo unranked.
Not getting knocked.
Yeah.
I just got to stay here, apply some pressure, ensure that I do not get taken out. Because if Revel gets knocked here,
kinda, but not actually, not really.
7, really being at a disadvantage is massive.
Well, when you leave out those buildings as well, where Revo's currently playing is usually the next stop-off point, right? That around that rocky outcrops, that's a lovely area to work with. He'll probably need to pass that information back in the near future. But yeah, Alpha 7, they just got to keep tabs on basically 3 teams, Yangon Galacticos, as well as GK, as well as E-Arena. They spotted where E-Arena was playing from way, way earlier. Now Tiamba's even getting involved.
Utopia, okay. Utopia boy.
He's got to be careful not to get knocked. As the next zone is starting to close. We have 20 seconds left on the clock. I wonder how much util E-Arena have already, because they have been blowing through a ton of ammunition from this angle. QZZ forced to hit the laydown. He's going to be throwing some smokes, pushing up little by little by little. Oh, Turny K, he's got a whole bunch of ammunition. So he, yeah,
karte hain.
He's got a bag, but if Turny K goes down first, like, I mean, that's a lot of util just out the window. QZZ not opting to send these nades close. I mean, I like this from Turny K, dude. Kind of a wild maneuver. QZZ taking a lot of a bomb in the moment. More nades flowing over the top here. Another nade in the back lines over towards Schweppes. Good shot over towards Eagle.
Okay, nice nade.
QZZ has to know we got to start playing.
Nikalo Tiamba ko bhai. Nice nade bhai.
Those vehicles really protecting the side arena. That one hurt though, and that is going to be Schweppes done and dusted. Mormon done. Turny K is the one up close and personal. 1v1 situation with QZZ. QZZ running in the open, shimmying back and forth, trying to find the angles. Turny K with the laydown finally stands up here, and that short nade hurt him big time.
बातें करवा लो बस तो भाई स्ट्रीमर बातें करने आते हैं और क्या करने आते हैं और क्या चीज बनाने आते हैं यार मैं तो मरवा ही रहा हूँ बट स्ट्रीमर बातें करने आते हैं
make the sprays, quick peeks around the side. QZZ, real play from him there. GK though took advantage of that, will swing around the side, and now Alpha 7, they have full control. What was that?
And just like that, DK are looking to win this game. Kevin moving up.
यार A7 भाई geeky नहीं DK नहीं
up trying to make a play all by his lonesome self. The Revo goes down and now he's
अरे GK Sports
yeah, see you later Alpha 7. This is
from UAE and Dubai.
But again, like, Alpha 7 takes so long to even do anything in that situation. They could have helped along that fight with E-Arena a lot sooner. A little bit of
अगला घर से तकिया लाया
I mean, for GK, dude, GK played that game pretty crazily, honestly, towards that end game. But I respected the aggression.
What happened? I mean, how do you lose that? Yeah, look at that. Carrillo scratching his head. He's like, did we just lose that game? It was in the bag. It was in the bag. It was handed on a silver platter. There's no excuses, guys. Like, I mean, come on. These are our previous champions.
मैं तुझे एक मैसेज करूँ तो सही जवाब देगा?
Hold these guys accountable. You can't.
सही से झूठ नहीं बोलना, चुस नहीं मारना, सही जवाब देगा मुझे?
Tiamba there, it's an awkward one, right? I think they assume most of the players are
never get too cocky. जो बात है.
The first couple of knocks here, it's a bit awkward. I think if they started throwing some nades a little bit
closer, सही जवाब देगा मुझे?
Might have been a different story.
चुस नहीं मारनी, मैं genuine पूछूं.
The game just kind of fell apart. Almost instantaneously.
तूने सही बोला मुझे अब समझ लगी never get to वो जो लड़कियां नाच रही थी
how they should do until that final moment again. I think right now at PMWC the aggression is at an all-time high. You can't afford to be sitting back here.
Not at all. I mean, they needed to get angry, but instead they're driving around in vehicles looking for intel, getting knocked. I mean, this is just so wild to see.
Astro.
I don't have car. I'm letting them. I will go there. Go, guys, go close. Oh, there are locks here. Go close. One behind, throw us.
और मैंने रैंडम इंडियन लड़की को बोला उस दिन मैंने कहा प्यार करवाओगी मुझे इतनी अच्छी लग रही कहती प्यार तो मुझे तुमसे हो गया मैंने उसके बाद मैसेज ही नहीं किया मैंने कहा भाई ये तो कोई और बात जा रही
They don't hesitate at all, and that's what you need to do, right? I mean, you're at the disadvantage positionally, but if you do end up getting one of those knocks, you got to finish. And DK said, you know what? We know how to get it done.
I think we saw sort of the issue there right at the end, where Alpha 7, you got Carrillo as well as Revo, like, they're pulling off, I think it was Guiza actually, they're pulling off from the angle at that point in time. But the difference between them and GK there is GK's taking control of the game, whereas
realistically, Alpha 7 sort of let the game control them all the way until those final moments. So by the time they were trying to reassess and replay against Geek, they were already living on massive high, flew around the side and just hit some nasty shots. I mean, for Easy for Bad Boy is an incredible player, an incredible talent on that team, deserves all the love he gets, honestly. But there's no one in survival stage right now, there's no one in PMWC, EWC that can't hit disgusting shots like that.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, I'm being a little hard on them because
they go to second place.
They got a second place, which is great. It's just it would be devastating if they're the 7th place team by just a few points. And we've seen it happen so many times.
No, I agree.
So that's why it's like if you have that opportunity in the bag and you don't close it, my eyebrows go up quite a bit. You know, like, oh, this is not good. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how things bounce back for these teams. But man, one team that's been doing really, really well here is Furia.
Yeah, Fury's done insanely well at the moment. I genuinely have really respected the way that Fury's been playing. It feels very, very different to what we saw in the groups. Let's say that. But I think we'll let Kalaris ask most of the questions in just a little bit once he's ready. We're getting teased right now in an interview for Fury shortly. But yeah, overall, been playing very, very good. Excited to listen in with them when we can. But yeah, Tiamba in the top 5. I think they got fairly far into it. I think it was maybe a top 4 that they got there. They're just churning out points still churning out those points. Anyway, let's head down to the stage with Kalaris to hear a little bit more from Fury.
Thank you, boys. Hogging all the stage for yourself. No, we've got Fury. Very important to talk to, as you say, Blank, here for all of this. So let's talk about the day so far as a whole here for Survival Stage. A lot of people expecting good things from Furia. What's your perspective on how the games have gone so far?
Como é que vocês estão se sentindo, né? No primeiro dia do Survival Stage. Vocês estão se sentindo sobre o dia de hoje?
A gente está muito tranquilo e viemos para amassar hoje.
We are very relaxed and we came just to demolish them.
Okay, and let's ask about the Erangel then. When you were rotating along the beach below Primorsk, eventually you came back and dealt with Nongshim Red Force for some more eliminations, and then continued to skirt around the edges of the map to eventually try and get the win, but it didn't quite work out. Did you think there was any difference that could have happened in that game, or you could have got the win? What are your thoughts?
Sobre a queda de Erangel ali, a rotação que vocês fizeram ali, passando por Primorsk, depois voltando para pegar Nongshim. Esse jogo foi bem difícil. O que vocês acham que faltou um pouco, né, para a vitória de vocês nesse jogo em específico?
A Cal foi travar as costas e nós brigamos com a NS e depois, para ter uma progressão para frente limpa, nós foi fazer pressão na direita e acabou perdendo um. Acho que dificultou isso a play.
So the call out was just like to hold our backline. So Nongshim arrived and we got them. But when we managed to like lose the first player, we kind of misplayed a little bit. That's why it kind of ended our
run, yeah, as a whole. All right, thank you very much, Chief, for joining us here. As now we head on over to Barney, who's ready with Nongshim Red Force.
Thank you so much, Kalaris. Yes, I've got Quizzy here from Nongshim Red Force. We're going to chat a little bit about what's been going on so far. But first and foremost, let's talk about coming off the back of the group stage, only just missing out into the direct finals spot. So coming into the survival stage, what elements were you guys focusing on in order to just make sure that you could most definitely come out of the survival stage and into the finals?
이제 XT 선수 일단 첫 번째 질문은 좀 몇 점 차이로 아쉽게 이제 파이널 직행을 좀 놓치셨는데 이번 서바이벌 스테이지에 와서는 좀 어떤 거를 중점으로 좀 개선을 하려고 노력하셨는지 궁금합니다.
저희가 사실 뭐 연초부터 WC 직전까지 연습했던 게 결국 교전으로 자리를 뺏어내거나 대회전을 통해서 교전으로 자리를 뺏어내는 걸 연습했었는데 저희가 그룹 스테이지에서는 교전보다는 생존하려는 게임을 하지 않았나 생각을 했었고 그게 피드백이 돼서 이제 이거 서바이벌 스테이지에서는 교전 중심적으로 풀어나가려고 하고 있습니다.
Well, from the start of the year, I think what we have prepared for WC coming here, it was just to take their spots from the gunfights, or we have a grand scale of turnaround, and then maybe we can take their spots as well with the gunfights. However, in the group stage, we didn't do that play. We mostly focused on surviving and inside a circle. So this stage in survival, there's no second chances. So we try to focus on our gunfight, what we have practiced, and we try to show our plays, what we have prepared for.
Well, map 3's been particularly good for you guys, but let's talk a little bit about map 2 and map 4, both on Erangel, of course, but you've been, on both occasions, rotating through the south side of the circle, and on both occasions tried to kind of clear out the teams that are in that south side, like Furia being that team both times, and you kind of failed to capitalize on that and then push forward. Were you just trying to clear out any teams that could be coming in behind you, and what could you have done differently to be able to come out of that, you know, with a potential win?
사실 2매치, 4매치 에란겔에서 사실 좀 교전 플레이가 좀 많이 나왔던 것 같은데 사실 교전이 뜻대로 흘러가진 않았습니다. 특히나 이제 자기장 바깥쪽에서의 교전이 그렇게 좋게 흘러가진 않았는데요. 특히나 이제 퓨리아와의 교전에서 좀 지는 모습이 나왔었는데 좀 어떤 점이 좀 잘못됐다고 생각이 좀 드시고 좀 그 플레이에 대해서 좀 더 설명해 주신다면 좀 어떤 점을 설명해 주실 수 있을지 궁금합니다.
저희가 교전 시도를 그룹 스테이지처럼 안 하고 파이널에 올라갔을 때 좋은 성적을 기대할 수 없다고 생각해서 최대한 이번 서바이벌 스테이지에서 교전에서 지더라도 교전 감을 찾으려고 계속 교전을 시도하는 모습을 보여드릴 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, after this, in the group stage, we avoided gunfights as much as possible. However, we're trying to get a grip on the gunfights and the team fights in this survival stage. So even if we fail, we just try it again and again to get our grip on our gunfights and all the skill levels.
Good job so far. I mean, you guys are doing very well at the moment in the survival stage. Obviously, we need to keep that consistency up. But Nongshim Red Force, Quizzy, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I really, really appreciate your time. Now go and take a quick break, obviously, before we dive into our next map of the day. But we're coming to an end. It's getting close to the end of the first day of the survival stage. These teams are going to need to scramble for some points. Back to you guys in the studio.
The future is conversational. Get an edge over the competition and ship incredible customer experiences with ElevenLabs' industry-leading AI audio platform. Curate authentic interactions with conversational AI ready to help 24/7 with human-like agents, helping you resolve, convert, and retain customer loyalty. Try these out for size. They're currently on promotion. Or offer your customers world-class audio curation with our exceptional voice models transformed to your applications. And then transcribe with the most accurate speech-to-text API, giving your app access to the highest quality transcripts. Incredible voices with unmatched performance. Welcome to ElevenLabs for Enterprise.
Congratulations, Geekhead, you got the win. But right now, Alpha 7's back, baby. This team, I've been wondering where you have been. We haven't seen you in such a long time. In this game, we actually got a chance to see the Alpha 7 that I've been wanting to see for the longest time. Welcome back, everybody, to PMWC at EWC 26. I'm joined by Lace, the amazing dress. Damn, Jackie, you're looking good, my boy. Oh! Looking fresh. Neptura and the 7WG, but Neptura.
Yes.
It was supposed to win an Alpha 7 win.
It was supposed to be. We'll get to that in a second. But first of all, Alpha 7 doing a fantastic job on those early game rotations. That's what got them that second place win, because the zone was centering up. They made a full rotation down to the south side. Zone moves up to Pachinki and they go, ooh, that's not very good for us. Let's go around again up to the north side. So a really nice set of wraparound rotations in that mid phase, enabling them to get a great position, not only in the zone, but in comparison to where the other teams were, right? Because all the other teams were on the southeast side, all battling each other. And for the longest time, A7 just were having a picnic up there.
Yeah, I mean, they had that control of the northern side, just exactly like you said. Revo going for the scout onto GK. But then Alpha 7 were a little slow, heading on and up that hill to get into that third fight. Obviously, the terrain, a little bit difficult for them to sort of push through, but I think the mistake may have came from Revo not telling them that GK is moving on the southern side. So obviously that would have been like the kind of misconstrued message, which would have held them back even further from pushing into this third party with EA and TB.
Yeah, and in this fight, honestly, Jackie, I was looking at it, I was like, find a way Alpha 7 to third party this, because you're not going to be doing anything with those teams towards the top with GK, and you were going to have to do something at some point, especially with the way that the circle was going. That delay for Alpha 7 lost them the game.
Yeah, man, you got to bring it 7. Look, I'll be honest with you, when I was growing up back in school, people used to call me a geek as like an insult. Obviously, it's very different these days. You got GK right now, honestly, they're the geeks because they're absolutely bossing it by the mindset they're bringing to the server. And that's kind of what you need. But I think Alpha 7, as much as they're pivoting to look way better towards the end of groups and how they're starting to play, just doesn't get any easier, bro. Like, something's still going wrong.
Yeah, something's definitely still going wrong. And talking about things going wrong here, we got to take a look at some of those teams towards the bottom, because you got KRX that just hasn't been performing that well. And this is a team, honestly, that a lot of people currently watching at home have them going to the finals.
I'm shooketh. And from the group stages, in their first 4 matches, 27 eliminations. And I don't know what's happened. This is
A7 aren't qualifying, mark my word.
Wow. Look, they found themselves in a nice little pocket, a little pocket of placement, but then they actually just kind of waited there. They had the vehicle covered. They would just push the vehicles.
Young Gong Galactus comeback incoming.
More north, they would
Goat
have
being
been able to have
goat.
a great position, scouting Tiaba on their left-hand side there, but they kind of just played there. They played there nice and safe.
Core team has pretty strong potential to top this. They performed Mark my words, guys. Teams qualifying for survival stage will definitely lift that trophy. Okay.
But this is not what we saw in the group stages. This is not what we've saw from international events. What doing, guys?
Yeah, no, it's a real shame because they have so much potential. We've seen them do so many things before, and there's just nothing. It's complete crickets that we're hearing from them, to be honest. I do want to say shout out because GK did win that match. Kevin won that match for them. I'm going to say that because he was the one on the south side to push forward when EA and Tiamba were having that fight. He was the one to push forward, get that info, and facilitate the rest of his squad actually pushing onto that position. That enabled them to win the game. So GG Kevin, shout out to you.
Yeah, and for GK, this looks kind of like what we saw out of them in the group stage, right? Especially in day one. They ended up getting a win in Rondo. Today, they ended up not getting a win, but they still ended up performing quite well, especially when it came to Rondo. But this team needs to make sure they stay with this consistency because usually we see a bit of a slip-off.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is also where we're getting towards the sort of tail end of the day, where you have teams like GOAT that, for my money, you get into Miramar, I think they'd actually step up and rise to the occasion. Like, later rotates, they perform better on that battleground, for my money. I think you're going to really start to run into some uncomfortable territory where they've got to keep it going. And this is where, you know, GK, Tiamba, squads that were a bit paralyzed by analysis in the group stage are now way more proactive. We're seeing some teams try and adopt that, but it's just not fully there, Seven.
And for GOAT, we're going to have to point out those placement points because, my goodness, 3 placement points. We know you are aggressive, GOAT. We know that you can get those eliminations, but the beautiful thing is if you find yourself later into the match, Neptura, those eliminations will start coming to that team because they are that aggressive.
Well, exactly. I mean, look at Nongshim, Red Force, and Furia. Both teams, E-Arena as well, actually, all 3 teams, they play edge. They wait until the final few phases to really get those eliminations. They only get fights if they're going to try and fight an entry point. That's the only time you see them get those eliminations in the early game. So all 3 of them, yes, Furia, okay, maybe not the best example, 9 placement points versus 23 elim points, but Nongshim 16 and 16. They're able to be very consistent. Yeah, go definitely.
They're top 5. Like their eliminations are crazy, and if you have a look, it's not that far in between. But if they can just get this top 5, it'll change things for them, push them in that top 6. So greatest of all time. Let's go.
Please,
I think they can do it.
Please do it. And here, as we're looking at the second page of the overall, we got AGAL. I mean, this is the squad once again. This is so crazy saying this after almost every single team, but it's just the way we are currently in PUBG Mobile Esports. Any team could actually end up going to the finals. There's just so much good competition going on here at PMWC at EWC 26. But AGAL, we're expecting.
No. It kind of feels like they're trying to do what they were doing in the group stage, but for some reason the lobby is just not allowing them to, and they've got to adapt. I think it's probably something to do with those rotations. They keep getting caught out in the mid phase in a whole bunch of teams. If you look back at their games, most of the time there's 3 or 4 teams in very close proximity to them. So for me, I'm like, you need to start avoiding some of those teams, some of those players in that mid phase if you want to survive.
Oh, I'm hoping that's going to be the case.
भाई वो निगमा गैलेक्सी थी पहली बार, दूसरी बात GK यार GK सही है, decent है, पर मुझे GK तो नहीं पसंद.
26 for survival stage. We have 2 more games for day 1 of survival stage. We'll see what's going to be happening in Miramar. Before we go to Miramar, though, let's send it over to Kalaris.
2 गेम में लगी.
Went away from us.
What a delightful treat here on the stage. I get to be with Maxman to talk about everything that is going on throughout some of these games, as well as kind of highlight some of the teams. You guys have already talked ad nauseum about Alpha 7, but it's definitely one of the teams that we also want to talk about, right? Previous PMWC champion, previous PMGC champion. There's been some glimmers there for Alpha 7. It's just they could go a little bit further. What do you think?
No, I fully agree. It's definitely not been the year of Alpha 7 right now. 26 been a bit rough. PMMI, PMGO Season 1 having a bit of a bad time. But here, going into the survival stage, they had some very slow start, especially that first rondo, the first Durango, only 2 points on those 2 maps combined. So definitely not what you're expecting to see from a roster like this. But I was just talking to Revo, actually, just a few minutes ago. And we did see at the start today, right, Kalaris, he brought in Nuth on the lineup because he told me that he really wants to play rondo, right? Nuth is like a rondo player. And also he's fairly young, so let's just try and get him involved a little bit, get some experience. But unfortunately, by doing so, I think that they did have a bit of a slower start, but now the main lineup is back on board. So Alpha 7 here with that game in particular, I'm hoping we see just more consistent points coming in.
I think if you're going to make any changes, the start of survival stage, you try and kind of tease something out, or especially if he really appreciates Rondo, is going to be the kind of place to do it. But for this Alpha 7 roster, what's interesting to me is that I still think that these guys have the gunpowder, the play, the potential to get bigger limb games, but we're not quite seeing it just yet. When you go to the next Erangel, right, where they're in a position just above kind of that Nongshim Red Force compound, when I say above, I mean verticality-wise, it was south. But there, you're eventually always going to get crushed down on by those teams that eventually will come along. So it's nice to be there, but it's just being there too early that is kind of the determining factor.
I was actually really surprised they survived as long as they did in that game, right? The Nongshim Red Force did win. But yeah, I feel like they go for some very passive positions. But Alpha 7, we saw in that game, they have the gun power. I want to see it more going into Miramar.
Need the defending champions, so for all of these, like the Yangon Galacticos and a previous PMWC champion here to do well here in the survival stage. For now, though, it is time to head on over to another game here for PMWC.
Let's get it going here. We are now headed into the sunny, sandy deserts of Miramar. Erangel is done. Rondo is done. Now it's time to get into the desert and see if these teams, especially the squads at the bottom, right, can pull out a big win here to at least put them in a good spot for running a top 6. We see Tianba already with a massive point gap, right? So they are looking very, very comfortable to at least make it into the top 6.
Absolutely, I think Tianba is looking really, really good right now. It's interesting that there's quite a few teams that are massively taking advantage of this lobby at the moment, and you can't let those types of free wins slip you by because those will be the difference makers. I mean, you brought it before, it was a great point that we don't want to see certain teams being in 7th place with 4 points that we know that potentially, if changes were made, they could have met those requirements. So we are going to go towards Miramar now, down from the southwest up towards the northeast. Very different battleground for a lot of our squads here, looking to switch things up, looking to get back on the map. But for Tianba, it is roughly another 20 points here, 19 realistically over the next 2 maps to make it very, very hard. I was going to say impossible, but I don't want to be the guy that curses Tianba. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Make it very hard for them to not get in tomorrow. For GK, they launch themselves up towards 2nd place. What I will say for Tianba, what they're doing right now is being a nasty little point sponge. We have very limited points differential between a lot of our teams. Right now, RQ is sitting on 29, just 7 points behind GK in 2nd place. That's 7th right now at RQ. So there's a lot of movement that can still happen. I think tomorrow's going to be a bit of a slobber knocker, but we still have 2 more matches right now to try and even things out towards the top.
Yeah, I think Tianba, as long as they stay halfway consistent, we'll see them in the top 6 for sure. But everybody else, it's still anyone's game, right? So there's still a lot of slots still available here. This playing path is very, very classic right here, right? So we finally get to see a good one right across the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, baby! Water circle in Miramar.
Give me the island. Give me the island.
Yeah.
Fifth match of the day. Very awkward. Would love to see it, but it's launching a lot of teams out over towards the northwest side of the map right now. So they need to get a move on down towards Impala, to Puerto Rico. East side of Los Leones, maybe try and take up some of that high ground early on. But honestly, I think a lot of teams are going to be looking over towards Impala and the high ground that sits over towards that northern side. La Bandita, a little bit of a weird funnel for some of our teams coming on through. I do think there's going to be a slight delay here. When we hit zone 2, however, we'll get an answer. We head far over towards that eastern side. Might be interesting, might be. But as I've learned my lesson multiple times in the past, is not to get too excited about these ones too early. Let it happen.
You know what, guys? I'll tell you what else you can make it happen. You can get some of these sick weapon skins in the game. You can see right there, we got that Nine Tails Fury AUG. The Naruto Uzumaki event is still going on, guys. The best PUBG Mobile collaboration I have seen and witnessed in my career of playing PUBG Mobile, which has been since this game has started. So I love it. I hope you guys can get your hands on it before it is gone. And some of these teams and players need to get gone pretty quickly here. With this playing path, you're going to finally see Alpha 7 be able to get their Oposo hot drop. So they're going to get that loot. They're going to get set up. With this circle shift, though, they are going to have to get moving through quite a few different teams.
भाई 2 मैचेस रह गए, एक रह गया है.
To a good space. Again, personally,
इसके बाद एक रह गया.
I'm extra harsh at this point here because a lot is on the line here, especially when it comes to the legacy of Alpha 7, winning PMGC, not making it to a final just yet. And losing that last game had me really just scratching my head here. And I know we literally saw Carrillo scratch his head after that one as well. So hopefully it lights a fire in this team and just be like, you know what? All right, we should have won that one. Let's make sure that we make it happen here again. Sometimes all it takes is just to get a good, decent game.
Sinister किसका चिकन लग रहा है?
Going. And it could happen here and now.
Yeah, for sure. Again, I think there needs to be something that launches them into action. We were having talk beforehand. It's quite. We're banging on them out a little bit.
Wait, Sinister बैठा stream पर.
Literally everyone else has talked about. Max has just talked about Kyle.
Sinister, genuine बात है तेरे से. बैठा stream पर, यार like कर दो.
It boiled down to us saying, just be Alpha 7, guys. You guys are aggressive. You're a strong team. Great teamwork overall. Let's just see that. Let's go back to what we've seen in the past, what we know they can do. It feels like a loss of confidence almost coming through at the moment. However, that confidence will be needed by much more teams on our map right now as they do slip on through. We've got QZ with some parkour over down towards Los Leones, likely going to be eking their way over to the eastern side shortly.
One thing looking at the leaderboards right here is our top 6 are some serious names, right, already. So they're looking really good. You got Goto right below them. Young Galacticos, our previous World Cup champs from last year. All these teams below them, though, this is kind of already starting to get
तो निगमा गैलेक्सी इंडियन टीम में तंग करना
trying
है.
to hunt down top 6.
जो बात है, जो बात है. ओए Sinister मैं कह रहा था.
Wild, especially in those final
मैं आता
games,
फिल्टर से पानी लेके आ
it's no
जाओ.
longer
मैं कह रहा था
bottom
Sinister
three, it's pretty
कि
much all lobbies going home after this. So
ये मैचेस एंड हो जाएं, इसके बाद खेलोगे PUBG. लेकिन खेलना मेरा मार है. We'll try to find मेरा मार. क्या कहते हो, खेलोगे?
Last couple matches to treat that last hope to get into that top 6.
We'll try to find मेरा मार.
Get those points here now.
Exactly, because you do not want to see your keys heading over towards that crusher, because we are going to be getting rid of quite a few of them tomorrow. 10 teams will be tossed in there. And again, for 6 squads, they will be moving onwards to meet the other 10 that made it through from groups. But 2 days to do it.
मिलेगा नहीं. करेंगे try.
Still quite a bit of time to make
करेंगे
it work.
try.
This definitely feels like a very big sprint.
देख के दिल कर गया यार मेरा मार खेलने का मैच.
Tiamba slices out so far towards the front of the pack at the moment. That is really, really tough for you because you don't want point sponges this early on. You'd like to differentiate yourself, and that differentiation has only come through from Tiamba, which is exactly why off one big win, Geek can be into second place as we head in towards the 5th match. Nongshim Red Force.
हमने अनलाइन खेलना है जानू, रैंक कौन खेलेगा? अनलाइन खेलेंगे.
They're very self-critical though. This squad, very self-critical. So it feels like every single game they've played, they've come off from it and basically are thinking to themselves, what can we change? What can we do different? So I feel like Nongshim should make it into the top 6 here. They seem to be a very dedicated team when it comes to
बेटा मेरा भी रैंक पुश कराओ. चुपचाप मेरा रैंक पुश कराओ. करा लोगे रैंक पुश मेरा?
They're also coming off the back of some momentum on that Group B. So yeah, I do have some hope for Nongshim.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
मैं जनरल वाले रैंक पुश करा लोगे मेरा?
Be the first team to smash an international event at PMMI. It was Fudia that ended up with the most points.
DC lobbies ass भाई मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ मुझे बता. इस पे खेलने बैठा ना. नहीं खिला जाएगा मेरे से.
Taking out Aching from Tianba. Now Tianba
करवा सकते हैं रैंक पुश मेरा.
so far, so not crazy amount of a worry, but they are going to lose that player early on.
You know, I like that. I actually like that. I think that's a smart move from Tianba. It's an unfortunate circumstance, but the right move there for Tianba was to move, right? It sounds obvious, but still, they instantly send over towards that northeast side. They can't wait around. It's a really awkward hit and a good pickup from RRQ. They're waiting for that team to exit from the warehouse.
इधर मैं मोबाइल फिर देख सकता हूँ. यार तो प्रोटेक्शन कार्ड ले लें यार. करा दे भाई का. 4 मैन खेलेंगे ना बचत हो जाएगी. इतना गंदा नहीं मरेंगे ना. We'll play 4 मैन जानू. और वो रीबूट वाला खेलेंगे ना. टेंशन नहीं है. मरेंगे तो रीबूट कर लेंगे दूसरे को.
France. You can see GeForce RQ. Okay, they're hunting him down, right? They say, hey, you know what? We got that elimination. We have the numbers. We're in a 4-3 split here. We know it's Tianba. We want to slow them down. And RRQ are looking to do it here. Pushing up close and personal. Milu with the nade! Turning the
Oh, nice, bhai. Neo, nice. आग लग गई खुद को.
1v4 from Milu.
What did we just witness? In a blink of an eye, RRQ is just gone.
Nice.
They just wandered in and Tianba was having absolutely none of it. I'd say Tianba, it's just Milu. This guy went 1.5 miles for the rest of his squad.
पूरा आरा क्यों मार दी भाई? वही मैंने तभी मैं मेरे डेले फाट गए. यार तू भाई के लिए इतना नहीं कर सकता. एक रैंक अच्छा कर रहा है भाई से. सही है भाई, सही है. मैं खुद ही कर लूंगा भाई. रहने दो.
I guess good job, Milu. All right, good job. Let's get back to business here. Oh man, devastation on the side of RQ, but Tianba.
अभी इसी वक्त आज खेलने को दिल कर रहा है ना. मैं क्या करूं? आगे पीछे तुझे पता है PUBG को मुंह नहीं लगा रहा हूं. अभी दिल कर रहा है ना खेलने को.
Let that heart rate kind of get back to normal.
Yeah, I mean that's
आगे पता मैं नहीं खेल रहा होता.
1v4s I have ever seen. Let's take a first person.
Nice भाई. दो knock.
RQ. Honestly,
yes, चोर भाई सही.
To be honest, walking into the building like that was mega disrespectful. We have to say that as a 2-man, very easy name. You can see.
देख लो जा सकते हो तो चले जाओ. ऐसे हार्ड ही होता है. और मोस्ट प्रोबब्ली सोलो के अंदर कोई I mean I don't think so कि कॉन्कर रैंक के ऊपर जाके कोई उस टीम के बगैर खेलता है. पर ट्राई कर सकते हो तो.
My guy was rapid going through that doorway.
And Milu, the man on fire, literally, right? Just putting in that work. He's been doing it all day long for Tianba, you know? And it's plays like that that breed so much confidence in you, your team. There's a lot. I mean, I am that way. I'm a little superstitious, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes when you do a play like that, I'm like, it's meant to be. We're going to win this, dude. Like, what else do you want?
Well, but that's the thing. I mean, I was thinking about it earlier that for Tianba, they're a realistic team that just, they've had this momentum. And I think a lot of teams are lacking this right now. It's just confidence in that survival stage to make plays, to make those big moments, because you know, if you're not in that top 6, you're going home. You don't have that safety net anymore of like, if I'm not in top 5, at least I'm going to the survival stage. So only 3 of us are going out. Everyone's playing very scared at the moment. Now, I do want to go back to Tianba though.
Okay.
Because when RQ was chasing them, in quotation marks, Tianba was actually the ones to re-engage. They re-engaged back onto Longhouse, cut RQ off, almost goaded them into fighting them. I've never seen anything quite like it, honestly. And to be fair, in that 3v4, it sort of worked. Like RQ showed them no respect walking into Longhouse.
Unreal. Vamos. Let's get it going here. You know what? Speaking of going home, it was crazy. This is a little bit of a background on kind of what's going on here. You know, so many people, I mean, Paris has just been such a wonderful place to visit, to be here. These teams are so blessed and love it, right? And the thing is, some of these guys, their hotel rooms are literally booked until tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay? So it's, if you make it, you stay here longer. If not, pack your bags, you're going home the next morning, right? So there's no messing around here. You know, this is by far been one of the most incredible stages, places I've had the personal pleasure of visiting, and these guys want to stay here a little bit longer. And you can see Furia, with some beautiful nades there onto KRX.
40 का मैच कब है यार? 40 का फ्राइडे को स्टार्ट है या सैटरडे को स्टार्ट है?
There's so many shots coming from all over the place. These nades looking deadly though. Hoxie gets caught.
Dude, there's some D-reg on that nade. Like, I think if that one pops
यार
just a
रुको मुझे
little bit
मैसेज देखने
later,
दो.
Hoxie's down. For good, at least.
Another deep nade. Oh, that's TRE down as well. So, Furia, they're hopping in the vehicle. They're going. They want to finish this fight out. And that is Lufa actually stealing that elimination with the SKS. But here comes Furia. They actually make the drive. They're popping it down. Igor gets one and gets another. And that is KRX eliminated.
Igor's been on fire today, honestly. He's going to back up a little bit. Liu moves up from AGAL, sending some nades on through. Will find the shot as well. This man is on a tear. He is an absolute tear. Igor has not stopped for a moment today.
Igor with a massive performance. I got the pleasure to see him and his beautiful girlfriend over there by the Eiffel Tower, and he was so stoked there. The love was in the air, and I think with her presence being here, this man is just looking unstoppable.
He's taking all the way. Revo.
Wait, Astro, मेरा DM देख.
Don't do it.
He's baiting out the shots here. It's kind of an interesting one. See, here's him back off the angle. Oh, he's still confusing him, dude. This is crazy stuff. Finally makes it into the building. Good push in. Lost Carrillo a little bit earlier on. There it is. There's the Revo we know and love. No matter what the shotgun is, he's a master of it.
Risky play though, by the way. Dude, that's a straight 1v1, dude.
भाई टाइम जा रही है फाइनल. टाइम बा जा रही है फाइनल्स में.
Sometimes it takes that, right? Sometimes it takes making those risks.
Couldn't wait. He couldn't wait though, right? You know, he's baiting off the window. He listens for the sound cue. Hears him back it off. Doesn't want to wait for them to reset up in those rooms.
Oh man, the plays are ringing out here. You can see Furia with a good, solid position in this next zone. A lot of central spaces are taken already. Wolves have a good spot here. They're one of those teams that desperately need a good performance if they want to hold on and stay just a little bit longer here in Paris. And let's get this going. We are in the hillside between Los Leones and Impala. Where's the zone going to go, though? Up to the north. Okay, all right. So Furia locked in the middle. Tianba as well. Wolves have a position. And our previous champs, Young Galacticos, on the south side, going to have to fight their way in.
Yeah, tough push for them. If they try and isolate over towards GK, because that's a full-on drop-off down towards the warehouses where they're playing, Yangon and Galacticos could find some good shots their way, and then maybe swing around over towards 721 GS.
Koreans किधर भी किस्म मारी लाइक Koreans रह गए हैं भाई.
Past Goat though. Goat's currently moving. Tianba were able to find themselves a decent building. These guys have just.
जिस तरह इंसान के पास पैसा हो ना, कोरिया, जापान और चाइना जरूर जाए. मैंने इनका कल्चर देखना यार. तुझे है शौक कोरिया, जापान या चाइना में से किसने का था?
Now they got Alpha 7 over towards that northern edge. I think a lot of teams just do not want to see this one move over towards that northwest side. Dopeness taking a bit of a gamble on the compound that sits in the middle of the fields.
That's that MK. That Bob Barker bringing out here. Didn't have a lot of ammunition in fourth, though. I think I only saw like 38 rounds. It's going to be a little bit conservative with that. That's one of the biggest things when it comes to Miramar. Resource is so important. You got to have that util towards the end game. And sometimes the only way to get that is by looting some boxes.
We get Skewin and looting. The MK.
भाई देखो. मैं तुम लोग को ऑप्शन देता हूँ. एक टीम सिनिस्टर तुम चुको, एक टीम एस्ट्रो तुम चुको, एक टीम मैं चुकता हूँ. तीनों की टीम में से कोई एक टीम भी जीत गई नहीं ये मैच. लाल कबूतर में मेरा डांस है. ठीक है एक तुम उठा लो
Moves out the way, will duck back down again. Look to take some shots over the top side though, but Claus will shut him down. The rest of the arena floundering a little bit. Schweppes immediately on those front lines, not able to stick up, and Tenny K next to fall here. The arena just getting brushed aside basically right now.
Quick with the quick thirst as well. The Thai squad in some trouble here. It's up to Joker. All by himself, 0 eliminations. Tries to put something on the points, on the board for his team. Quick's gonna throw that nade. That bounce does hit him up a little bit.
Good.
Another piece of util.
I am picking Furia, you are picking Goat. I am picking...
Surviving that. And no, that's burn, baby, burn. That is E-Arena out. Al-Ula with 3.
I am picking NS.
Controlling the north side.
Goat, Furia, NS.
Al-Ula.
अभी मैच को ना वो कर देता हूँ रुको
force their way down from the north. I mean, E-Arena just crumbled that. A real unfortunate scenario for them. Was hoping they could go further in this game. For E-Arena, they're sat in 5th place. They would love to add some more points to their tally. Not meant to be though. Yangon Galacticos, they did swing over the top side of 721 GS. We're looking for those teams moving out from behind. Smile does take a knock on the back lines though. There's 2 down for this squad. This is a rough fight between the 2 of them. QZ.
नहीं जिस के टीम जीती यार मैं तुम लोगों को 3 ऑप्शन तो दे रहा हूँ गोट फ्यूरिया एनएस नहीं एनएस नहीं मेरी एनएस नहीं है A7 भी नहीं A7 भी नहीं
QZ 20-year-old Chinese superstar. He was the MVP of the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational, even though they didn't end up winning it. It looks like Milu, though, is really performing so well. You know, that's hyping him up, saying, all right, it's time for me to start putting in some work as well. Next zone does pop. Tianba are going to be in this next circle, so is Furia. Oh, catch a break here, and they honestly need it. They've had a really rough day. They only have 2 players up, but they have a central position. Not the best one, though, because everybody's going to be looking right at them. It's going to be tough for them to get some eliminations. Maybe they can catch some steals. We'll see.
तुम्हारी सिस्टर की गोट है तुम्हारी फ्यूरी है मेरी एनएस है जाओ एक मिनट गोट फ्यूरी एनएस सही है मैं तो लिख लेता हूँ
They were able to recover Smile earlier on, but as I said before, no one really wanted this with the head over towards that northwest side. Sadly, it does. We'll see just how much it cuts in the near future, but it's going to become a very uncomfortable final couple of zones. Smile, ducking, dodging as much as he can, gets behind the vehicle at least. We'll see if he does get flushed off the back of that one. Romeo. Swing up towards that top side now. Trying to get a little bit of information, but Minus down. He's going to think twice about taking that engagement. Killer Joe out inside the smoke might just be the one to take down afterwards.
देख लो boys.
Killer Joe said, "Let's go, let's get out of here right now." And Foops man with the M249.
तो भाई तुम लोग सबकी हम सबकी टीमें जिंदा है अभी. गोट भी जिंदा है, एनएस भी जिंदा है, फ्यूरिया भी जिंदा है ब्रो, जिंदा है. सही है. और हमने टीमें भी वो चुकी हैं जिनमें सब प्लेयर पूरे पड़े हुए हैं तो टेंशन ही कोई नहीं है गोल डाल के क्या होगा हम 3 ही तो लोग हैं गोल किसे हाँ वही तो देख रहा हूँ
Foops man, got that 8 times. Hitting them lean peaks, looking good.
It's funny going from the 8 times to the M249 with the red dot. I mean, he is really mixing and matching what kind of ranges he's working with. Gets a bit more ammo online. Force does need to get picking up though. Nongshim Red Force sending down towards the south side. They picked up Force. Don't know if Goat's going to get too involved on this one.
पोल में और लोग नहीं डाल सकते ना, पोल में और लोग नहीं डाल सकते.
We'll re-knock him.
पोल जो मैंने डाल दिया.
Foops man, putting in that work here. And we see Revel get a knock on a 7-1 GS. They're battling it out with them. They want this spot here on the east side. It's up to Revel is ready to say, you know what? Let's not just run in blind. Let's use some of this util. Bang! Oh, but they do end up getting one player down. Got to be careful here. Another nade.
Red भी नहीं है.
Will barely survive it.
हाँ भाई का दोस्त लेकर उसने आज तक वापस नहीं किया.
Go down here.
Looking to move from the side, great shot. Revo walks directly into it, and now Alpha 7 in a spot above her. Good shot though, coming out from Guizhou, keeping the team alive in this moment. Alpha 7 needs another strong game. Good tag, but no flush, no knock. Here's the first.
भाई देखो अभी कोई भी टीम जीत सकती है, पहले बोल रहा हूँ.
Stuff from Guizhou, an incredible clutch here. So important for Alpha
721 GS eliminated भाई. सिस्टर की टीम तो कुत्ता कर रही है, एनएस को निकाल दी है. सिस्टर तेरी मेरी टीम आपस में लड़ पड़ी है. The flip. रियान पाकिस्तानी है, रियान नहीं, मलिक पाकिस्तानी है. मलिक अयूब अली नाम है उसका, मलिक अयूब अली. उसका मलिक का पूरा नाम है मलिक अयूब अली.
Tiamba went down to 3 players.
रिहान का नाम रिहान एमोर मोहम्मद के जिग से स्पेलिंग लिखे हुए थे. खैर
playing from Showhouse were able to get some good work done.
पता चला टाइम जीत गई है. टाइम बा जीत गई.
I do not know what's gone into him.
I know.
Yep.
He had that twinkle in his eye yesterday. I'll tell you that right
मलिक
now.
पूरा पाकिस्तानी है. मलिक
You know what, baby? I'm gonna pop
अयूब अली नाम है, तो मलिक तो पूरा पाकिस्तानी है. और मलिक की शक्ल ही पाकिस्तानी बनी हुई है विकिपीडिया पे.
Rock solid here in the end game. Let's see how they're going to be able to finish it out. They're currently in 3rd place. Trying to throw some util towards Alpha 7. Now it's a battle between the Brazilian.
भाई अभी तुम दुआ करो कि टाइन ना जीते अगर तुमने डांस करवाना तो.
Getting pieced up, but he's driving that Murado up close and personal. But Igor says, no, sir, not today.
Okay. Furia taking kill.
Now looks to send down another. Will be finally taken down, but Fury is putting in the work.
A7 gone.
Sent sky high.
A7 gone ही है भाई.
Essentially shunted him further towards Fury in the situation. Nate's planted inside the smoke. Obscure's going to send wide. Knows he can't do it now because he's getting shot at by so many separate squads. Sets up behind the
A7 gone भाई.
But well placed shot from distance.
अभी भाई देखो सिनिस्टर और तुम्हारी टीम पड़ी है, मेरी टीम तो बाहर हो गई है.
Not going to give you many placements overall.
मेरी टीम तो बाहर हो गई है.
And that's honestly what they need to do. They're currently in 4th place. That's going to be good enough. As long as you're in that top 6, that is all that matters. That's going to keep you in this tournament just a little bit longer. Tiamba, though, they're still in this game. Furia as well. It's a huge opportunity for them to make a big gap going into the last game.
I don't know, man.
God Furia Tiamba.
Blessed Ulf right now. They've just got 2
loot
on top of them. Yeah, absolutely. It feels like shining lights all around them. 777s.
They need it.
God में sister dance तो कर लेगा, दिखाएगा तुम्हें कहाँ से.
He's like, you know what? I take all the breaks I can get, you know.
Bro, he's never gonna show you his dancing, dude.
Everyone get out of there, honestly.
They got a nice set up right here. They got a blown up car, buggy on the other side, hay bales on either side of them. So they are dead center. Should be able to get some solid placement points. Who's going to win this game, though? That's the question. You got Dopeness up top. But with Dopeness so far, not making too much noise. They have the position. I think it's time for them to start getting some aggression going as this next zone does pop. And it's in the wide open field. And Ulf have the coverage here. Let's see what they can do with it.
We'll see. I mean, it might be Tiamba time. It may actually be Tiamba time.
भाई Tiamba हैट्रिक कर लेगी आज के दिन.
We'll see how Ulf can hold off these other squads, but
तीसरा चिकन हो जाएगा इनका अगर जीती तो.
The spot, right? It is the spot. People see there's loot crates around it. You are going to see some big crashes coming in soon. And the first one is going to be gold.
They want it. Can Ulf hold it? Scarface with the MG3. They got the weapons, but Killer Joe is up close and personal. But it is Ulf that is able to take him down.
Goat guy.
Putting in work.
गोट गई. गोट किसकी टीम थी? सिस्टर तेरी टीम गई. अब सिर्फ फ्यूरिया पड़ी है. एस्ट्रा दुआ करो तुम्हारी टीम निकाल ले. अगर तुम चाहती हो मुझे देखते हैं. देखना चाह रहे हो.
We'll stop short actually. The vehicle smoking, flames pouring out the front.
फ्यूरिया या Tiamba. Tiamba मैं चूजी.
Got some coverage with their vehicles. Ulf now barely holding the spot, but Aaron, are you kidding me? Ulf,
Exard by Nedonade.
So dangerous. Silence. You got to move, bro. You got to move. Ooh. barely escaping those nades. That hay bale coming in clutch. Finally, Silence able to put a little bit of suppressive fire here. Oh, and he gets the knock on his Scarface.
Okay, nice.
The MG3 down right now. Might be the thing that saved them before, but it's not in play anymore. Molotov over the top. See if he can sink this.
वही मेरी बात सुनो, नैनटेल वाली जो ऑग मिल रही है, ये इसको मारने से मिल रही है कि क्रेट से निकल रही है?
Still taking some little shots here and there. Tiamba, in the meantime, were just backing off the Wolves, who have sent themselves crashing into Alula on the western side. Dopeness finally waking up, realizing that, guys, we've got to get a move on from this northern edge. We've got to control this.
Our points, our sweet, sweet points getting taken away by all these teams pushing in, but Dopeness getting it done finally.
तुमने नैनटेल को मारा अभी तक?
Getting in the action.
वो जो एक मैच में आता है अलग से.
How many more are they going to try to get? Let's see. We got Tiamba as well. They have been waiting, and now starting to get into the action. Furia again, just throwing them long nades. That is going to get Scarface out. It's just Aaron up for the squad. Let's see what he can do.
Gorgeous little bouncer there for Ulfthal. We expected way more out of this squad. They're currently on 21 points. The placement points alone will be very, very good depending on how many more teams do go down. Dopeness trying to split out right now in a 2-2. They're going to try and regroup and take
मेरे में आई नहीं, वो सिर्फ सैटरडे संडे को आता है.
On the eastern side.
वीकेंड पे आता है.
Trying to go for some shots. Won't quite tag on. The vehicle does get cut up in the process though.
Woo. Tight looks here on the side of Milu. Milu has been on fire today. One of the craziest 1v4s of the tournament. Already in the bag. Be nice to continue with that and get this chicken dinner here and lock down that spot. The finals.
We said 20 points. 20 points was realistically what they were looking at for the last two matches of the day. Get up towards 80, and then it's super difficult to drop out. Aaron,
how?
The flames around him. Nade goes long. First one's a good knock over towards Silence here. Aaron swinging around the sides, has the UMP to work with, but there's absolutely no way he's making it happen. Milu's been watching this the entire time. However, instantaneously, Tiamba is looking to cause problems. They're trying to send nades down this way, clean out these players. They were able to get the res off. This nade goes a little bit too far to the side.
Furia now starting to loot up. Looks like they're really low on meds here. They would have been using them already if they had them, but now Eagle, he's got that nade. Furia got to be careful here. All it takes is that one. It's looking pretty good. Oh, just a little.
तुमने एस्ट्रो मारा उसको अभी तक?
Overcooked there.
Furia Tian 1.
Now blown up.
यार 1 का तो पता नहीं, Furia Tian के मैच है. Tiamba का.
Just making it happen here from this angle and just tearing Furia apart.
It's the Milu QZZ show right now. Another nade, look to send it through and towards the middle. It certainly has been Tiamba time today. And I don't think we're stopping the clock just yet. Igor underneath. Milu tries to regroup the rest of the team. Not a possibility. Speaker will find them. That off angle was absolutely deadly, and now Dopeness from that northern edge. They're going to start to spread out on this one. It's the right call from them.
Furia winning big time.
Cover the play from that northern side. They can continue to squeeze these two teams now.
Eagle trying to pop up, make something happen with that M4. Lufa with that disgusting angle on that tractor. And yeah, he has his car right behind him, so he goes and pops into it. Going to be pushing up little by little. Dopeness have the angles. Furia is dead stuck in the spot and just avoiding these nades. All those vehicles coverage is just working out so well for them. And QZZ forced to inch up little by little and getting punished there by Kenji.
Kenji will take down QZZ as well as Eagle from distance. Now Furia, a lot of work to do here. Eagles, who has been a man on a mission to impress today, now looking to do it again here, but there's only 2 players left. Dopeness on 9 eliminations. Nade goes long, will not. He finds the first. We'll go for the flush on this one. Every single point counts, and he goes to find at least one more at the end of the game. But it's Dopeness from the north side to take the win.
He कहाँ से निकाल गई है?
Needed. You can see the sigh of relief. These guys popping off. They deserve that chicken dinner.
Astro ये end में क्या हुआ है?
Be the start of their run towards the finals. Let's get it going. Dopeness, man, did they need that one? Yeah, you can see Furia dapping him up. Igor looking good, my man. That is how you get it done.
Yeah, honestly, Furia is looking good today. This is the Furia we expected and wanted whilst watching inside the groups. it's a tough game. That's a tough game to play there. I think they worked it out well. They had some of the zone towards the early on portions of the game. Going on Tiamba, they kept it cool. I think they kept it very, very cool there. Yes. I like that Igor's honestly had the courage to play out on the outside edge. Like, that's a hard angle to work with, but he has to play there to fend off versus the likes of Milu when he starts popping up from inside that.
ये कौन से alien है?
On the other hand, though, we also have to talk
Adonis eating halwa.
Oh my goodness me! What a set of just bold play after bold play that worked out, and it's great to see. I think Milu is feeling it.
Oh, Milu is on one right now. I'll tell you that right now. This guy is looking too good. That 1v4 was ridiculous. This is the Tiamba that you know, Max and I saw during the PMMI PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational, and they come group stage. We're like, what is going on? We're talking to each other, being like, this is not something that we have seen from them. They're playing it so passive, not looking confident at all. And then finally, in the survival stage, this is what we've been expecting. This is what we've been waiting for, and they are performing as expected.
For Dopeness, there's not been a whole lot of highlights from this team so far. I mean, over in the group, it was a cool finish for them to make their way into survival stage. But this is kind of the major moment for them, right?
चलो अगले मैच स्टार्ट होगा ना तो पहली टीम चुक लेना.
And they should be happy about that win as well. It's a good win for Dopeness. But again, for Dopeness, it can't come down to going up towards the, like, just dead zone where you have a compound where you can sit and wait out the matches, only to slowly come in from the north side, completely kitted, completely looted, and then just finish the game from there. We need to see a little bit more from Dopeness going forward, but this is the first step on their journey to get in towards that top 6.
Yes, it is indeed. So, I mean, it's a perfect timing to do it as well. We still got one more game here on the day, 6 more matches left tomorrow, and these teams that are, you know, in the top 6 minus, you know, Tiamba, who have already done a whole bunch, still need to keep their eye on the prize here. You gotta be able to make it happen if you want to make it to those finals. We got some more action coming up in just a second.
ट्रेलर तो मैं तुम्हें इधर दे दी भैंस के.
Is this new PUBG mobile booth in collaboration with Naruto. We just did a live segment here, so we've got everybody still hanging out, but you guys need to come check this out if you are hanging out at our venue, because it's kind of one big game. The more that you interact with this booth, the more cool prizes you could potentially go home with. We have cosplayers. Show them over there. We've got a chicken hanging out, ready for some photos. Apparently Dawood is running around in true Naruto fashion, and you want to come by, take some photos here, because at the end of it all, there is some really cool free prizes that you could be winning. You might have seen it on the broadcast. There are Naruto t-shirts. You see Dawood in the headband, who is really tiring himself, making sure he joins in on this action. And of course, you can come hang out with your very own chicken. So make sure you stop by and see everything that we have to offer.
But who's inside that chicken, Leonard? That's what I want to know. Hey, if you can find that out for me, that'll be great. Because right now we had Dopeness come out with the win, Max. And this is a team that really needed that win, really needed the points. Give it to them, but still, you need the points, Dopeness. Good job.
You know that Ragio Seal and the entirety of Reject are like, yes, finally, they qualified, they're doing something. But yeah, as you said right there, Seven, it was definitely a gifted win. They are team that dropped in Picardo. They went for very quick rotation, which I do have to say I appreciate. Very quick movement, and especially great control on the third party. Furia is fighting. There's also Tiamba getting involved, trying to compete for that chicken dinner. They're not slow, which I was expecting them because they've been such a passive team the entirety of this event. But no, they committed to the push. They got involved. And generally, Nistra, we're looking at this one. I am hoping that that's going to give them just a bit of confidence to play it more aggressive, just like we saw Yangon Galacticos do too. Because before this point, Dopeness were just fully invisible.
No, they were. It's really fun to be able to see them, and like you said, they're not being slow. It's not a game winning by chance. It really is. It's loud. It really is them moving forward and being able to actually, and it's vibrating. The cameras are vibrating.
Yeah, keep saying what you were going to say. What were you going to say?
Keep saying. What we're going to say is, no, it's really, really nice to see them. They were controlled. They were methodical. It was a really, really good push, slow and steady, but the synergy was really there. Again, they went from 0 to 100. They were able to maintain that pace without letting the earlier games get away from them.
Yeah, look, I just want to give it to Team Dopeness, and this is coming out of the group stages. I think you guys have to remember that they actually clawed their way out of the bottom 3 to be in the survival stage.
Yep.
Yes, Max, kind of a gifted zone for them, I must agree, but also, yeah, their way that they defended that, especially with 9 eliminations, like this is something that they're obviously desperately wanting to hold on to, but when they are gifted those zones, they control it, which is something massive that I love seeing from Team Dopeness, and of course, that was the same kind of team we saw in the last kind of matches
there's
in
no
our group
black
stages,
man
so I
inside.
mean, it is deserved.
Yeah, for Dopeness though, just quick reminder, it's not about not being in the bottom 3. It's about being in the top 6 here at survival stage if you want to be able to get a chance to actually go to finals. Quick guess, who's going to be the MVP?
Milu?
Hey, Milu indeed with the 6 elements. And honestly, with the way he's performing, we'll get a chance to do some predictions once again towards the end of the day. But I wouldn't be surprised if that man is going to be none other than the MVP of the day. But let's look at the match ranking. Dopeness there with 21 points. Happy to see that. But Furia was able to have a hell of a match here as well.
I loved Furia in this match. I loved everything that they did. It was controlled. It was methodical. It was really, really nice to see them come through. We're going to get a replay in a little bit where I really want to break down a play that they made, but their timing was impeccable. And, you know, any critique that I've had of them is that they're just playing too slowly for this lobby.
Yep.
It's worked in the past, but just not here. And here you can see some of the replays coming on through here, you know, up against Ulf, up against Tiamba. They were caught between Tiamba for the longest time. Them and A7 able to really pull up a really, really nice front of defense against them. And, you know, here we are going to see Tiamba have a great high ground and be able to take out Furia 1 by 1. That is them for the 3rd place, but just a really, really good play overall from Furia this game. Very happy with them.
Yeah, and Tiamba as well. I mean, continuing on that consistency that we've seen throughout the day, I was expecting AG from China to actually end up performing well. That is not the case right now, and we're not going to talk about it because that is 2 squads that I'm pretty sure, 100% sure, we have in our predictions. So our predictions are sucking, my friend.
I actually have all gamers in my predictions and not Tiamba.
I should have checked your predictions before I did my predictions.
भाई जवाब दे दे
He got one an absolute banging moment. I think if I had to talk about one of Igor's plays this game, he's been an absolute menace. Him and Milu in particular, putting on an absolute clinic this game. I was loving it. Good times.
I want to do something that we used to do in the past, Max. And I want you to look at the camera and just tell me why Alpha 7 was pissing you off that last match.
Oh my goodness. Why are you guys pushing one by one? I'm going to get really close. Can we get... I'm going to... Yeah. Well, why are we pushing one by one? It's 2026. It should not be happening anymore. And they all push onto Higor or Furia. I am very confused as to what's going on.
Wait, Astro, तेरे लैपटॉप में पीसी में कौन सा जीपीयू लगा हुआ है?
Especially your Brazilian brethren in Furia.
तेरे लैपटॉप में पीसी में कौन सा जीपीयू लगा हुआ है?
The tournament outside of Arena.
Yeah, talking about Alpha 7, at the beginning of the day, I was talking about how they ended up benching Obscure. That is not the case anymore. We actually forgot to mention it in that last segment that we did. Obscure is playing again, so I'm not sure what ended up happening there, if maybe the pressure was getting to the 17-year-old substitute player that they have here, but it's the core squad.
Yeah, it is the core squad. We're starting to see core squad things happening, except for the 1x1, because what was that? I'm also annoyed about it, because they're usually so good about that. We saw that earlier in that game, right? Revo using the window animations. Yes, using the window animations to really try and spawn, and try and get that information. He was doing a great job. He got some eliminations. They're moving through the building really, really well. And then they push 1x1. They're like, okay, we've done enough for this game now. We got enough points. It's fine. It's like, no, you had a good position. Why? Stop it.
Stop it.
Stop it.
Stop it. Not like that, Alpha 7. I got school. For some of the other stuff, I know we had some clips that we wanted to see a replay of, and it was this one right here because Milu, my goodness, Milu popped off.
I mean, those 2 knocks instantly with an 8, but then using the door frame to try and create a mini 1v1 in that scenario, and he's literally on fire at the end of that clip. What a beautiful play with that, especially that opening grenade.
Yeah, so nice, and these opening grenades are also great. KRX in a bit of a rough spot here. Furia coming in, bouncing those nades up. What I love about this is they wait for those nades to get them really, really low. They know they have to be getting rid of that health pretty quickly. They get that knock instantly. Well, in a minute, instantly, they're going to be pushing forward, right? Get another nade, try and get some extra damage, and then they come flying over the top. You're going to see them come through here now, getting in that vehicle. They're going to move over, and actually, they're not going around because 721 is over there. They're not going onto the other side like they could do because Tiamba is there. They have to go immediately across. They come on through, make that play come through, get the win, done and dusted. They get rid of Leo there from AGAL, and then they're actually going to keep a 2-2 split on either side of the road that facilitates that 3rd place finish in the end. So a really, really heads-up play from them. Very, very excited about that.
Yeah, and I just want to sort of add on, it's just the Furia special, isn't it, Tora? Like, whatever position they're in, they're going to clear their threats.
Yes.
And that is what they do. Whether it's up a hill and they're doing a goddamn mountain goat climb, nading to move up to that position, or obviously, having KRX down there on the bottom, they are able to stick together, which, some other teams might do. But it's awesome to see Furia. They're just focusing on all of these sort of capitalizing on their high damage, especially with all the utility.
Yeah.
Look how close everything currently is. Between 3rd place, 8th place, and I'm pretty sure when we end up going towards the next page,
overall ranking 3rd
currently looking like 3rd place
and 8th. Bhai, बहुत close है.
9th, I mean, all the way down to 13th place, Max. Everything, even 14th place, everything is so close they could end up changing within one match. And something to notate on the last match, 5 out of the 7 teams that were still alive towards the end were teams that were towards the bottom of top 10. They need to make sure they start responding here. A Barney and whoever ends up in 1st place of survival stage is going to end up crushing your keys.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's set the scene for those of you who may not quite know what is at stake right now. We've got $3 million on the line and a chance to immortalize yourselves in the Esports World Cup history books as champions of PMWC. Now, tomorrow, just 6 teams will have the opportunity to step into the finals, where the other 10 teams, if this will open, it apparently will not. That's okay. The other 10 teams will have their keys destroyed by this stunning crusher. Look at that right there. Now, imagine what it would feel like to have the only remaining intact key whilst the 10 remaining teams... There you go. There she is. Now you get to see this beautiful crusher before it chomps on those keys tomorrow. Now imagine what it would feel like to have that remaining intact key whilst all of your other opponents have their keys destroyed, like this one right here. Now, it's almost time for our final map of day 1 of the survival stage, and some of our teams really need to step it up a gear if they've got any chance of making it through the survival stage and into the finals. And so with that being said, casters, let's go over to you for our final map of day 1 of the survival stage. Let's do this.
That's right. Sometimes you got to warm her up before she gets going, and I'll tell you what, some of these teams are looking red.
Okay, final match, bhai.
Right, Tianba, these guys are looking so good. Dopeness are finally getting red hot here after that chicken dinner, but we got 1 match left here. This is the time to make it happen.
Yeah, don't worry, Mr. Crusher. I mean, a lot of these other teams right here, they've also got a lot of anxiety, so we're all good. We're all good.
That's right.
But we're heading in towards our final match here. Tiamba, they all look very happy with the way this has played out. Milu is laughing, and so he should be. I mean, that last game was just an unreal result. And it does show you exactly what confidence can do for your team, momentum can do for your team. It's just upsetting that we're having another point sponge. We had Vitality, now we got Tiamba. It is making these final days just so rough as we head into day 2 of survival. But this is the final game of the day today. Let's see if any team can kind of differentiate themselves from that tight-knit pack towards the center and maybe live it large up there with Tiamba. Maybe not quite as large because Tiamba's on a table of their own.
Let's get into it right here. I mean, Milu has really been the all-star today, making some crazy plays. We saw him with the 1v4. We saw him hitting the crazy shots with those off angles. And now with the
भाई टीम में चूज कर लो अपनी
here for day number 1. Let's see if that could continue
टीम में चुक लो
on
अपनी
here. Looking at the leaderboards. Yeah,
बाद में नहीं
Tiamba
कहना
on
बाद
top,
में ना कहना बेबी पहले ही दे दी
points.
वॉर
Yeah, these
नहीं
guys are pretty much a lock for the finals. I think we can say comfortably. But pretty much everybody else, it's still anybody's game here. Dopeness pushed themselves up into a good spot with 30 points in 8. If they finish strong here, we could definitely see them leave until tomorrow in the top 6. Now, looking on down, I'm gonna really put the, Al Ula 10th place on down in the hot seat. I think this is a big game for them because tomorrow, those last 2 matches are gonna be straight chaos. There's gonna be teams doing everything and possible.
And anything.
So, and literally everything. So desperate to try to put up points that it's gonna not be a typical game of PUBG Mobile. So the time is now. The time is now to make it happen. We got a pretty disgusting southern playing path here, but you got to be able to adapt. Got to make it happen no matter what.
Yeah, definitely rough. But you're right, down towards 10th and below.
भाई ये starting से यही main player हैं.
AGAL as well as KRX, these are the teams that need to have a strong map here. Everyone else is sort of around that 20-point mark where tomorrow it's possible after your first round, if you get a big win, you can send yourself up towards that top 6 territory. For AGAL as well as KRX, they need some points now to allow them to have a springboard tomorrow. Otherwise, it is starting to look a little bit dangerous. And I didn't expect this from KRX, honestly. I think that KRX is a good team. It has some pretty strong players on side. So I am flabbergasted of why this is happening right now for them, because this is not a case of just having a bad day. Like, this has been throughout the majority of the tournament, just not able to get the momentum on board. I mean, we've given Alpha 7 a lot of grief, but at least they've been able to get themselves towards top 3s consistently. They have been able to close out games. For KRX, it feels like we have never really got that engine started.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, that's the crazy thing about this game and this format, this tournament in general. Someone's got to be at the bottom, right? We got serious names here. Still, KRX 9 points is a big question mark. It's like, what happened? Oh? Yeah, 9? Okay. If we saw the bottom of the tables and there's only a few points gaps, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But 5 matches, only 9 points. Not good. Not good at all. Hopefully we can see them make something happen here, and honestly they need to, because if they don't, you can kind of start counting them out a little bit.
Absolutely, I agree. I think for AGAL, there is a tiny hope tomorrow if they don't do well here, but for KRX, it's just feeling like it's not going to be the case. And these teams hello. A lucky spin.
Yes.
Which you can find here with us at the 2026 PMWC at EWC. You can draw for exclusive.
पांडा यार आपको क्या पूछ लिया करो यार, आप पूछते ही नहीं हो.
A lot of players are currently using.
आपको क्या big fan है, thank you so much. आप पूछ लिया करो.
EWC. So really cool stuff. Make sure you get in game, because we all need a lucky break, but I would say AGAL as well as KRX need a bigger one.
Yeah, they do. Right, they need one of those Alpha 7 blessings that we saw a little bit earlier, right, in Erangel. They need a good, solid circle to help them out here. But the thing is that you got to make your own luck in these kind of tournaments. You got to be able to make it happen regardless of the situation. Another team I want to see more out of, we haven't really talked about them a lot, is Yangon Galacticos, our previous champions here, last year's champs. They have a beautiful skin in-game that you guys got to go check out as well. We got to see them rock it the other day, and I got to say, probably one of the most insane fits jerseys. That classic traditional Myanmar fit is gorgeous, and I want to see them rocket it in the finals. So let's see if they can get things heated up here. They're in 13th place, 22 points, not in the worst position, right? One good game here, and we can see them all the way up to 3rd place, okay? It's just the longer they wait, the worse off they are.
I would say the only 2 consistent teams so far has been Furia as well as Tiamba today. Like, those are the only 2 teams that have really caught my eye. Everyone else in this top spot towards like the top 8, they've had good games here and there. I think Nongshim Red Force maybe has had like a little bit of a better day when it comes to just consistent results. But yeah, towards that top side, Furia, Tiamba, that's the 2 names on everybody's lips at the moment. But for Yangon Galacticos, on the other hand, with the Ancient Charm set, which does look fantastic, you are right. I like the interview we had Kalaris earlier today. It was a really good interview. Not only did we get to hear from him about how he's feeling in game right now, but how much his life and his team's life has been changed by winning at EWC, because it is life-changing money here and life-changing recognition and reputation gained from winning such an illustrious tournament. So for Yangon Galacticos, I think that the biggest takeaway I had from that interview was that he mentioned the pressure.
Yeah.
The pressure was on. The pressure is real here. Going towards survival stage, I'd imagine some of the pressure is a little bit off. We didn't go out in group stage. That was probably the worst thing that could have happened to them. They got through to survival stage now. Yes, they need to shore some things up. They still have 1 more game to prove themselves and a whole 6 tomorrow. But yeah, I believe in Young Galacticos. I don't think they've had the craziest plays so far, but I won't ever say they're completely out just yet, because despite everything, they're still putting up points.
For sure. I mean, and I think that's the right mentality for this team. I mean, all it takes is a good couple situations, and we know they can pop off, put a 20-point game, and really, really push themselves forward here. And I want to see them do it. I want to see them back in the finals. I think that they are a rock-solid team. That pressure is tough, though. It's the hardest thing, and I talked to some of these guys who have been in these moments. They've been in these games for years now, right? So you think that they'd be used to it. But even after talking to Risha, like, man, it's still hard. You know, your heart still races the same. You just, maybe you're a little bit more understanding of it because it's not a new experience, but it's still so difficult to deal with. So when you see players like Milu do a crazy 1v4, I mean, that really gets your team going, and you just kind of, you know, galvanize your squad and capitalize after that kind of play. But, you know, we're in the last match of the day. Tomorrow's going to be wild because so many teams are going to be just desperate all the way towards the end to continue their stay here in Paris, as this has just been an amazing place to be, and the pinnacle of esports is here. And man, it's good to see Fury up here. Question.
Okay.
Which name up top? Any of those names that you see up top surprise you so far?
यार मैं obviously मैं तो पहली बात है फ्यूरिया को देख के ही सरप्राइज हो गया था कि फ्यूरिया ग्रुप स्टेज से बाहर किस तरह होगी। I mean हाँ ग्रुप स्टेज से बाहर किस तरह होगी भाई, फ्यूरिया अच्छी खासी टीम है। Oh, it should not
I think
have.
this team has had like pretty cool performances in the past. But
A7 ने क्लच मार लिया, नीचे से ऊपर आ गई है। सही है भाई।
I think they can do more though. I do think this team's got more in the tank left from any
भाई
forwards.
जी
I think that they surprised us in multiple tournaments beforehand as well. So what I'm hoping is that Geek can maybe have another good game, stay in that top 6 side, because realistically, I don't think they were on many people's like top prediction lists, and I think that they're kind of playing into how we had Yangon Galacticos last year.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, something definitely happened in their day off, because I agree with you. I think out of all those
मैं ये
games,
कह रहा था पांडा यार आप पूछ लिया करो मेरे से, आप जितना मुझसे पूछोगे ना उतना आप समझ जाओ, तो मुझसे आप frequently पूछा करो।
That would be wild to finish things off for the day. You can see teams quick, fast now, immediately, right now, moving down south, not wasting any time, not a little later, immediately.
Yeah, immediately, right now.
Right now.
We're not waiting around. We are sending down. The migration is real. I mean, it's always awkward having to move down from that north side as well, past La Bandita. Talked about it before. Awkward rotational paths for some of these squads. Fury, on the other hand, they can kind of slip in towards that south side. They are rotating alongside with Nongshim Red Force. Tiamba, though, they like to play down here anyway. They went for a central position. They looted up in Los Leones first, so they're good to go. And they can set up their vehicles very fast and start to be on the lookout, be on the overwatch for some of these other squads as they make their way in. However, it's actually RRQ to take down Milu. That is surprising.
That's a huge finish. I mean, that is the star of today, right? I mean, the uncrowned king of the survival stage going out early here, and you can see Solus getting those thirsts. Players, now you can see just an extra little bit of sharpness in these shots. They know there's no time to waste here. Last game of the day. We got to make it happen if we want to continue our dreams here in Paris, France.
It is amusing, though, to me that RRQ pretty much went out of their way there. They were like, we've got to find Milu. We've got to take Milu out.
Where is he?
Because if Milu's in the lobby, we're scared, we're worried. We do not want that kind of pressure. So a bit of revenge, you know. Redemption, almost. Get him out in the first 10 minutes of the game and never have to experience another 1v4 again. It's not possible versus Milu, at least at this point in time.
Oh yeah, because if Milu's there, he could elim you. And you do not want that. You do not want to go back to the lobby here. So Tiamba are going to go to the rest of this match with a 3-man. They do have a spot in this next circle. But with this zone, is pretty scary here because, I mean, it could always hard shift down straight to Los Leones. That'll be a wild game to see if that's the case. Young Galacticos are going to be doing a beautiful wrap all the way down to the south, most likely hitting that Los Leones urban side. Everybody else just trying to set up a position here in this circle. You got Tiamba right next to La Bendita. QZZ up on the roof, just trying to keep away. Oh no, QXZZ getting knocked there and beat up as well. So,
my God, dude.
Are you kidding me?
Those shots onto Binny is just demonic going through from QXZ. Unbelievable stuff. Now from RQ, underneath, just get absolutely obliterated by Hoxie. Luckily,
Okay, भाई KRX ने finally kill ले लिया, लेकिन KRX लुढ़क गई है.
Lepar, as per usual,
picking
up the slack here for RQ.
Benny throwing in the nade. He makes sure that his teammate is eliminated by his own nade. Benny, though, with the pump shotgun, trying to find some angles here. He's low on HP. He's got to be picture perfect. Jump shot to the QBZ is not going to do it. And that is
KRX gone.
Out of there in last place. The worst case scenario. Tomorrow, if they want to make it happen, have to just go insane.
Yeah, for KRX, we already talked about it, right? They weren't in a good position. If they were to have a bad game here, it is miracles that need to happen tomorrow to get them in. Very unfortunate for the squad. Not what was expected from a team that tenure-wise has had great success over the years. Feels like survival stage might just be the final hurdle for them. They just could not get over. We'll lock back in with the next circle that does move down towards the south side. It is torn between Los Leones and the northern edge up towards the roadside. Some of the hills in play still. A lot of teams don't really want to be playing over towards the northwest. Alpha 7 would like to get a little bit further into this one. Dopeness, on the other hand, they're happy to wait. It worked out for them one time. We'll see if it works out for them again.
Yeah. And they could definitely use it for sure. Because this one is pretty dang close. The zone is starting to close. You got Young Galacticos wrapping that south side. Aula is quite close to them here, though. Let's see if they are going to end up meeting each other. SayCloud now finally being able to get into this next circle.
Yeah, definitely feels like Young Galacticos have been casting out a big net here for Alula. They're in the way. They do not want their 180 being exposed as they move in towards Los Leones. So the more teams they can take out, they continue to hunt out this squad. Marnet, as well as SayCloud, playing in front right now. Have to get it up the hilltop. Alula stops short, takes a quick break, takes a breather, playing inside the concretes. while Smile continues to provide that information back. They're going to have to move eventually, though. They can't stick around here forever.
They're like, guys, come on. This is stage 3. There's plenty of room here. We can all be friends on the south side of Los Leones. And it looks like that's what Young Galacticos are going to do. They're going to hold on to this building here and say, see you later. I will deal with you later. But, oh, Solonic getting a knock onto Geek. We see that happening in the feed. Geek, again, we were talking about teams that were a little bit of a surprise. I mean, yeah, seeing them at the top, I think is a really, really exciting thing from them. You know that their team has to be pumped up going into this one. For those of you guys tracking all the incredible things that are happening here at the Esports World Cup, we see some updates from Glitter. And I know Geek is one of those orgs that really needs to have a good performance here. They want to see their team in the finals. I was wondering if maybe they had a little extra pep talk with them and say, guys, we need you to get there. All right, let's make it happen.
Yeah, that added a bit of pressure. That always works. That really does help the team out.
Yeah, I mean, it would work for me. You know, usually I'm at my peak performance if I have at least 2 women yelling at me during the day.
Yeah.
That's when I'm really pushing myself.
I think for Yangon Galacticos, it's a weird one. Because they did cast the net, but they essentially just gave the Northern Rotate to Alula and have banked on this ending in Los Leones. I feel like this is a bad trade, you know?
Yeah,
not the best. We got
भाई ये A7 वाले Alpha 7 वाले बात नहीं
a holographic.
Look at the hype, man. I mean, I love Alpha 7 fans. Oh, they're getting hype. They felt the pressure coming as Carrillo making them happy here, making them dance a little bit extra here, doing that salsa as Carrillo getting that elimination is going to open things up a little bit. This is outside the circle, though. All eyes are going to be on them. Dopeness now in a position to gatekeep. Oh, but Quizal with that knock on the Lufa. Time to hop in that vehicle. It's time to get moving. The fight has begun. Ding, ding, ding. Quizal looking to finish it quickly.
Okay, nice.
Very low here. Goodness me, has to drop out the vehicle. And we'll just let it roll past him once he gets the first aid kit off, though. Ulf does move over towards the northern side. Wonder how much of this they have heard. Dopeness, again, the waiting strategy did not work out this time around. They had to move, and I'm glad that Alpha 7 did something. I think you have to congratulate them for that fact, because this is the big complaint we've had for a long, long time. Finally, they clear out some space for themselves. Just great news. Now they can play in towards the south side, and hopefully play a little bit further into the south side later on.
Hey, Alpha 7 crowd, I know you are in here. I want to start hearing some old school cheerleading chants, right? Be aggressive, be aggressive. That's what we need to see from Alpha 7, because when they do, man, oh!
Wait, where did he throw that nade from? That was like nestled perfectly in his lap.
भाई Alpha 7 वाले तो full नाच रहे हैं.
He like heard the click of the nade before it popped on him. Beauty, Silence getting an early lemon style there.
Yeah, Dopeness. That's where they'll be cut short. Down to 14 teams. 50 players still left alive here. Alpha 7 still taking it a little bit slow. Smoke's going down. They've got Furia down towards their south side. Can certainly play off the back of that.
Come on, Zone. Go south. Let's just go crazy here. Full-fledged urban finish. Can you imagine? That would be wild. Beauty, I wouldn't like that. Let's see if the Zone does surprise everybody here, as it is just about to pop. Where are we going? Oh!
Look, outside Yangon Galacticos, they're a little lucky, right?
Yeah.
They're a little lucky. They do get themselves a lovely central spot here, and one of the good buildings to play in as you do heading up towards those really awkward circles where they line up. But now, Alpha 7, we got to get out the building. We got to get in vehicles. We have to move. Furia similarly as well. I know, disgusting. Not fun. Not enjoyable. Tiamba, however, tearing Ulf apart. They have lost Eagle and Milu at this point, but Tiamba has been a consistent threat inside the lobby. Shame that they moved over towards the northern side. I think it was the smart choice. I don't really want to start in an urban area, especially Los Leones, because it is so massive. And getting out of it can be a bit of an awkward mission.
Yangon Galactic will smile as he gets a knock onto QZZ. Let's see if he ends up getting the thirst. As we're waiting for that to happen in the elimination feed. Catch getting knocked by Nongshim Red Force. And now you got Joker, the Thai team of E-Arena. Just again, so shocked that they're even here in the first place. They had a record-breaking rondo, 39 total points, and still weren't able to make it into the finals directly. So now they're here in 7th place. They're right there on that cutoff. Gonna go ahead and get even closer to that 6th place position with that elimination there. Right below the likes of Nongshim Red Force. So easy, gets a knock onto Obscure from Alpha 7. And the fights are really starting to ring up here as teams are just trying to find a position in this next zone.
Yeah, Alpha 7 plays up towards the silos, tries to get a bit of high ground to work with, to watch down towards
भाई Alpha 7 का एक डाउन है भाई नहीं रैप हो गया चलो नाइस
Nade plays should go well. I mean, Carrillo has full broadside on this, just doesn't want to expose himself to other angles from within the city. That's not a bad position to kind of stepping stone from, potentially. Your Fury coming in from that western side. Igor's taken down by Alula at distance. This is hard, though. You're going to have to stop off right now. A lot of smokes were already invested. Igor's going to need to be rezzed. Delaying the push in. Revo's down again.
Revo. Oh, and thirsted by Baton. So the Wolves stealing that elimination. Now Carrillo says, okay, this is the angles I needed. Yeah.
A7 भाई kills पे Furia को भी डाउन Furia का भी दो एक बंदा डाउन कर दिया उन्होंने रैप हो गया.
Fortunately for them though, there's so many other teams right above, forcing Carrillo to not be able to make some plays. He finds an angle though, puts some pressure, immediately pops back out over, and now Furia are gonna get the mix here. Furia with the push onto RRQ, getting popped out of these vehicles. They're getting punished here, but they do end up taking out RRQ. But is Alpha 7 gonna get in there? Yeah, Carrillo steals an elimination.
Yeah, this is exactly what they need. I mean, Carrillo's been doing a good amount of work here, waiting for the rest of his team to recuperate, revitalize. Revo's completely down now. Ayala underneath with Igor's. Trying to get him back up on his feet. Realistically, for Alpha 7, they want to slip down towards this location so they can continue to play things out. Sightlines are a bit awkward. Get out the vehicle, confirm the flush.
Oh no, Guizao ends up getting knocked here. Carrillo gets popped back and forth. Ayala doing a great job of just continuing on that pressure. Looks like it is a 2v2 situation now. Carrillo and Obscure versus Ayala and Igor. Guizao gets knocked by Schweppes though. We're finished. And the nades are starting to ring out here. Ayala gonna be throwing someone back, but Obscure catches the edge of Igor. Carrillo with 3 eliminations though. Gotta make a play.
Stun grenades out. Ayala, last line of defense here for Furia. Will look for the first. Carrillo does get himself the nice drive-by. Vehicle is flaming. Very, very low. But Alpha 7 definitely looking a little bit more aggressive here. And Carrillo honestly has stepped up this game. I think Carrillo is the main driving force of this match so far, which is a good thing to say. Been with the team for a long, long time. Everybody knows this guy is a phenomenal player, but it's the first time in a while where we've seen him really take the game into his own hands.
I like how you said driving force right there. I know you did that on purpose, dude, because these guys have been doing these drive-bys all day. I've never seen them do this so often. Usually they just play, yeah, they just like, oh, we can do this, you know, all right, I want to start doing this more often. And usually they just end up playing together on foot, pushing together and just being an unstoppable force. But now they're doing these like really cheeky drive-by plays. I don't know if I like it, but it's working for now. They're in 3rd place, and that is all that matters. As long as they make it into that top 6, that's where they need to be. Obscure getting some shots. Gonna have to dodge those and throwing out that util onto Goat. Not able to get the knock just yet. Carrillo knowing that, man, this is gonna be a tough one to get into this circle. Everybody's looking the direction. Do they have any vehicles? No. It's gonna be up to Smokes.
भाई Alpha 7 को अब तो चिकन निकालना पड़ेगा.
Ow. That hurt.
नहीं Alpha 7 के
it was always gonna be difficult. There's so many
दो तो नॉक थे ही, तीसरा भी डाउन हो गया.
Just getting rid of the outsiders at the moment, which is a fair few of these teams trying to make their way in. Okay, it's not an easy circle, really isn't to play.
मैंने जैसे ही बोले अल्फा 7 को चिकन निकालना चाहिए, अल्फा 7 उसी का डाउन हो गई है.
Further downwards. Well, let's take a look here, Hot Jukes. E-Arena looking to redeem themselves up towards that top side of the tables in 7.
भाई टायन भी मतलब मेरे ख्याल से टायन भी टायम्बा यानी टायम्बा भी नहीं कर सकती. एक बंदा उनका भी
push themselves further up. Now for Ulf, tough push.
Tough push indeed, but they're making it work so far. Ulf finally starts to show some signs of life. AGAL, another one of those teams really trying to make things happen for their org in this World Cup. Only one elimination so far. Ooh, that one hurts. Down to 1 HP. No, actually, no, he does have 3 first aids. Let's see if he's going to start using them. AGAL starting to push up there towards Ulf. Catch going for the res. Should be able to get it on the Solus. He does. Zone about to close in the next 39 seconds, though. Can they get these heals off? XCC just can't find that perfect angle to throw this nade, though.
And mounts it off the doorway. Goes a little long, though. The airburst not quite there for AGAL. We talked about this earlier. This has to be a big game for them. They see the circle shift and they decide that this fight is not worth it. It's going to delay them too much. Can they get further down? Can they snake their way into the circle itself? Tiamba, last player alive here in QZZ. And again, I respect the motion here, because they know that, yeah, they're on 75 points. It doesn't necessarily guarantee them tomorrow if they have a really horrendous day. So for QZZ, he's going to put all the stock into trying to live out this game as long as possible as a solo. No risk taken.
Survive.
Yeah.
Gotta survive here. Might as well. I don't care how many points you have. You play as hard as you can all the way up to the end to guarantee that you extend your stay here in Paris. Here comes Nongshim Red Force, though. Monster squad. Putting some pressure on Al-Ula. Hyunbin, Maxman's favorite player. So humble, so accurate. Throws the nade and gets the knock.
And that's why he knows how to make these fights work. DBS in hand. About to push on in. Wolves is the next target for Nongshim Red Force. They currently have 4 players still alive here. QZZ finally goes down. That will be Tiamba's run done. 75 points is where they'll finish the day. Again, like we're saying, roughly around 15 points for top 6. See if they can go further tomorrow. E-Arena, another team that desperately wants that scoreline, but Say Cloud from Yangon Galacticos opens up onto 1. Geek also chiming in here. Have to drop those smokes down, just wants players to get closer to them. Los Leones uncomfortable in the central position. Honestly, for Yangon Galacticos, if they can get rid of more and more players here from E-Arena, there is a world where they may want to cross the road.
They're going to have to here. We can see them with those P90s. They're making it happen. I don't know who. Yeah,
they got to go.
Oh, they got to go immediately. As you can see, AGAL, woo, getting hurt. Going to go ahead and get those first hits going. As we now have reached the final circle shift here. We are in stage 8. I don't know who it was that wanted to see a Los Leones.
Wolf के अभी तक सारे बंदे alive हैं. Yangon Galacticos की भी.
What they wished for.
From Wolf, we got 6 points on this game. They do get themselves a little bit further in the lobby here. Up to 10th now on 31 points. It's a decent innings. But you're right, we're almost heading in towards stage 9. I was surprised that Yangon Galacticos didn't try and hit the train here. They are slowly moving across because they know E-Arena is weak and they're on the center dot. Like, that's where you want to be. And they've opened things up, but they're being very, very careful right now.
By the way, you go out right now, 1 placement point.
Yeah, and we're almost in the last zone.
8 teams still remaining. None of them can afford to go out right now. Got Wolves there on the southwest side. Those guys need some points, big time. AGAL, Yangon Galacticos, our previous champs. These are the squads that really need them more than anybody else. But you got the likes of Geek, Nongshim Red Force, and E-Arena right there. You can see the Wolves getting into some CQC action. They take out quick. Now they're rocking a 2-2 split. Geek are still in this match. All 4 up, only 1 elimination. It's really going to come down to the last second here.
So many teams banking on this game. Yangon Galacticos maintaining high ground. I mean, once we got a better lay of the land, kind of understand why they're still playing up there. They have 2 players up front though, so there is a possibility of a daisy chain in the near future. Wolves also needing points off the back of this game. Running on 25 right now. Nongshim Red Force getting the parkour done, somersaulting through that smoke into a better position. So easy, gets caught on the back lines by a nade from Necessary. Ooh, what a nasty spot to throw those nades in. We'll see if Nongshim Red Force can weather it.
Oh, these guys need to hire a new roofer, man. This is so tough. This hole in the roof is being so rough on them. It's just Tizzy now for the side of Nongshim Red Force. And here we go. We are in stage 9 here, folks. The zone is about to close to the center of the map as Baton and the Wolves trying to keep their tournament hopes alive here. The NA squad up close and personal with Nongshim Red Force. Blind nade getting thrown, trying to get these confirmations, but Baton very hesitant here, throwing down some more smokes, waiting for his squad to get back up before he pushes. Doesn't want to push on his own, but that is allowing Nongshim Red Force to get a reset.
Ooh, Say Cloud bounces off the stairs. Could have been a freebie. Instead, it's costly.
Oh.
1 nade down now. Nongshim Red Force have to make a big maneuver. The Baton has got him locked in the corner. Will just send in to get the finish off the back of that one. Yangon Galacticos still using this high ground to their advantage. AGAL in awful position on that north side. Finally, they strike. That's Slonic. He went up high from behind. The Wolves finding a bit of an area to play off the back of.
मैं किस्मत से जिसको भी सपोर्ट करूं ना वो आज मरी जा रही है.
So quietly, here goes Maple as well, trying to find that precious high ground. Gonna be able to look at those plays, but here comes the blue zone. This is an unrelenting circle. It's going down to the center. Now it's time to make the plays. No choice. Bust out those shotguns. Hit those shots. Maple looking for the angles. TBS in hand, and you got Elementrix stuck with the AUG, trying to make a play for his team.
Romeo on the outside with that XEZ. We said that AGL needed a good game. KRX also. KRX went down in 16th, but now AGL looking for the first. Maple finds another. E-Arena slowly falling, and now AGL with 3 players still up. Yangon Galacticos with the 1. Wolves with 2. All these teams very, very important right now. They get further up in the rankings. Who will be able to finish this off? Wolves with the high ground. AGAL underneath. Flower blooming from the desert floor.
Young Gone Galacticos. Young Gone Galacticos.
And it's AGAL clutching up the final chicken dinner here at the day 1 survival stage.
And they needed that game so badly, down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, getting themselves further up there and opening up a chance tomorrow. But that's all it is, just a chance for them. So many expectations on this squad, and only now just delivering. The nice play from them, a good disengage from Ulf earlier on too. Wonderful stuff. Wolves also needed those points so badly. They played the high ground. I love the way that Slonic played that out. Got up there earlier on, hit a lovely little backstab over towards Yangon Galacticos. But is it enough? Is it enough going tomorrow? It is the top 6 right now. Tiamba, Furia have all really got themselves into a very, very good position there. Hopefully they'll be able to continue that consistency. For Tiamba, it's a tiny drop in the ocean in terms of points. Furia, they got to go a little bit further. For everyone else, this is coming down to the wire tomorrow, I can guarantee it.
I'll tell you, all you guys watching right now, mark your calendars, set your alarms, tell everybody, because tomorrow is going to be one heck of a show.
Bro,
look
that's
at
crazy.
Maple, are you serious? I'll tell you what, all of AGL, their fans, organization are so excited for them right here.
等一下吧，等一下吧，等一下吧。哎，2打2，3打3打。头顶一个，拿掉，拿掉。打一个，1楼。
I mean, good stuff. Honestly, very, very good stuff. That shot from Flower up on high was absolutely criminal, by the way. He went on for a little peek, and Flower was straight there with the pellets. Sent him right up to him. But yeah, that's it. But the thing is, this is actually a great time to get a win. It's right at the end of the day. Oh my God, the relief is palpable inside of this squad. Going into tomorrow, it's not the most momentum you can have, but it does feel good. And genuinely, Tiamba has already shown us what that feel-good nature can do for you.
with the craziness that we've seen so far, I think if AJAL don't win that one, I would have had very little hope for them, right? The fact that they did, though, really just lights a fire, I think, in them, everybody watching and supporting them here, and puts them in a great spot for tomorrow. And one thing I did notice, and I'm starting to see a trend of, is that the word nice is international, baby. Because, I mean, you just keep hearing that no matter what. I mean, no matter what team, what org, right there at the end, that is the unification word of victory.
Yeah, it's good. It's nice. But KRX, sorry, it's not so nice. No. It is not so nice. No. Again, tomorrow it's going to take miracles. It's a great squad. It's got some strong players on side. If anyone can do it, it's going to be them.
They need an immediate chicken dinner tomorrow. Not even wait a little bit. Immediate in Rondo.
In the meantime, let's head down to the stage to close out our day with Kalaris.
That's right, thank you very much, Blank. Of course, I do have Ragnarok here from GK after they've had a pretty successful day, all things considered, for the game so far. So let's start off with this last Miramar. Obviously, it goes down to yet another Los Leones ending that we actually have here. You guys were in one of the buildings pretty early to try and play it out, but it's always hard to transition between those locations. What was the game plan for GK once you'd found that spot?
To be honest, I'm one of the best players in the world in Los Leones. I have been playing Los Leones for maybe 7 years. So I know every entry and every exit for Los Leones. I were really confident that the white building that we took, it will be clear. So we crashed it in the third zone. Yeah, it was clear, but it was maybe center of the zone, so everybody's focusing on us. We couldn't like peek on much.
Saudian, yeah,
Arabic.
Anta Arabic.
So we played a little bit passive, but at the end zone we got kicked out of the zone. So the zone was rushing us in our pack. Also, two teams was holding on us. I think one team in the hangar and YG on the left. We got stuck between the two teams and we got eliminated. But so far, it's not really bad game. It's a hard zone, but we managed to get some points. That's fine.
Not too bad at all. Talk to me about the win that you guys were able to have today as well. Because obviously, I think that's your second win of the tournament so far, right? You got one in the group stage. So that win, obviously you had that compound for a long time, west side of Pachinki, or west from Pachinki, I want to say. So was it just a case of lock that down, and then when you kind of flexed down against the other positions of the rest of the teams and eventually dealt with Alpha 7, that looked fantastic. So talk to me about that finish.
To be honest, it's a 50-50 zone. Like, it was a little bit lucky that the zone came back to us, but still, if the zone didn't come back to us, I was managing the movement from this compound. I was going to manage everything. That's why I choose this compound, mini Pachinki, because I know how to move from this position. Yeah. And it was an easy game, to be honest.
Fantastic. Any last words for your fans out there watching EK trying to make the push here to the top 6?
To be honest, I want to thank everyone who supports us, and we hope to make you proud. Maybe we're gonna play better tomorrow and take this qualification card for the finals, and in the finals we're gonna change everything. Don't worry about it.
Ragnarok, thank you very much. Fantastic interview. It's time to head on over to Barney, who has more to come.
That's right, Kalaris. I've got Tony K here from E Arena, ready to have a very quick chat. Tony K, let's talk about today. Typically, we're used to seeing a very hyper-aggressive E-Arena, chasing down eliminations, but today seemed to be about placement points. You had 4 top 6 or top 5 finishes, I believe it was. Was that the plan coming into today? Was it all about placement and playing a bit more passively?
ก็ปกตินะฮะทีม Arena เนี่ยปกติฟอร์มของเราจะเล่นค่อนข้างออกไปทางดุดัน aggressive ทีเดียวนะฮะแต่ว่าในวันนี้เนี่ยเราค่อนข้างเล่นที่แบบว่าแบบค่อนข้างไปทางเรียบง่ายสบายๆ passive เป็นค่อนข้างเป็นส่วนใหญ่นะฮะแล้วก็เราได้จบไปที่แบบท็อป 4เป็นท็อป 4หรือท็อป 5นี่ค่อนข้างเยอะเลยนะฮะในวันนี้นะอยากถามว่าแบบมีอะไรมีความเห็นยังไงบ้างครับกับเรื่องนี้ฮะ
โอเคमुझे बिल्कुल समझ आई है
มันวงเข้าครับบางตาแต่เราก็ทำไม่ได้ครับ
Yeah, I think today we a little bit of like underperformance, even though like the zone come to our side, but in the end, like it's just another bad day.
It's a shame to have a bad day on the survival stage day, but we've got another day tomorrow, so let's talk a bit about that. Closing out today, you managed to get 4th place with 6 eliminations on the board, so that's vital points for you guys to go through to the finals. Going into tomorrow, are we going to see the slightly more aggressive E-Arena, trying to chase people down and hunt for those eliminations and get those points for finals?
อยากถามนะครับพรุ่งนี้น่าจะเป็นวันสุดท้ายของรอบ Survival Stage แล้วนะฮะอยากถามว่าตอนนี้เนี่ยในรอบในอันดับของเราในตอนนี้ฮะเราก็แบบว่าอยากถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับว่าพรุ่งนี้ฟอร์มของเราจะเป็นยังไงบ้างจะเล่น Passive เหมือนเดิมไหมหรือว่าเราจะไปทาง Aggressive มากขึ้นครับ
ก็เล่นเรื่อยๆครับตามวงครับถ้าจังหวะไหนเล่นได้ก็เล่นครับจังหวะไหนเล่นไม่ได้ก็ค่อยๆเล่นครับ
Well, to be honest, I would say that we're gonna play depends on the zone. If it's like the zone come to our side, we're gonna play aggressive. If it's not, we're gonna play passively. So hopefully the zone gonna be on our side tomorrow.
That's the smart answer, Tony K. Nicely done. Thank you very much for joining me in this interview. Best of luck tomorrow in day 2 of the survival stage. Like I said earlier on, only 6 teams will make it through into the finals. And so these teams have got to start scrambling for points. But for now, let's head back to the studio to round out day 1 of the survival stage.
Thank you, Barney. Tony K, a man of few words, but tomorrow he is not going to be allowed to be quiet if he wants to be on those top 6. Overall, an interesting day. We ended up seeing his sponge points, especially towards the top, the consistency that we saw out of Tiamba as well. But in this last game, Max, it couldn't have been any better for those teams that are trying to even keep it closer towards that top 6, because the top 3 teams didn't really do much.
It's like, you want an opportunity for a comeback? Los Leones finished. Okay, no, can't do much about that. But overall, it was very fun to see how many of the teams were at the very tippity bottom, right, if you can say that, of the rankings. So overall, I got to say, a big compliment to the entirety of that lobby, in the sense that a lot of the teams are trying to play the outskirts of the city in case it does go up in the city itself or outside of it. So big compliment to all of these teams. I think they played as good as they really could for a city finish.
But take a look at the overall ranking after day 1 of survival stage. Tiamba sitting at the top with 75 points, followed by Furia, Alpha 7 as well there with 42. But just look how everything is going to be so close, Natura. This is what we're going to be looking at tomorrow. Between 3rd place all the way down to 8th, and I'm pretty sure when we end up seeing the 2nd place as well, everything is just going to be super tight. It can change within 1 match.
No, it really can, and this is going to be a crazy second day coming through. We've seen such consistency, I feel like, from a lot of these teams here. Yes, they've not had as much presence as we might have liked them to. Maybe they've had a bit of a fumble here and there, right? But Alpha 7, no wins, still 3rd place. You've got E-Arena. They said they had a bad day, but they're still 5th here. Wolves as well, just continuing that momentum game to game until now. They're 2 points behind 6th place here. So it is looking like a lot of these teams really stepping up, and with 6 more games tomorrow, who knows how big the points are going to be then.
And I want to sort of touch off of after the interview with E-Arena, and, you know, they're sort of saying they're playing to the zone. Furia didn't really play to the zone. They were catching those eliminations, and look at where they're sitting. If E-Arena can just mimic that kind of play style, because when you actually have a look at this lobby, yes, Tiamba are skyrocketing up there, especially with placement points in general. But the only other super aggressive team is Furia. And if we add E-Arena, we've seen them do it before, where they're able to catch these eliminations in any way that they want. I think if they change back to that style, they could be definitely up there with Furia.
Max, on the 2nd page of the overall ranking, I want you to look at one team specifically, and that is none other than GOAT team. Because when we're looking at that team, it's just pure fragging power. But once again, the storyline has been for this team, they need to find themselves a way into those later matches.
IHG might not be in this tournament, but they reincarnated in the GOAT team. All about aggression and those elimination points. But yeah, 4 placement points. I don't like using harsh words, but that is really bad. Okay, that is absolutely terrible from GOAT team.
Harsh.
Okay.
That wasn't harsh.
Yeah, but it was like PG, you know?
Let's go PG.
It's harsh in like the PG realm of what I do here on the show. Very unfortunate in terms of the placement points. We need to see more late game finishes. All gamers, you know, I'm going to also say a similar point. They get that one chicken dinner point. Absolutely.
Have a look at this lobby. Yes, Tiamba are skyrocketing up there, especially with placement.
2 placement points over the course of 5 matches. That also is really bad in a PG way.
No, it really is. I don't like that at all. And tomorrow has to be a massive step up from them, because yes, we are seeing a lot of ties, partly due to Tiamba's point sponge situation going on there, but I think in a regular lobby or in a regular day, they would be bottom of the leaderboard, except for KRX. They're actually bottom of the leaderboard. What's going on with KRX, by the way?
You tell me.
What is happening? I don't even know, because we haven't had enough time to even see them. They just keep going out. Max, you have an opinion?
Max, please tell us what's going on with KRX.
I know. No, actually looking at their position, they always go for spots which, when you look at the map, is not bad, but the positions itself are so bad to defend. It's like, oh, it's a shed, it's a tree, it's a dip, meaning if a team gets any angle onto you, you're just going to get completely dismantled instantly.
Oh, look, that's a nade coming for our grouped up scenario.
It's like, oh, this is a great dip. A team gets in 50 meters of you, boom, and PRX just completely disappears. So I would like to see them trying to fight for strong compounds or strong POIs around the map, and if they do so, we saw Hoxie in particular step up massively in the group stage. Right now, these positions today are just not it going into PMWC.
I kind of want to say the same for Goat Team, actually, because we saw a lot of aggression. They set up really, really well. They push really well, and then all of a sudden they either disengage or they get third-partied or they're not covering their back angles. There's something like that that's going on because yes, the aggro is there. Yes, the setups are really good. They do 1-3 split, 2-2 split. They try to surround. They use the nades. They're not over-aggressive, but they just fizzle out in the mid game. And so for me, Goat, you just need to step that up, get those placement points, and you are good to go.
Exactly what we see. What I see how to go. Just please last until the later match, last until those end zones. But Max, I know earlier you got a chance to see a grenade for Maxman. Grenade of the day.
It's Maxman's grenade of the day. Let's check it out. I don't know actually which grenade we're going to show, but it's going to be a surprise right now. Let's check it out, see exactly what's going to be coming out. We got many great grenades today. One coming out from Milu. He got the clutch. He got the 1v4 without opening grenade. But this grenade is a thing of absolute beauty. He chucks that first one and then, oh, well, actually, no, it didn't work out quite fine because Oliko denies his position with that grenade and forcing himself to go back down into the shed. It's a grenade of the day, but it's a bad grenade of the day. Do better. Okay.
It's a stinky grenade of the day. Very bad.
I don't like that. Don't say that again.
Sorry.
Okay.
My bad.
Yeah, be careful. You're thin ice.
That was not PG. That was very close to PG.
Max throwing a grenade at Neptura there.
He did. It nearly got me.
Before we show it, quick, who's going to be the MVP? It's pretty straightforward.
Milu.
Yep, that's right. Milu from Tiamba, 18. Whoa! Hot damn, buddy.
Oh, damn, buddy.
Oh my gosh! And the crazy part is he ended up getting 15 knocks, still making sure he found ways to steal those eliminations lays for Tiamba. Consistency, Milu being able to pop off. Usually we think about QXEZ. That wasn't the case. Now it's just two players that can actually frag out.
Yeah, I mean, what I really like from this team as opposed to what the other teams were doing is they were not tunnel visioning their fights. So, you know, Nepture's sort of touching on like, what are they doing after these fights? How are they getting third party? This is a team that obviously had that great sort of split hold and were able to map out their play after they eliminate a team. So they're always forward thinking in every single play that they made today.
No, it is really nice to see that coming through. And I think a lot of teams can learn from that because some of the best teams are the ones that think ahead a couple of phases, a couple of plays. Some teams we have seen just don't seem to do that. And I think that's where a lot of these teams are getting stuck in that mid phase because there's like, we get to the mid phase and then we don't know what to do. And then other teams are all coming around us and then we get all grouped together and now we really don't know what to do. So a little bit of that forward thinking, a little bit of that proactivity, that action planning would really help for tomorrow.
Max, I want you to get into your coaching mindset for some of these squads. And I want you to pick a team that whether it is positive or negative or PG or not PG, just tell us what that team needs to do tomorrow.
Yangon Galacticos. Yangon. Why are you guys playing so passive? I saw so many good glimmers of hope in their group stage. I was like, yeah, they're taking fights. It's so nice, especially like Orangutan did back in their group stage. And that was enough for them to instantly qualify to the finals. And Yangon Galacticos, they had so many opportunities. I'm not saying like game-winning opportunities. I'm not saying they could have gotten wins, but they're not taking fights that could result in actually a really good upside win for them in the overall match, like maybe a top 5 with a bunch of eliminations. Yangon Galacticos, you've already won. You've done it in the past. Right, well, not right here. It was in Riyadh, but they've won PMWC before. I want to see you be confident. You can do it, but right now they're just, I don't like using the word scared usually, but it really feels that way in today's games.
Felt exactly like that for Yangon. It kind of felt a bit messy, honestly, super messy for Alpha 7, even though they're currently towards the top. It's a team that we expect to see a lot more. But ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that tomorrow is the final day for Survival Stage here at PMWC at EWC 26. It's been a pleasure being able to hang out with you guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. If you do end up sharing anything on social media, make sure you use the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. I was thinking of something else. Oh yeah, that's right. Snacks. Snack Gaming. I hope we get a chance to see you here on the finals for maybe a live watch party. Stay tuned for that. Hope to see you guys tomorrow on day 2 of Survival Stage. It's been Lace, Maxman, Neptura at the 7WG. See you tomorrow.
यार बॉयज वीडियो देखते देखते चलेंगे। समरों की वीडियो देखते देखते ना बंद कर देंगे, सही है। अभी अपनी वीडियो मैंने कहा देख लें। ट्रेनिंग इस्लामाबाद भाई, वीडियो देख के चलते हैं। वाह, चलो भाई ये वीडियो देख के निकलते हैं।
टू के ऊपर फिनिश करते हुए ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई। हेलो जी, अस्सलाम वालेकुम, क्या हालचाल और खबरें। आज मेरे पास आप सबके लिए काफी कमाल तो वीडियो का एंड तक
देखोगे वीडियो,
अभी तक चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया तो पहले तो वो कर दो। इसी के साथ साथ बढ़ते हैं आज की हमारी न्यूज की तरफ। सबसे पहले बात कर लेते हैं पबजी मोबाइल वर्ल्ड कप में ग्रुप बी के स्टेजेस वगैरह के रिलेटेड। तो सीन कुछ ऐसा है कि ग्रुप बी के जो मैचेस हैं वो भी खत्म हो चुके हैं। और यार ग्रुप बी में मुझे जो पर्सनली किसी टीम ने अगर इम्प्रेस किया है तो वो टीम गॉडलाइक है, जिन्हें यार डे 2 में जो है वो काफी अच्छा परफॉर्म किया है और एक 30 किल के साथ चिकन डिनर में निकाला। और उस चिकन डिनर के साथ उन्होंने #2 के ऊपर फिनिश करते हुए ग्रैंड फाइनल के लिए क्वालिफाई कर लिया है। यानी कि टीम ओजी जो है वो तो क्वालिफाई कर चुकी थी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए, लेकिन अब इंडिया की तरफ से टीम गॉडलाइक जो है वो भी क्वालिफाई कर चुकी है। और यार गॉडलाइक की जो परफॉर्मेंस वगैरह थी, खास करके वो 30 किल के साथ जो चिकन वगैरह, उसके कुछ हाइलाइट्स में आप लोगों को दिखा देता हूँ।
उसके पास मौजूद है इनफैक्ट न्यूयॉर्क फैक्ट्री के अंदर अब 3 आखिरी टीमें बाकी रह चुकी हैं, जिसमें अल्फा 7, वुल्व्स ई-स्पोर्ट्स 7-1 भी यहाँ पर मौजूद है। गॉडल भी यहाँ पर आ जाएगी एंड गॉडल आए तो है थर्ड पार्टी की नीयत से। लेट्स सी कि ऑब्स की ओर क्या कुछ कर पाएंगे, कुछ भी ना कर पाएंगे एंड गॉडल अपने लिए तीसरा एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट उठाते हैं।
जी हाँ, एंड
बस मैं एंड कर रहा हूं, एक साथ ही निकलते हैं, 5 मिनट में निकलते हैं ब्रो।
नीड्स हैं कुछ यहाँ पे फाइट में
5 मिनट में निकलते हैं ब्रो।
वो तब दिखाई दिया, लेकिन अभी के लिए वो जो
5 मिनट दे दो, साथ ही निकलते हैं।
यहाँ पर जो डॉज कर पाए, लेकिन इनफैक्ट नहीं वो कर पाएंगे और टीम वुल्व्स के प्लेयर उनके बिल्कुल एंड ऊपर वो नीड्स आकर ब्लास्ट हो जाता है, उस नीड से डैमेज होगा, फिर लिमिट कर दिए जाएंगे, लेकिन वुल्व्स क्या वो बच पाएगी, इसका जवाब नाम में आएगा। और टीम गॉडल एक बेहतरीन फाइट से इस मैच का आपको आगाज करते हुए दिखाई देगी। और इनफैक्ट वही आई थिंक एक मैच जो कि कल के दिन पर भी हमने देखा था इस टीम से, और इनका स्टार्ट इनफैक्ट अगर आप रोंडो की प्रिसाइसली बात करें तो रिमेंबर दो उन्होंने शायद इस रोंडो के मैप पर ही 7 टोटल पॉइंट्स जो है उस पहले ही मैच में निकाले थे, प्रोबेबली तब भी 5 प्लस इनके जो है उसमें से एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स आपको दिखाई दिए थे। सो टीम गॉडल ऑब्वियसली फोकसिंग ऑन द एलिमिनेशन नंबर्स, अभी के लिए कामयाबी भी मिल रही है प्लेयर्स को और एस पावर अब मजीद आपको उसमें और भी इजाफा करते हुए दिखाई देंगे।
ईडा ई-स्पोर्ट्स के शायद इंतजार कर रहे हैं उनसे फाइट लेने के लिए, लेकिन त्याम्बा और गॉडल उनका आमना सामना होगा। ग्रेनेड से इस्तकबाल किया जाता है इस पावर की साइड से। 10 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स के ऊपर टीम गॉडल भी अपने आप को लेकर के ही जा चुकी है, लेकिन त्याम्बा जिनके पास कोई भी एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट है नहीं मौजूद, क्या वो सामना कर पाएंगे? अभी तक के लिए जवाब ना में ही मिलेगा। मीलू को भी गिरा लिया जाएगा। एस पावर शानदार तरीके से अपने गन स्किल्स का मुजाहिरा करते हैं, 11वां एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट भी कंफर्म करते हैं त्याम्बा के खिलाड़ियों पर। और क्यूजी यहां से शायद ब्लू जोन के हाथों ही एलिमिनेट होते आपको दिखाई दें, अपना एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट अबैंडन करते हुए। गॉडल के आपको 4 अदर खिलाड़ी सर्वाइव करते दिखाई तो दे ही रहे हैं, लेकिन स्लैमिना टीम S2G उनके एक और खिलाड़ी को गिरा दिया जा करना है आने वाले मैच
फाइनल्स के लिए, वो भी आप लोगों के सामने आ रही होंगी, जिसमें सारी की सारी साउथ एशियन टीम्स तो हैं वो तो क्वालिफाई कर चुकी हैं डायरेक्ट ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए, लेकिन इसके अलावा जो सर्वाइवल स्टेज की टीम्स हैं वो भी आप लोगों के सामने आ रही होंगी। और यार सर्वाइवल स्टेज के मैचेस से टॉप 6 टीम जो है वो क्वालिफाई कर जाएंगी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए, बाकी सारे अपने घर जाएंगी। मगर इसके अलावा यार इंडियन टीम्स को सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर काफी ज्यादा हेट वगैरह दिया जा रहा था पिछले साल से कि इंडिया की टीम जो है वो इंटरनेशनल लॉबी के लिए फ्री किल्स हैं वगैरह वगैरह। तो सीन कुछ ऐसा है कि उसी के ऊपर ओशियन शर्मा का जवाब आ चुका है और काइंड ऑफ पाकिस्तानियों को ही जो कि इंडियन टीम्स को फ्री किल्स कहते थे उनका जवाब देते हुए कुछ ऐसा बयान आया है।
हाँ भाई, कहाँ गए वो लोग जो फ्री फिनिशेस बोलते थे, कैंप करके खेलते हम बोलते थे। I mean,
कैंप तो करके खेला
है, दिखाया ग्रुप बी में भी गॉडलाइक ने दिखा दिया। तो थोड़ा शांत फाइनल में मिलते हैं। 5 साल 11 महीने 30 दिन जो भी लगा हमें, वी आर द ग्रैंड फाइनलिस्ट। 2 टीम्स #2, उस टाइम #2 हर्ट किया था, लेकिन इस टाइम #2 भाई हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी चीज बनकर के आया भाई। अब लीव कर दो हम लोगों पे, फाइनल जा रही है दोनों टीम्स। ऊजी ने किया, मान्या ने किया, गॉडलाइक ने किया।
बगैर ओशन शर्मा के अलावा गॉडलाइक के प्लेयर्स ने भी कुछ ऐसी वीडियो शेयर की है।
हाँ तो सौम्य तू क्या बोल रहा था? आओ तुम्हें इंडिया गन पावर दिखाते हैं।
कह देना इंडिया से आए थे और पेल के चले गए।
अरे बाप
छप रही है भाई कसम से
इंडिया की तरफ से, लेकिन पाकिस्तान की तरफ से भी जहां इंडिया के प्लेयर्स वगैरह हेट दे रहे पाकिस्तानी प्लेयर्स को, तो वहीं पाकिस्तानी प्लेयर्स और ई स्पोर्ट इन्फ्लुएंसर्स वगैरह रिटेलिएट बैक कर रहे हैं। तो इसी के ऊपर तीन मुल्क ने भी जो अपनी रिसेंट लाइव स्ट्रीम में रिएक्ट किया और उन्होंने गालियां ना देने का कहते हुए कुछ ऐसी बात की है।
और भाई रील्स को रील्स की तरह लो, डंडा ना लोगे ले लो भाई, गुस्सा कर जाते हो तुम लोग, गाली मत दो किसी को यार, वैसे क्रिटिसाइज करो, शुगुल मेलर बनाए रखो। ओके अल्लाह हाफिज, अल्लाह हाफिज, अल्लाह हाफिज। लन पे चढ़ो
यार तीन मुल्क तो कुछ अलग ही आ रहे हैं, मगर इसके ऊपर देखते हैं कि मजीद क्या रिस्पॉन्स वगैरह आते हैं। और यार इसके अलावा नियो की तरफ से भी कल के दिन में एक वीडियो शेयर की गई है जिसमें उन्होंने बताया कि ई स्पोर्ट वर्ल्ड कप की तरफ से इन्हें वार्निंग आई है, जिस तरह का अब्यूजिव कंटेंट वगैरह बना रहे हैं वो ना करें और स्ट्रीम को स्ट्रीम तक रखें। और नियो ने मजीद कहा कि जब तक पाकिस्तान के एंड की तरफ से उन्हें हर्ट वगैरह ना किया जाएगा और उन्हें पोक ना किया जाएगा तो वो कोई हेट वगैरह पाकिस्तान को नहीं देंगे, जैसे कि आप लोग ये सुन सकते हैं।
बात ऐसी है कि अपने को EWC के साइड से बोला गया है कि अपन ने EWC के गाइडलाइंस को वायलेट किया है और एक पॉजिटिव एक्सपीरियंस में बना के रखो अपने स्ट्रीम पे। और किसने तो रिपोर्ट किया, मल्टीपल रिपोर्ट्स। तो मैंने बोला ओके ठीक है करेंगे अपन, छोड़ो फिर आज से अपने को इन लोगों के बारे में कुछ बात नहीं करना। अगर वहां से उंगली होता है तो फिर यहां से मैं भी बोल दूंगा भाई।
बगैर इसके अलावा स्लेक्स गेमिंग ने भी पाकिस्तानी प्लेयर्स को सपोर्ट करने के रिलेटेड बात करते हुए कहा कि पाकिस्तान के स्ट्रीमर जो है वो कहते हैं कि पाकिस्तान को डिस्कस ना करो अपनी लाइव स्ट्रीम वगैरह में, तो इस वजह से वो पाकिस्तानी टीम 40 वगैरह के ऊपर कोई बात वगैरह नहीं करेंगे जो कि वो पहले किया करते थे। तो स्नेक्स का क्या रिस्पॉन्स आया है आप लोग ये सुन सकते हैं।
के बारे में कुछ बोलो नहीं भाई, उनके स्ट्रीमर ने मेरे को वार्निंग दी है कि उनकी टीम का नाम नहीं लेने का, डिस्कशन नहीं करने का। तो मैंने लास्ट अपनी वॉच पार्टी में बोल दिया था उनके बारे में या उनके प्लेयर्स के बारे में या उनकी टीम के बारे में मेरी स्ट्रीम पे आज के बाद कुछ नहीं होगा। मैंने तो क्लियरली बोल दिया प्लेयर्स बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं नो डाउट, बट उनके इतने बड़े स्ट्रीमर ने मेरे को वार्निंग दी है भाई। उनको नहीं चाहिए उनके टीम का कोई नाम ले तो हम क्यों लेंगे यार, अपन अपनी टीम के बारे में डिस्कस कर रहे हैं सिंपल भाई। उन्होंने इतना रेस्पेक्टफुली बोला है मत लो हमारी टीम का नाम या ये मत करो, हम अपने को क्यों करना है भाई। मत करो चैट में तुम भी डिस्कस, अपनी टीम इंडिया के बारे में डिस्कस करो बस उतना ही। मैं तो लास्ट वॉच पार्टी में बोल रहा था भाई तो इस बार कोई डिस्कस मत करना।
यार अभी के लिए तो मेरे पास आप लोगों के लिए सिर्फ इतनी न्यूज़ थी, इसीलिए मिलते हैं
भाई। इतनी सी बात थी, मुझे लगा पता नहीं वीडियो में क्या बोल दिया है भाई इसने, थंबनेल क्या लगाया हुआ है, इंसान बन जाओ ब्रो, इंसान बन जाओ। थंबनेल में क्या लगाया हुआ है, रिप्लाई ऑन 4 thieves भाई, I mean 4 thieves। अबे मैंने इंडियन वाला काम कर दिया।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, क्या हालचाल और खबरें। आज मेरे पास आप सबके लिए काफी कमाल, तो वीडियो के एंड तक लाजमी देखना। बगैर अभी तक चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया तो पहले तो वो कर दो। तो ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप के ग्रुप स्टेजेस ए के मैचेस जो है वो तो खत्म हो चुके थे और उसका रीजन वो आप लोगों की स्क्रीन के ऊपर भी आ रही होगी। और यार ये पोस्ट जो है वो उन्होंने एक रेफरेंस से शेयर की थी जो कि एक मैच की गेम था जिसमें टीम ओजी जो है वो टीम 40 को मार देती है। और यार फिर इसके बाद जो है वो सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर एक डिबेट छिड़ गई पाकिस्तानी फैंस और इंडियन फैंस के दरमियान। और यार सीन कुछ ऐसा हुआ कि पाकिस्तानी टीम 40 के प्लेयर्स ने भी जब वो पिक्चर्स वगैरह देखी तो डे एंड पे मैचेस वगैरह खत्म होने के बाद और टेबल टॉप करने के बाद उन्होंने एक लाइव स्ट्रीम में इन्हीं को जवाब दिया। और इनडायरेक्टली जवाब देते हुए वो क्या कहते हैं आप लोग पहले तो ये सुन लें।
यही फील नहीं होता, नहीं होता जो भी किया ना उसको बता रहा हूँ मैं।
बदमाशी हमारे साथ नहीं,
बोल दे स्टार्ट आपने किया खत्म हम करेंगे। देखो मुंह से जवाब देने का फायदा नहीं है,
एक्शन स्पीक्स लाउडर देन
वही ना, रिजल्ट स्पीक्स लाउडर। ठीक है गाइस, डोंट से एनीथिंग, पोस्ट द रिजल्ट्स, ओके दैट्स इट, बात खत्म।
तो टीम 40 के इस रिस्पांस के बाद इंडियन टीम ओजी के आरू की तरफ से भी जवाब आ चुका है इसी के ऊपर। और उन्होंने एक पोस्ट शेयर करते हुए कहा कि उनका मकसद किसी को भी ट्रोल करना या हेट देना नहीं है। हाँ राइवलरी में मजा आता है लेकिन किसी के भी मुल्क के रिलेटेड या उसके अगेंस्ट बात करना, ये उस चीज को ना तो सपोर्ट करते ना उसके साथ खड़े हैं। और उन्होंने मजीद कहा कि उनका प्रॉपर ध्यान जो है वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ गुड परफॉर्मेंस देने के ऊपर है और वो सिर्फ गेम खेलने के लिए खेलते हैं। तो पॉलिटिकल चीजों को ई स्पोर्ट्स से अलग रखा जाए वो
मैच्योर बंदा।
तो इसके बाद ये जो कंट्रोवर्सी थी वो
हाँ,
तो थोड़ी
दिमाग से सोचता है कि नहीं,
के जो फैंस
बोला
हैं
तो
वो इस चीज को मजीद लेकर चल रहे हैं। तो आप लोगों का इसके ऊपर क्या ओपिनियन है आप लोग वो तो कमेंट बॉक्स में लाजमी से बता देना। अगर ओजी की जो अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस रही है यार, उसी के ऊपर नोकी पाकिस्तानी टीम फूटी गई प्लेयर जो है वो ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप की इंटरव्यू में कुछ ऐसा रिएक्शन देते हैं। मगर ओजी की परफॉर्मेंस के ऊपर टीन वुल्फ का भी कुछ ऐसा रिएक्शन सामने आया है।
यार ओजी पे क्या व्यू है, मैं तुम लोगों को जेन्युइन व्यू बताऊं अपना, जो मैं म्यूट करके बता सकता हूं। सही है, कोई गलत बात नहीं होगी, सही है, सबको जेन्युइन व्यू बता रहा हूं मैं अपना। यार ओजी ने जो गेम प्ले किया ना, मतलब तुम लोग उसको एक फ्लूक समझ सकते हो, क्योंकि एक ऐसी टीम इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर जो विदाउट किल्स किए, मतलब इतना पैसिव गेम प्ले के साथ अगर वो #2 आई है ना, तो उसको बहुत मतलब प्योर लक था उस टीम का, जिसकी वजह से वो #2 आई है। अभी अगर प्योर गेम प्ले अगर 40 का देखो ना, तो भाई उन्होंने उनका सर्कल में फेवर नहीं किया, लेकिन उन्होंने किल्स लेकर #1 गेम किया। ये है प्योर गेम प्ले और इस इंटरनेशनल लॉबी के लेवल का गेम प्ले। लेकिन अगर ओजी को नो डाउट अच्छे सर्कल ले रही थी, टू मच पैसिव गेम प्ले, किल्स बिल्कुल ले ही नहीं रही थी, मतलब जोन का फेवर सिर्फ उनको इस चीज का फेवर कर गया। बट इस मेंटालिटी के साथ, इस गेम प्ले के साथ ये टीम सिर्फ बहुत कम बार इस तरह ऊपर आएगी। चैंपियन तो 100% नहीं बन पाएगी ऐसी मेंटालिटी के साथ और ऐसे गेम प्ले के साथ। तो ये चीज कभी कभी इनको फेवर करेगी, क्योंकि हर बार इतना जोन फेवर नहीं करता, हर बार इनको भी ऐसे जोन नहीं मिलता, हर बार ऐसे नहीं है कि टीम इनसे फाइट नहीं लेगी। कुछ मौके आते हैं जहां पर फाइट्स लेनी पड़ती हैं। इस बार तो ये 2 दिन इनकी फाइट्स इतनी कम हुई है कि इनको जोन में फेवर दिया, फिर इधर से किल उठा कर ये लोग #2 आ गए। नो डाउट से ये #2 आ गए, गुड है, इनके लिए अच्छा है कि ये ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में चलेंगे। लेकिन इस लेवल के गेम प्ले के साथ ये कोई ट्रॉफी विन नहीं कर सकते। दिस वाला मैं और ये चीज सबको पता है भाई, कोई भी इसको इग्नोर नहीं करेगा।
इसके अलावा मजीद आगे बढ़े हैं तो पिछले वीडियो में मैंने आप लोगों को बताया था कि नियो जो है वो पाकिस्तानी टीम 40 को ट्रोल कर रहे हैं, और वो सारा क्या सीन था वो भी आप लोगों को पिछली वीडियो में पता चल गया होगा। तो अब सीन कुछ ऐसा है कि कल के दिन में ग्रुप बी के मैचेस में टीम गोल्डलाइट की तरफ से जो है वो कुछ शिट मूवमेंट शेयर किए जाते हैं स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप में, जिसपे नियो का पाकिस्तानियों के लिए कुछ ऐसा रिएक्शन आया था।
Vitality. The arena rocking up on it right now. It's a little bit scary here, but immediately Vitality's backing off the angle. But they have information now. That's the big thing.
अभी 1v1 इसने हक दिया ना, अब इसका रिएक्शन चेक करो।
Could have had the drop on him. Manu was hoping to at least get that one clothesline play. Introduce him to the shotgun, but he's exposed to Smile through the window
at the moment. Again, I love the way these two teams have played this one out. Irina was cautious on the
पड़ोसी वालों जितना गाली देना
this position any longer. Quick regroup down towards the eastern side. Love the way these two teams have played this one out. Irina was cautious on the approach.
पड़ोसी वालों जितना गाली देना
this position any longer. Quick regroup down towards the eastern side.
तो ये तो हो गई बात नियो की, मगर इसी सीन के ऊपर स्टार अनोनिमस ने भी रिएक्ट किया और उन्होंने टीम गोल्डलाइट को ट्रोल करते हुए कुछ ये कहा।
नहीं पता, खैर है, एक आधे को कैंप करके मारेगा, बाकी टीम फिर पूरी गन दे देगी उनकी ऐस में।
लेकिन गलत है और ये होना नहीं चाहिए, मैं सही बताऊं ना।
तू सोच, वो बंदा लूट कर रहा है, ठीक है, और ये बंदा फिर भी ना मार पाए, उसको सामने वाला मार देगा।
यार
और बता क्या बोलूं मैं, और बता मैं क्या बोलूं। ये ले गया बातें कर रहा था बैठ के, क्या कर रहा था, 40 को क्या कह रहा था, दे दिया बाजी का रिश्ता हग्गू।
मगर इसके अलावा मजीद आगे बढ़े हैं तो होपफुल ये जो कंट्रोवर्सी थी तो वो यहीं तक चलेगी और आगे कोई ऐसा सीन वगैरह नहीं होगा। हाँ, राइवलरी चलती रहनी चाहिए, लेकिन किसी की कंट्री को डिसरिस्पेक्ट करना जो है वो बिल्कुल अच्छी बात नहीं है। फिर इसके अलावा बात कर लेते हैं टेकन 8 के रिलेटेड। तो कल के दिन में टेकन 8 के पाकिस्तान के नए वर्ल्ड कप चैंपियन बन चुके हैं और जुबैर ने लोहाई को फाइनल में डिफीट करते हुए ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप चैंपियन का जो टैग है वो अपने नाम कर लिया। और यार जुबैर जो है वो पहले पाकिस्तान की तरफ से ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप विन करने वाले प्लेयर बन चुके हैं। तो मेनी कांग्रेचुलेशंस टू जुबैर। मगर अरसलान ने भी जो है वो काफी अच्छा फिनिश किया और वो #4 पर जुबैर से ही मात खाते हुए हमें फिनिश करते हुए नजर आए। फिर जुबैर के जो विनिंग मोमेंट थे उसके कुछ हाइलाइट्स में आप लोगों को दिखा देता हूँ।
To a lot of people, it's like he came out of nowhere, but I'm sure to the Pakistani players watching, it is no surprise at all.
It's like, now you know what we go through. Now you know what we go through. Tackle. Eye starts off.
चलिए आप बॉयज अपना बहुत सारा ख्याल रखो, दुआ में याद रखना। इंशाल्लाह निकलते हैं, फिर आप लोगों से मुलाकात होगी। टिल देन अल्लाह हाफिज। कल फ्री हुआ तो कल स्ट्रीम कर लूंगा, वरना फिर फाइनल से मिलते हैं। अल्लाह हाफिज।
जिंदगी के 3 सोच बना लो, सेट रहना है, लाइट वेट खाना है, ते खुश रहना है, अपनी जिंदगी को बचाना है।